Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another episode of the Black Swan Capitalists. On this channel, this is where we focus on history before it happens, not after the fact, where we connect the dots that most people are either not looking at or just ignoring, simply. For nearly 8 years, my brother and I have been documenting the structural transition unfolding across the global financial and geopolitical landscape. And we've done so with a track record that does speak for itself. Now, as we enter the new year, the volume of change is obviously accelerating. There is so much happening simultaneously that it becomes almost impossible to explain every moving part in isolation without losing sight of the bigger picture. And that is why discernment in 2026 is going to matter more than ever. We are at a point where information overload is now being weaponized and where narratives are simply manufactured faster than the facts can be verified, and where people are being pushed to outsource their thinking to AI rather than develop it for themselves. Now, I understand the truth is uncomfortable, but we are witnessing the digitization of everything. That includes assets, identity, money, governance, and potentially human behavior itself. That reality, ladies and gentlemen, understandably unsettles most people. I get that. But at the same time, there are profound opportunities emerging for those who are willing to understand what's actually being built beneath the surface. Today's conversation is about separating the signal from the noise, as the usual, fact from fiction, and simply understanding what is possible based on observable trends rather than blind belief. This is why I'm very pleased to welcome back one of my good friends and most respected independent economists and thinkers of our time, my good friend, Dr. Jim Willie, who has been analyzing the monetary systems, precious metals market, debt markets, global capital flows for decades. His background in statistics and applied mathematics gives him the framework that is simply grounded in data rather than ideology, like most people. Jim has consistently been early, often uncomfortably so, but rarely wrong. Jim, as always, I'm honored to have you on as my first guest of the new year. So thank you very much for joining me on such short notice. It's always a pleasure to speak with you.
Oh, it's fine. I tell you, these are exciting times. They really are. We got so many challenges to deal with, and it's difficult, but I think it's quite predictable, the flow of events. And the hard part right now is my clients call it connect the dots. I call it interrelationships. Just seeing how one area affects another, how treasury bonds and crude oil and silver and gold and the Japanese yen, it's all interconnected. And right now I'm having kind of an epiphany. Oh my gosh, look at what's happening with silver. And we expected it. But do you think there's a connection with XRP?
Haven't thought about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to bring to the table, my man. All right. If you're familiar with the domino theory that Jake Claver has put forth, you'll hear that there's a problem with the yen. The yen carry trade goes into reverse. Money comes back into Japan that was used to, borrow the 0% money and invest in U.S. treasuries, borrow 0% yen money and invest in euro bonds, and borrow yen and invest in whatever you want globally. Well, now they're raising interest rates and their long-term rate is going up, their bond, and their currency. I think it's having like a last hurrah of weakening, because when this flood comes back, you're going to see a 20% move in the yen. Now, there were rumors, and there was nothing in a follow-up, but the venerable Warren Buffett let I don't know exactly what it was. He let a rumor fly that he was going to invest $340 billion in the Japanese yen.
Yeah.
And now he's halfway out the door, retiring. I'm sure a lot of people think he's a good guy, but I think he's a liar, because in 2005, he got called away from his silver option calls, and he lied and said he sold too early. No, he got called away. He was earning income after he said that gold and silver have no income. Yeah, they do if you sell covered calls. His 130 million ounces is the basis of SLV, the fund, managed by Barclays originally, Barclays, way back. Okay, so the theory goes that something is going to trigger higher rates in Japan. And a lot of people thought, or Jake thought, that it could be higher oil price. Now, this Venezuela issue right now, is that going to cause the rise in the oil price? Will there be an embargo where nations like Iran and I don't know what other country might join Venezuela, but we might see a reaction in the oil price. That's one possibility. There's no question we're seeing a reaction to the dollar problems in the silver price, no doubt. And now we're starting to see, is it 51 billion or is it 75 billion for emergency repo that's going into the big banks in the United States? Okay, there's rumors that there's a Wall Street bank that died, and we don't have a high enough level of elitism to warrant information. Okay, the scoop I hear is that Bank of America entered a failure. That's the scoop I heard. They needed $17 billion, and I believe a large chunk of that went to cover their short position in silver, which they might have been forced to close out. Mm-hmm. I believe that the next 28 billion, 24 billion, I think that was for JP Morgan to close out their silver short contracts. Mm-hmm. I got scoop that JP Morgan is now long silver, 750 million ounces. If you followed closely the events of Thanksgiving weekend, yes, they pulled 24 million ounces of silver off the ramp. I mean, it was ready to go on the ramp, Verson. It was ready to go straight from the vault to the ramp for a delivery, and they pulled it and put it back in the JP Morgan vaults, and it's up $20 since then. So that was a good move. That's $400 million.
Yes.
That's a good move. Now, there's something called Gresham's Law. I don't know that you've heard. It's a bit obscure, but it goes like this. In times of monetary crisis, the highest quality currency vanishes to be hidden, and the poorest quality is used in transactions and seen in the open. In other words, for 10 years, gold was hidden. Now what you see is silver is pulled back from the vaults, no longer eligible for delivery, and it goes straight into the JP Morgan private corporate vaults. That's not the right term. They're corporate vault. No longer available for delivery. I think COMEX is going to shut down and have a force majeure. We're not ready for that. I can tell you there are a lot of clients who don't know what that means, and it's going to have some rub, okay? There might possibly be some, it's not going to be confiscation. It's going to be, what's the word? Commandeering. Mm-hmm. It's hard to get the right word. They're going to say, all right, Joe Blow, you've got $5 million worth of silver. We're going to take it, and we're going to give you $72 for your silver. But the complaint's going to be, that's not a fair price. The complaint's going to be, but in Shanghai, it's $18 higher. And New York is going to say, we're not Shanghai. We're New York. Your account is subject to New York rules, regs, and procedures. So this is what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, you can file a lawsuit where we'll be on the other side of your lawsuit, negating your entire argument, and you won't do anything positive except lose money to your attorney staff. Okay, that's Wall Street.
Yeah.
Okay, and COMEX is an appendage of Wall Street. CME is the same. What's that? Chicago Mercantile Exchange, CME. That's just COMEX in Chicago. They work hand in glove. All right. So here's let me give you just the quick nut of my domino theory that goes parallel with the crude oil hitting the yen. If crude oil goes up in price, the Japanese are going to raise interest rates because it'll cause inflation and blah, blah, blah. But there's something bigger. There's something bigger. It's Wall Street's lying. They lie. They defraud. JP Morgan has never admitted guilt in a prosecution. They always settle out of court. They've got about 250 billion in fines and penalties from settlement out of court. They are saying that Wall Street has about $200 billion of borrowed Japanese yen that is invested in treasury bonds.
Interesting. Oh,
can you multiply that by 10 or 20 to enter the world of reality in which we live? I think they've got 2 to 4 trillion, not 200 billion. You think they passed up, honestly, tell me, you think they passed up a chance in 25 years or more, 30 years almost? You think they passed up a chance to borrow the socks off the yen and invest in treasuries that were paying 6%, 5%, and 20 years ago they were paying 8%? You think they passed up that chance? No. You think they passed up the chance to put a third of it on treasury bond futures to leverage up the gains? I contend that Wall Street earned something on the order of $5 trillion off the books. And they got about 4 or 5 trillion right now. It could be 7. How would we know? Maybe the Exchange Stabilization Fund is doing their trades, which is something that gets people killed in talking about. So I won't talk about it. Rob Kirby did, and he got killed. Okay, so back to silver. We got a tremendous liquidity problem in the big banks. I did not say in the treasury bond market. I said in the big banks. They're short silver. They lost enormous sums of money. They blew gigantic holes in their balance sheet. They got bailed out by the Fed in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Not disclosing what bank is in trouble, near-death experience. That's not the right phrase. A failure that was barely averted. Okay. These banks have been insolvent for 10 years.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah. So back to the domino. If the big banks have holes in their balance sheet and they're underwater with their bond portfolio, you remember 18 months ago, early 2024, we heard the banks are $840 billion underwater with their bond portfolios. They didn't say treasury, but that's the dominant asset in bond portfolios. It's not IBM or Google corporate bonds. It's treasury bonds.
Yeah.
The treasury bonds crowd out the market. They're the dominant player. They borrow like hogs, and there's not a whole lot left for the rest of the market. So if these big banks have a hole in their balance sheet from silver, they're very likely to sell treasury bonds even at a loss in order to get liquidity flow and get more patches from the Fed on the new holes from their treasury bonds, and then you get the liquidity crisis.
Yeah.
Okay, the key for the domino theory regarding XRP is a liquidity crisis in the banks, in the credit market, globally. Now, because of the silver problem, European and British banks have sold a lot of treasury bonds. There's a run on treasury bonds, and we're trying to hold it back. And I believe the Exchange Stabilization Fund is on the scene, preventing a disaster. But the important part is that silver, and not crude oil, has caused a liquidity problem and a credit crisis. And, you know, if they cut rates, I'm telling you, what a comedy. If they cut rates with a $38 trillion debt in the midst of a currency crisis that's evident within silver and gold, we're going to see the long bond go up in yield, just like they did in 2024. And I got that call correct.
Yes.
Independent of my colleagues. I just said, that's stupid. Makes no sense. There's a currency problem. There's a debt problem. There's a deficit problem. The long bond is not going to like it. The long bond is going to go up. We're going to get a steeper curve. And that's exactly what we've got. And we're going to get it again. And it's going to cause a liquidity problem, Versan. The silver market, I think, may combine with a double helix.
Yeah, like another contributing factor for sure.
Yes, but interwoven.
Yes,
they're going to be, they're not going to be separable completely. This is very interesting because little known fact is the petrodollar derivative contract has a gold silver component to it. Of course, it's the dollar and oil, but there's a gold silver component to it in the petrodollar derivative. And Versan, it's at a 30-to-1 ratio. So when you get liquidation of the petrodollar contracts, you get a movement toward 30. And I believe that there is some liquidation going on with the petrodollar contract, the derivative, that has, just say, narrowed the gap. What are we down? 50, 55 for gold silver ratio? Used to be 90, 95. It touched 100. Okay, we're about almost half of what it was before, which means silver has double the gains. And this is exactly what we expected. We're getting what we expected. We didn't know what the catalyst would be. I think the catalyst is two things for silver. You got solar panels and electric vehicles together. And let's never leave out the military component of missiles.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you got EV batteries, you got solar panels, and you got missiles for war. And we love war. We changed it to the Department of War, not defense, because we're waging war. Okay, this is crazy. I hate endless war. I hate it because it's service to Satan. Causes misery and destruction and death. Okay, so where was I? I lost my point with my own enthusiasm. The silver gold ratio is way down. Oh, yeah. We have electric vehicles, solar panels, and military missiles. But the other side is the weak dollar. And, you know, this is almost funny. I find a lot of humor in our work because it's from blind spots. It's from wrong impressions. It's from acceptance of propaganda. And it's from basic stupidity. There's a lot of stupidity in our societies. You talked about outsourcing thinking. Oh, I wrote that down. Okay. We are watching now the dollar decline. Here's the funny part. People tell me, Jim, the dollar's going to crash. Yeah, I know your forecast says the dollar's going to crash. I said, no, I didn't say that. No. I said the dollar is going to be devalued versus gold. The super currency.
That's correct.
The super currency. I said the dollar index, you know, USDX, it's 52% euro and British pound and yen and a few other things. I think there's a little percentage now in the yuan in China. I said to my clients, if the dollar goes way down, that means the euro is going to go way up. Could you tell me where the strength is in the European economy? Nowhere. In fact, they're collapsing. Right now, we're dealing with the collapse of the German industrial complex. not hardship, shutdown, collapse, and negotiation with Russia to drop the sanctions. Okay, a lot going on. So the two parts are industry for silver, including war, and basic decline in trust for the dollar. The dollar is going down versus silver and gold.
It's true.
I saw a very interesting argument. It was a couple of years ago. It said, take the price of a Roman elite tunic, a robe. Now take the price of a high quality, but not super quality, a high quality tailored suit. Okay, well, that's about the price of an ounce of gold. It hasn't changed. Gold's not changing. The dollar is.
Yes, everything around it is.
Everything around it with the price. Oh gosh, I just had a client write to me today and said, Jim, I donated $15. Very sweet, very sweet. I donated $15. It's all I can manage right now because my health insurance went up $240, $250 a month. Okay. The only thing that's not going up in price that I know of is gasoline.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because the Rockefellers sabotaged the supply chain in the previous 4 years with the dead man Biden as president. Now, I'm not joking around. The dead man Biden as president with a sequence of clowns pretending to be Biden who were dead a year before the election in 2020. People, you need to wake up. Okay. So
there's some interesting things going on over there. I agree with you.
All right. I believe silver is the fuse. We knew long ago. Gold will wreck the dollar, but silver will kill the banks.
Interesting.
And we're seeing that. That's an interesting distinction. We're seeing that. And we're not done. Oh my gosh. Here's another angle, Verson. I don't know if you've thought about this. If JP Morgan, which cannot die, systemically important bank.
Yeah. SIFI.
Systemically important financial institution, SIFI. Let's just make up a number. Let's just say they're $50 billion in the hole. Okay? If you mark to the market, consider all their shorts for gold and silver. Let's say they're $50 billion short. Now, let's suppose they get their hands on 5 billion XRP coins.
Okay.
We move $10 and they're out of the hole.
Interesting. So a higher XRP price kind of kills more of the friction that they need. If I may make a comment to complement what you said. There is another angle to this, and I totally agree with you. That's a very interesting analysis because also at the same time, we are seeing, you could say, the suppression by the bullion banks. There is also repeated regulatory slaps on the wrist rather than just allowing structural reform to naturally take its place. I do think BRICS and China and some of the other aligned nations are actively participating in this to undermine the price control mechanisms. And from my take, I think to complement yours, that the sustained breakout in silver, if it keeps going higher, it would expose all the systemic leverage and potentially break parts of the banking complex that rely on the derivatives and the rehypothecation.
It has begun.
It has begun. So to your point then, this is where I think few people truly understand how complex and interconnected what you've explained is. But this is exactly how things have the United States banking system or cartel has survived for decades. Now, what's interesting about the Japanese carry trade, reverse carry trade, I'm sorry, is, and we've covered this before, but this is kind of the pressure point where credit markets begin to strain and the leverage we just discussed is exposed. And then margin calls start hitting, right?
They've already begun.
It's already begun, right? So as money then flows back into Japan, and the credit markets become under pressure, that need for the neutral instant settlement system outside of the dollar or yen becomes unavoidable. And that's kind of where XRP steps in, correct?
Yes. And more. XRP would liberate anywhere between 15 and 20 trillion dollars in Vostro Nostro. This is called correspondent escrow accounts. That's idle capital that could be used to patch over liquidity problems, could be used for investment purposes, could be used for business investment, business loans. Let's face it, since the lockdown, the banks are not really lending institutions anymore. They've really cut back. The commercial real estate market is more like a predatory field. Yeah. What bank is going to steal the title on office buildings because they collude and will not roll over the mortgage, the commercial mortgage? Oh my gosh, they got a 7-year mortgage and they're not being able to roll them over. I know personally a man who has a good friend, and it was in Minnesota. He lost $40 million because they couldn't roll over the commercial mortgage on an office complex. It was a $160 million complex. He was a 1/4 owner. They couldn't roll it over. They had to hand over the keys. That's the phrase, hand over the keys to the banker. Now, the banker lent the money. Was it their money? No, it was funny money from the Fed. So the bankers are involved with some very profound fraud that might get resolved in the next few years and might not. But I believe Japan is on a path right now. Okay, what I believe is happening, Versan, is Japan is offering Wall Street banks, this is your final discount on the yen. You borrowed yen and they're cheaper now. You better pay back and bring back the yen and close out your trade with your $1 trillion or $500 billion position in treasury bonds. You better do it now because the yen is going to rise and you're going to be part of the force and factor to make it rise. Yes. The Japanese are the biggest investors among all the foreign nations for euro bonds. The biggest of all the foreign nations in UK gilts. They're the biggest foreign investor in US treasuries. They were tied with China. Remember, like 10, 12 years ago, China had 3 trillion. Now they have 1. Okay, my basic question is, if China had $3 trillion in treasuries and mortgage bonds back in 2012 and 13, where did that 2 trillion go? Because now they only have 1 trillion. I'll tell you where it went. It went to buy our Congress, to buy our military, to buy our Silicon Valley, and to buy our court system. Any other questions?
Very interesting.
Yeah. Bribery.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're entrenched.
And you know, the word is out there, Versan, that, oh no, they bought a lot of commercial buildings in 30 US cities. Hey, you know, I've added them up. That might be 50 billion.
How about the other amount?
How about the 2 trillion, Bubba? Okay, and I just don't take bullshit and say, let me put a little salt on that and swallow it whole. No. I throw it right back. And it gets me into trouble because I'm a bit bold and insolent. You should have seen me in high school and grade school.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen that. Yeah. Can I bring up a very interesting point?
Sure.
It's so crazy, again, how all these moving parts simultaneously are unfolding. And essentially, I think for some of our listeners here and you and I, we're at a point where we're kind of letting the macro setup unfold and do the heavy lifting for all of us as investors. Now, this is where it gets really interesting based on everything we just talked about. And let's say, you know, the banking system is under pressure, which of course it is. They're extremely leveraged. They're involved in massive fraud. God knows, one falls, they all start collapsing maybe.
They're all lashed together. They're lashed together after Lehman in 08, 09.
Right. So this is where it gets interesting because another development we've been covering here alongside you and many others in this ecosystem that can't be ignored is the evolution of what Ripple is doing. the fact that Ripple is now pursuing a banking license and trying to operate as a qualified custodian, positioning itself really as a trusted intermediary for financial institutions and governments. This is obviously not the behavior of a payment startup. This is kind of the behavior of an entity that seems to be integrating itself to the core of the financial system. And we've covered this before.
A gigantic right. piece.
Well, see, if Ripple now becomes the trust layer, the institutional on-ramp, and the compliance gateway, then logically that would mean XRP becomes the settlement engine beneath it. We've confirmed that. But in that sense, then XRP is not competing with banks. It's essentially replacing the function that banks perform between intermediaries. So holding XRP at this point, it's become very clear that it's not about owning a speculative asset. It's really about holding the settlement instrument for the new system. Some have, go ahead.
I call it, okay, just try to imagine in the 1980s and 90s, okay? The unregulated embryonic email system. Okay, I remember I had, okay, this is a funny story. I had a Yahoo account and I had a Hotmail account, and they were both for fun. And I used each one to send anonymous poems to a beautiful girl at Staples.
That's cute, Jim.
There's no phone number. They're anonymous. Okay, imagine back then if you owned a brick in the email infrastructure. And we know email just exploded. It's 100 times bigger than it was in the 1980s. Well, if you owned a brick, then you would get rich because the bricks would be necessary to own and operate and put in place. That's what's going on right now. I've got a really good argument to make that we're not going to see an XRP price based on an equilibrium of supply and demand at Coinbase. We're not going to see that. We're going to see a predetermined price that is so high that it's going to blow your hair off, rip your face off. It's so high that it was agreed upon by a group of powerful people and corporations at a level that would function as the global standard in transfer payments as a bridge asset. What are the giant players? Well, there's the IMF, there's the Depository Trust working with Bank of New York Mellon, there's NASDAQ, there's SWIFT, and there's Wall Street and all the big banks. And there's more. There's a lot more. There's more that, I'm not very familiar with, but, it's just background financial structures. Central banks, that's another big piece. They got together. I believe this happened 5 years ago. They got together a long time ago and said, we want to limit the public ownership, so we'll do some frivolous SEC lawsuits. We don't want the public to own much of this. And let's just agree on, initially a $5,000 price. And eventually it'll be maybe $12,000, but we need this thing to work. It's going to be a brick in the transfer system globally for moving money, moving value. I don't like the phrase moving value. It's almost always moving money. I mean, if it's a title of a commercial property on the blockchain, moving what value? The value for sale, the value for a mortgage, the collateral. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to get caught up in value, but Internet of Value. Okay, moving value, transferring value. Fine. I call it funds. I call it money. You can call it value if you wish. No. Imagine now you're an owner of a brick, and you got a bunch of these bricks, and they're called XRP coins, and the price is not moving, and this is bothersome, but it has an easy, acceptable explanation. Yes. They're loading up the bricks. I don't mean bricks like Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. I mean the building blocks. That's better. The building blocks are being put in place by BlackRock, JP Morgan, Bank of New York Mellon, and NASDAQ. Just them. Just them.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a minimum of a couple $100 price real soon. Okay, we're not going to see Uphold, Binance, and Coinbase determining the price.
Yes.
They're loading up. There's all kinds. There are billions of transactions going on, not on the exchanges. Why? Because they're loading the building blocks into place.
Mm-hmm.
And the value of those building blocks will be set in order to move the volume of funds that they design.
Yeah.
This is not profit loss. This is not a stock. This is not how many shares and what's your profit margin. This is building blocks, moving huge volume. You know, this is going to be an all-at-once event. You think?
I mean, it could be for sure. I mean, it's one or the other. I think it's going to be all at once, and it will take a massive crisis to kind of.
Can you? Okay, let's just take one example. Imagine NASDAQ. They see Bank of New York Mellon beginning to roll out the derivatives with the DTCC, with derivatives, beginning to roll them out, tokenizing and conducting transfers. That's a quadrillion a year. Divide by 12, it's 80 trillion a month. Divide by 30, it's about 3 trillion a day. Okay, that's just derivatives. Then you got the central banks with the CBDCs and all kinds of foreign countries doing trade payment. Okay, that's going on, and that's rolling in, ramping up. You think NASDAQ is going to say, let's wait a couple of years, let's wait a year, let's see how it works out? No, hell no. Yeah. Hell no. They're going to say, we want it now. Mm-hmm. Those guys are saving 80% on transfers. That Bank of America has already stated that. They save 80 to 85% on transfers in volume. And Jamie Dimon made a comment. He didn't talk about how much they were going to save. What he said is we're moving $4 trillion a day.
Yeah.
JP Morgan Chase.
Well,
they're not going to sit around, Verson. They're going to want it all.
Aware. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps here because a lot of this stuff. I had it displayed just a moment ago. It's an article I wrote back in 2022 where I explained that the XRP price was agreed upon to be set at a very high price because how I tried to explain it was a bit different, and it's nice for me to revisit this with you because what I've explained is that treating it like stakeholders aren't, just small time investors we're talking about. But I've been in private meetings with my father before in the past where shareholders were all sitting there. They agreed upon a price before taking it public. And I was explaining how XRP to think about it in the same sense or context, because in this case, the stakeholders or shareholders, would be the central banks, the large financial institutions, the governing bodies like JP Morgan, BlackRock.
The giant banks.
The giant banks, exactly. And I've gone as far as explaining to people before that XRP's ability to reach a very high price, it's not a fantasy. It's based on a mathematical necessity, something you're very familiar with. Because if it's going to function as a bridge for global liquidity, and it has the divisibility aspects into drops, that ensures the usability at any given valuation. But the finite supply guarantees the scarcity based on its intrinsic value and use case. So for it to be fully integrated into the digital system, the XRP price must reflect the magnitude of what it was designed to move, right?
The volume.
The volume, yes.
Yes.
Very nicely said. So I totally agree with you, and I want to take this now into a different area of the conversation.
But let me make a comment. Ripple already won the bank license.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, I think all of this has been actually sealed behind closed doors.
Yes. And to me, it means something really important. It means JP Morgan and BlackRock got their several billion coins of XRP.
Yes.
There's a quid pro quo. You do not get membership into the Wall Street community like Ripple just did without giving up something. And that is private OTC deals, dark pools, whatever. Okay, they drained the exchanges. of XRP, like 90% or more. Where's the price movement? That's all done with, I'm sorry to say it, but it's done with collusion.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right. But we're going to be the beneficiary because when they turn on this building, the electricity is going to work. The water is going to flow. The heating system is going to work. The sewer will work. The plumbing, all the different types. Bang! It's not going to move. It's not going to go to $3. It's going to go. It's going to go with some zero, at least 1 0. Okay.
Absolutely. But
all right, change gears. It's your show. I'm sorry.
No. It's great. I love this back and forth stuff. But this is why I've argued that what this means effectively, it turns the holder into their own central bank, not in the traditional policy sense, but as an active participant in liquidity provision and full settlement as far as finality.
It means we can stake. People haven't thought about what it means to stake.
We've talked about it, but there's a time and place.
You have, but my side hasn't. My gang, the other shows that I deal with, XRP, we haven't talked about it. If you're staking, then you're going to be committing your building blocks to a functioning system, and there will be a reward. The interest that I'm hearing is going to be so much higher than what the big banks offer that the big banks are going to have to adapt into stablecoin offering dividends, or they're going to go away.
Yeah. I have a different view on the stable coins. That's something maybe we could tackle later on. Okay. See, what I get concerned about as far as the stable coins is that, first of all, you have a lot of the banking cartel entrenched as far as the stable coin, right? It's essentially, I think, keeping the dollar afloat because it creates demand for T-bills. The other thing is, I think later on down the road, people are going to start to realize that stable coins are just as toxic as the dollars associated with them.
Exactly. Right? They're treasuries with a different name on them.
Yeah. So it's essentially a toxic asset that's offering you a yield on it when it just creates the demand for more dollars.
And the Euro bond is also collateral for stable coins in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay. What we've got is, and the Russian deputy economic advisor 2 months ago, he got it right in October. The West is dumping sovereign debt into the stable coin. I call it the ocean of liquidity. And there's going to be a reckoning, and I don't know how it's going to work, Versan. I'm kind of leaving that alone right now because there's so much more on the table. I think in the next couple of months, we're going to have systems turn on. And you're going to see the building will be pressurized, and pressure means higher price. This is going to be exciting, and it's going to make some millionaires, but unfortunately, they spent a lot of time minimizing plebeian ownership. Now that didn't stop you or the people who followed you, but I only started mentioning XRP in late autumn and late 2024.
I remember when we first started communicating, I kept pushing it on you and telling you about it.
I had to learn. I mean, I'm busy, but
I know that, but I remember those days, right?
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, I think. Anyway, what we have now is the climax approaching. I mean, Jake Claver, I know someone who's actually met and talked with Jake Claver. I have. You have?
Absolutely. I've met Jake Claver back in 2022 at a function.
Okay. Well,
we had a few drinks together.
Well, get him to loosen up. But now, if you get him to loosen up, you might hear about something regarding a non-disclosure agreement. Anyway, my friend had a dinner engagement with a conference dinner. And was able to talk to Jake for about 90 minutes. Let me just share some nuances, okay? Because, if you got a non-disclosure agreement, let me just give you an example. Because when I was in college, my roommate had a mother who did analysis of handwriting and body language. So I read a book that my friend handed to me. Okay. let's suppose I have a non-disclosure agreement and I'm involved with Ripple, and I go like this. What does that mean? Or I have a non-disclosure agreement.
No, can I
Okay.
say something?
Body language. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Body language is a large part of communication, and I'm just having fun.
No,
but
I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you something. You know, I've said this before, real quick. For anyone that's doing their research, and I mean really doing their research, you don't need a non-disclosure agreement to anticipate what's coming on.
I know, but when you hear Larry Fink say, I can't talk about Ripple and ETFs that are spot XRP. I can't talk. What do you mean, Larry? Come on. He said, I have a non-disclosure agreement. Okay.
Listen, Larry Fink is so full of shit, and most of these analysts and economists and these guys that go on the mainstream stage, they drop a little truth bombs here and there, but that's about it. The idea, I think, is for people to really engage themselves and understand fully what's happening to them in the world. And that's really how you can position yourself and at least anticipate what move is coming before it makes headlines. Because, right, go ahead.
Let me share with you the body language that was shared.
Okay.
By Jake.
Okay.
He was saying without words, something big is coming. I can't tell you about it. The price is going to blow your socks off. It's going to be turned on. It's going to be a global standard, and I can't talk about it. So I'm just going to make facial expressions while you talk about the topic that I cannot give you details on. There you have it.
That's my point, though. I mean, we've been covering this forever as well, and dropping a lot of these truth bombs before other people picked up on it. It's very clear. It's very clear how things are going to play out. And what I was told by Martin Armstrong and a few other people off record, who I think are far more informed than anybody else, including myself, that Versan, it is going to take a real geopolitical crisis to get XRP off the ground. And I've anticipated that as well for a long time. So compliments to our friend Jake Claver, our mutual friend. But one thing I did want to focus on, taking the conversation to the next phase, and this is something you and I together, it's a theme that we've been both very vocal about, and it's now becoming increasingly supported and clear by the institutional frameworks rather than dismissed as a fringe theory. And for years, I've been arguing that the future of the monetary system via XRP and blockchain technology would involve a marriage between tangible assets and digital infrastructure. So not fiat backed by promises, but value backed by real commodities. And what I'm seeing now, and what I've been reporting on extensively, is the convergence again of metals and commodities with blockchain-based settlement layers. Tokenization represents the digital translation of value into units, whether it be XRP or something else, but the broader commodity markets. So I think there's going to be some sort of basket of commodities that's ultimately layered underneath the XRP itself, something along those lines. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Many people still dismiss the idea. And what they try to do is look at quotations of individuals in the crypto space making statements. In my opinion, I don't trust a lot of the people in the crypto space that say things. So as you know, I really look at the architecture. I look at the incentives. I look at how things are being implemented rather than sound bites. And last year, you made this statement on my podcast, and it stood out to many people who agree with us. But you said XRP would effectively be gold backed, but that truth would be obscured until it became unavoidable. Basically, you said they're going to lie to you. So that's something I agree with you on. And I just wanted to see if your thoughts still stand as far as the marriage between the two.
I'm more focused right now on commodities, stocks and bonds being tokenized. I think down the road, okay, we haven't seen gold find its proper value. Okay, get back to me when we're near 10,000. Then I think that will have some merit for linking XRP. But by that time, XRP is going to be a lot higher. Okay, we're not there yet. We're in the early stages of global crisis. Okay, I said 2 years ago that we're working our way toward layman times 5. That's where we're heading. Okay, regarding the tokenization of commodities, there's several that are already with an exchange traded fund. Copper, uranium, they already have ETFs. Platinum, it has an ETF, have a few. Okay, they're not well known, but they have some. We're eventually going to get into like an agricultural basket. Okay, the big three: soy, corn, wheat. There's going to be an ETF for soy, corn, and wheat that's tokenized. And you're going to settle contracts, farm agricultural trade. There's a lot of different things I could say about that, but I don't want to get off track. The ETFs are going to expand. Okay, right now, the XRP ETFs are the second most successful in modern history. Number one is Bitcoin. And we saw what happened with Bitcoin a year and 2 years later. It was up tenfold. Okay, we're going to see the same thing with XRP, but I think it'll be even more than tenfold because it is the brick. It is the building block for managing flows, and its price must be proportional to the volume of flows.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're going to see some wonderful things happening with XRP relative to SWIFT, which I think has executives that are basic liars.
I'm going to pull this document up in the meantime from SWIFT. I have a document from SWIFT warning people about it.
They lie about XRP.
Right here. So this came from SWIFT. And they were explaining, on the other hand, infrastructural players such as SWIFT and Bolero may be better positioned to take advantage of this space by owing to their position as third-party entities, casting the net wider. Financial services focused on blockchain firms such as Ripple Labs could also play major roles here. Now, this is where it gets interesting. General consensus amongst the banks, non-banks, however, is that mainstream blockchain applications and trade finance are about 5+ years away. We're there now. Now, this is where it gets crazy. It explains here that banks need to keep innovating, and they're talking about the banking cartel, essentially. Now, if they do not, new technology and fintech competitors will threaten to shun the banks out of the space they historically dominated.
We're there.
2015, my apologies. Holy shit.
Oh, gosh, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's something like 16,000 banks.
Yeah.
And they're all using XRP with their SWIFT settlement. Oh, I heard a great phrase. It's a mockery analogy. SWIFT is not really a transfer company. They're an air traffic controller that doesn't own any planes.
Oh, my God. I've called them something far more nefarious. I always thought SWIFT, honestly, I really want to share this with the audience. I have always believed that SWIFT was really a mechanism to weaponize the dollar against the whole world and usher in this new world order. And they probably failed. I don't know, but that's a whole different discussion.
The de-dollarization is a response to weaponized dollar. BRICS is a union that manifests and consolidates the de-dollarization theme. XRP, I believe. Okay, this is a really important point. It's not new to you at all, but some people who are not really too advanced in their knowledge base and experience, XRP is going to replace the Treasury bill in trade payment.
Yep.
And that's just the start, because the reserves are going to be largely stable coins. And if RLUSD gets a dominant piece, then Ripple's RLUSD and XRP are going to be largely replacement assets for the dollar.
That's correct.
Okay, this is very exciting. Yeah, the clarity. Okay, it's going to be through stable coins, and you know they're going to offer a yield. And Ripple, since it has a bank license, they're ordered. It's called a conditional bank license. The only condition is, okay, set up shop, get everything in order. One thing I want them to do, Versan, I want them to have an acquisition of a lending arm that takes Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP as collateral and delivers RLUSD in loan terms. And then when it goes up tenfold, you can sell a little bit of your XRP to pay off the loan.
Well, that's why I once tweeted, to your point, I said, I don't want to stake my XRP or lend it until I get paid to.
Yeah.
This article I wrote recently on the Patreon, I explain in detail how XRP actually does become a global reserve asset. And I explain the Clarity Act, sovereign adoption, and sovereign adoption means global legitimacy. Check. We've done that. The Clarity unlocks legal accessibility. We're almost there. You can anticipate that. XRP as a reserve settlement asset. That's already become increasingly clear. Redefining value and utility. That's clear. Now conclusion as well. Liquidity bridge to reserve engine. So I've really tried to break this down piece by piece, but everything that's in this article is playing out in real time, little by little. And to carry on the conversation, I want your comments on this as well. But there's another technology that I think is not functioning as a competitor. Maybe you have a different view. I see them as complementary layers within the same architecture, and that's the XLM. Because if you look very closely at their cycles, they often mirror each other. And everything that Ripple has been doing, Stellar has been moving in synchronization quietly behind the scenes. And I think together they seem to be appearing to consolidate all value flows in some sort of two-tier financial system. One layered for institutional settlement like XRP and liquidity redistribution. And the other one I think is really focused on retail access via UBI, CBDC, stablecoin, some mechanism. So just from your vantage point, is that the architecture that you see being built, or what are your thoughts?
It is. Okay, I'm actually learning. I'll be honest. I'm learning more about Stellar and XLM because I heard a year ago that they were going to be like Mutt and Jeff. They're going to be like, you know, X and Y. They're going to be just teams that take over because they're each ISO 222 compatible, compliant rather. And then the more I learn, the more I hear, the more I learn, the more I hear. XLM it's going to have some international role, but not much. It's going to have a very big US role. And I think it's going to be in retail and maybe not much more than retail in the United States. ATMs, you know, shopping at stores like Home Depot or
it's
groceries.
Still pretty big. You're still talking about reaching to a mass amounts of the population and banking the unbanked, financial inclusion, all that nonsense.
Yeah,
so
well,
they're going to be targeting a lot of the people out there.
But there's a factor that must be considered, and it's part of the equation. From what I understand, and I'm struggling. I'm trying to learn. Stellar has a tight linkage with USDC, and that operates on the Stellar rails. So there's an association with the dollar-based stable coin that is not seen as neutral. Therefore, Stellar's XLM will not be involved in settlement of trade for crude oil and natural gas internationally. Not for farm products for, you know, the big three, wheat, soy, and corn. XLM is going to be where the dollar is favored and not questioned. And that might not be Brazil. Okay, let's face it. It might not be the Persian Gulf. That might be US and Canada. And that is a big pond for XLM. My kind of a joke is look for XLM to go up tenfold and XRP to go up 100-fold.
Yeah.
Okay.
They both complement each other, but still one role has a more effective, critical, unique take on it. So.
XRP is more neutral.
Of course, yes, and that's what I think gives it more of the power there, because it's
yes,
sovereign.
but it's also got a lot more liquiidity because the building blocks are just all over the place.
No, I agree with you entirely.
There's something else that came out of that meeting regarding Jake, and it was there's a lot more going on behind the scenes between Ripple and BlackRock, and it's all good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, now I heard something, and I don't want to make a big thing of it, but it could be that Ripple had a lot of its development behind BlackRock walls. And Ripple is now the public face, and BlackRock is the private equity face. And let's face it, BlackRock does a lot of things we don't like. They're involved in smart cities. They're involved in a lot of different things, predatory work regarding mortgages, a lot of things I don't like. But I like to say that now we're getting the rebound. We have been called useful idiots for a long time. Now we're going to be able to work the angle of the useful giants. What if BlackRock is critical in giving a $500 XRP price down the road?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just hope that they don't earn like a couple $1 trillion extra and work the smart city angle. I don't want that.
Yeah, nobody does. And I think if you think about this from a different take, if you look at kind of how we're so involved in all these wars, and we're using tax dollars to really do it. So in a sense, we're kind of financing our own destruction.
Okay, 7.5% of the total wealth.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
What is JPM's total wealth, you know?
So this was sent to me in 2023 by a good friend of mine, very deep researcher in this ecosystem. I'm not going to share his name. Okay, and he sent me this, and it was an article about a leaked report. I have the other screenshots, because the minute I posted it, it got traction and it was deleted immediately. Ooh. And it was explaining how JP Morgan and BlackRock, I know it says just JP Morgan here, but I have the ones for BlackRock as well, explaining how they were both taking a massive position in XRP
in 2022. So they
2023. 2023. Yeah.
All right, so they own it, Verson.
Oh, I'm sure.
No. They own it at 10 cents and less.
Wouldn't that be something? Yeah.
Or is it?
I got in at 18 cents, but that was 2021. So.
Okay, 18 cents was 21. Okay, good.
Yeah. Listen, so I have
a client who bought 1 million at 1.2 cents.
Oh, it's not bad.
1.1 million coin.
Made some money.
$12,000. He said, Jim, that's all it was. It's a guy who did a consult call. He's a Christian, and he's made a solemn promise to me. Maybe he will offer me a lifeboat.
I'll be the one to help you with that too. You know, you and I are good friends, Jim, and I got your back covered at all times.
I don't have a boatload. I have a chunk. You have a boatload? That's good.
I have a decent, sizable position in a few assets. I got in very early, and I've been accepting XRP payments for a lot of my consultations.
That's good.
I haven't had to buy XRP. I've been just accumulating along the way.
Force them to buy it.
Let them buy it, and they can send it.
I got a bunch of Bitcoin in 2016, 17, and 18 from clients. So that's anyway.
You're blessed, you know. Yeah. So real quick, Jim, for the audience, I know a lot of people are curious about this. From your perspective, like, what is now taking so long for all of this? Why is there so much justice as well being delayed by design? Or are we misunderstanding how the systemic change actually unfolds? And finally, is it possible that the real transition is completely just financial rather than political? Meaning, like, power is quietly being stripped through infrastructure rather than public trials?
Oh, what a tough question. I'll give you my best answer in a brief form.
Okay.
I got some real sharp wisdom 10 years ago. In order, it went like this. In order for the reset, let's just call it the reset, okay? You could call it a transition. You call it reform. You can call it an exercise of justice, a chapter of justice. Let's just call it a reset. In order for the reset to come with justice and a better system, we need 90% of the cabal to be eliminated, bankrupted, and killed.
I agree.
We're not there. We're getting there.
Well,
we're close. We're close. And it angers a lot of people to say that.
Me too. I mean, it really does. I've seen things that, have put me in tears and have, I think, disrupted my emotional stance on the way I look at the world. And it's really hurt me. I've been scarred by some of the things I've seen. And when I look around, the questions that I ask, everything I do in this ecosystem is naturally leading to some sort of disclosure, because we've discussed this before, but there's no doubt that a lot of the information that's long considered to be taboo is now being openly discussed. But at the same time, Jim, I'm seeing much that's being revealed. It feels curated, it feels reframed, and even incomplete.
There are going to be 3 levels of revelation. One will be bribery, treason, and trafficking. The second level that we may not ever get information on, the second level would be torture and really nefarious stuff,
right?
Adrenochrome, etc. And the third level, you're never going to get your hands on, because it's so diabolic that I don't even want to talk about it or make reference to it. Okay, let me continue in my answer, because we need 90% of the cabal to be eliminated, gutted, bankrupted, and killed. Okay, that is a big statement. Have we eliminated Davos? No. Have we eliminated Bohemian? No. Have we eliminated Bilderbergers? Well, they're kind of minor. They're the visible head.
CFR.
CFR. Yeah, I don't want to.
Foreign relations.
I know. I don't want to get into that part of the globe, because that's where you get marked for kill.
Okay. All right. Let's change. I just got married.
Okay. All right. So there's more. The quantum financial system is part of all this. It enables faster transactions. I think it's going to be interwoven with XRP in a way that I don't understand yet, and I don't need to understand yet. I just need to know that that's coming, and it will enable some of the speed that we're talking about and boasting about and relying upon. There's also an element of forensic financial analysis, and that's tracking money laundering. It's tracking counterfeit. I believe there's a hidden angle of Venezuela as a counterfeit center.
Could be.
Okay. There's a lot going on there. I don't want to get caught up in Venezuela. Just leave that alone, because we don't have another half an hour.
Yeah, right.
We don't have 20, 30 minutes. I got some information about them, but I don't have time. There's so many other types of fraud. JP Morgan in Building 7 was involved in destroying evidence of duplicate serial numbers for treasury bonds over a 30-year period. Well, holy shit. Is that 3 trillion or is it 4? Okay, there's so much fraud and criminality. There's an entire business, and Venezuela was involved in this, in kidnapping for hire, murder for hire, and defrauding a company with hacking for hire. Okay, there's so much criminality. Okay, pardon me. The QFS is going to be integral for that, for financial fraud analysis. Okay, I'm hearing from military sources that we are well along in this victory over the cabal. We're moving the needle toward 90%. We're well along. And when you hear about one Rothschild caving in, that's really good news. The trouble is there's 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, well, I've noticed a lot of these people do drop truth bombs while still being corrupt, or at least participating.
They're boasting and they're also revealing to their victims, so the victim walks forward on their own voluntary means. That's a very big part.
They're basically giving you choice, because the way I see it is that disclosure without context could be just as dangerous as secrecy, because it shapes the perception without delivering the full understanding to people. And a lot of people, please bear with me, Jim, have been told for many years to trust the plan. Yet a lot of the evidence, and I'm sorry to say this, seems that there's a consolidation of power rather than a decentralization. And a lot of the narratives are simply amplified while the structural control seems to deepen. And a lot of people want to brush this off and dismiss it. So what do you think is missing here? Like, where am I wrong in all of this?
What's missing is the decentralized finance. That's missing. We're going to get that. Now, let me just bring up an example, and it's kind of fun, and it's real and it's relevant today. We got about a $90 silver price in Shanghai. We have reports that in Tokyo it's $130. We have COMEX reporting it in the low 70s. We haven't heard what the silver price is in Sydney, Australia. We haven't heard the silver price in Singapore. We haven't heard it in Johannesburg. We've not heard it in Moscow. We're getting right now a decentralized pricing of silver. Okay, tough question. And a friend of mine is working on this right now. He said, Jim, what's the price of silver? I said, where is your reference?
Okay.
Is it Asia? Is it Japan? I mean, it's
I
not
think
even
it's all over, Jim. I think it's all over.
It's not the same price in Shanghai versus Tokyo.
Yeah, the control mechanisms are shifting. I totally agree with you.
Okay, it's decentralized. It's first time. It's decentralizing.
Okay.
What if Zurich throws a big wrench in the COMEX works by saying we honor the Shanghai price? Ooh!
And then you kind of lose control, and banks go bust in the US, which will hurt a lot of people and businesses. But for us to understand what you just said there as well, we have to be realistic about how the debt-based Ponzi scheme really works, because we can't talk about any of this transition, the systemic transition, without at least addressing the debt cycles, because officially the United States now has, that's what everyone's saying. Oh, we're past $38.5 trillion. Unofficially, and I'm going to be honest here about this, I think when you look at the unfunded liabilities, the derivatives market, the exposure, the off-balance sheet bullshit and obligations that are unaccounted for, you're over 100 trillion already.
No
it's
doubt.
mathematically unserviceable at this point. But this is where it gets interesting. Based on how the debt-based system works, in regardless of what we just talked about there, all asset prices are going to rise. So I wouldn't be surprised to see silver crossing these thresholds, even though I do agree with you on your analysis as far as the connection to the
decentralized. Okay, here's another example of decentralized. Right now, and this has been going on for at least 6 months and not well publicized, the treasury bonds are being liquidated. And they're being liquidated at discount.
So what happens next?
So here's the point, though. In Europe, the treasury bond might have a different discount than London. In Singapore, it might have a different discount. In Japan, it might have a different discount. In Shanghai, a different discount. In Australia, a different discount. In Johannesburg, the same locations that I mentioned for silver, they might have a different discount on liquidating treasury bonds. Treasury bonds are in liquidation right now. I hate to tell people, we are fast losing the legs of the king dollar. The throne is being decayed away. So I believe we're seeing a decentralization right now of treasury bonds in pricing for liquidation. Okay,
well,
in Dubai, in Dubai,
reset is.
Yeah, but in Dubai is another big one. Dubai, they're getting redeemed in Tether. Okay, this is really big. And the Tether being backed by Bitcoin. Oh my gosh. You know, Bitcoin might be the Achilles heel of Tether.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Yes.
Well, yeah, but I'm not a big Bitcoin expert or advocate, but I will say this. The Bitcoin maximalists out there, you're the morons in the crowd.
I'm aware.
I don't
I've been
mind
trying
listening.
to say it so nicely, but
I
please
don't
continue.
say it nicely. You're the morons in the crowd, and you're as dumb with crypto as the Democrats are in politics.
That's a short right there. I'm going to make you go viral for that. Oh, God, Dr. Jim, you're
No,
fun.
you know, you got a number of Democrat voters out there who liked Kamala and overlooked her word salad, overlooked the fact that she never did anything in the Senate, no accomplishment, just like Barry Obama. They don't know anything about the cultural Marxism, the Democrat voters, cultural Marxism, consolidation of the U.S. government, 3 branches under the intelligence branch. Whoa! That's a reworking of the 3 pillars of the U.S. government, and the Democrats don't understand it. They don't understand that the Democrats and their leaders are far more involved in Epstein and child trafficking. I mean, the narco presidents, my gosh, Clinton was a Democrat, and so was Obama, but Baby Bush was a Republican, and oh my gosh. Okay,
Oh,
I don't
listen,
want
they play
leave
both
that
sides. Yeah, leave
leave
it
it.
alone. They
Well,
play
that,
both sides. We already know this.
I got into a big argument with my brother in the late 90s when I said, John, are you aware of the Papa Bush handshake on stage with Bill Clinton? He said, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. They're just, former presidents. I said, no. That's a narco handshake.
The way
They're
they
both
did it.
narco presidents. Okay, I'll leave that alone. I got my point that silver and treasury bonds are being decentralized right now.
Gold,
1 month,
maybe 2.
1 month, 1 month, Vershawn, from now, we're not going to see any more cohesion in the silver price. It's going to be all over the place. Tokyo. Why is Tokyo the highest price for silver? Because they're having the biggest problem in the reversal of the carry trade. Money's coming home. And I got news for people. It's not just the Japanese financial firms who are bringing it home to Tokyo. It's Wall Street. It's Swiss, what do you call it? Wealth management funds. Swiss. They borrowed yen, and now they're paying it back. We're going to see a run. We're going to see a good, positive bull run in the yen. And it's going to cause a problem that XRP will solve.
Oh, absolutely. I believe it was always meant to be the solution. Before we kind of close up here, there are a lot of people in the ecosystem that keep talking about stablecoins as if they're really the safe corner of all of this digital money. And I think a lot of people are wrong. And I really think the assumption is just naive and very dangerous, because the entire stablecoin was never meant to protect you, really. It was meant to protect the dollar. And every time, again, a new stablecoin is minted, that means a new buyer for U.S. Treasury is created. And most people still have no idea what this really means by design. So,
but not all. There's still a lot of Ethereum used as a collateral for stable coins. My view is it's the goal was to make it stable versus the currencies which are unstable.
I understand that, but it still creates this artificial demand because the underlying mechanics say desperation. Yeah.
I know. I mean, and there's going to be a wake up moment. It's going to happen, I think, in the next 6 to 8 months, that the stable coins have too many euro bonds and too many treasury bonds.
Toxic
and what are we going to do? Toxic acid. What are we going to do about it?
Dump it on somebody else?
I think they're going to slowly remove them and replace them with gold-based instruments in a way that you don't notice. That, I think, is the goal, okay? That it's just a hunch, okay?
No, I agree with you. All I'm saying is that I think stable coins ultimately are going to fail because their value is inseparable from the dollar, an asset whose purchasing power continues to decline through inflation. Therefore, they are a temporary parking spot for capital, not store of value. So just trusting them is especially reckless.
The treasuries are unstable, and they are a popular collateral for stablecoin. I agree. I think that they're going to slowly remove the treasuries as collateral in a manner that avoids a big crisis, but they're not going to succeed. And I don't know how it's going to play out.
We can speculate, but I think we have an idea.
I think the BRICS nations are going to try to make the stable coin unstable and a problem, and I don't know how they're going to do it. Right now, there's an acceleration of the BRICS nations in dumping treasuries, an acceleration. And you know, they're taking Tether. I don't think they're holding Tether, Versan. I don't know this for sure. I think they're taking Tether and then they're using Tether to do something and invest in other instruments.
Exactly. Thank you. I mean, the fact that Tether's not even buying their own treasury bills, and that's what's supposedly backing their stable coins, it's a red flag. It tells you what they're doing. They're buying gold, man.
Well, if a Gulf monarchy accept a bunch of Tether for dumping treasuries, what are they doing with it? I think they're putting it immediately into their LNG infrastructure. I think they're buying a ship. I think they're buying something that's tangible, and I think they're scared shitless of holding Tether. That's just my okay. All right.
Yeah. I've written articles on this for years, so I totally agree with you, and I'm just glad you and I can actually have these grounded discussions about all of this happening. So, with that, we have covered a lot of ground today: precious metals, digital assets, the evolving financial landscape, and so forth. So, these are the forces that are shaping our world in most ways people aren't paying really a good attention to. So, Jim, I do want to thank you for sharing your insights, your analysis, and of course, your perspective. It's always a pleasure having you on the program.
And some clowns are impersonating me. I have no postings anywhere ever on a social network ever. So if you see Jim Willie 1251 or Jim Willie book or Jim Willie study or Jim Willie whatever, and they're pretending to be me, they're liars, ask the person, what's the name of your thesis advisor at Carnegie Mellon?
I have something better. Why don't you tell the audience where exactly they can find you? And I'll include in the description. Don't worry.
Okay, it's golden-jackass.com.
Excellent.
I'm in my 22nd year. So I've been at this for a long time. I started when I was 52 years old, and I was kind of a young Turk, young buck. Golden-jackass.com. It has a subscribe button. It has a consult button. I did a consult a couple of days ago, a lot of fun, interesting person. Did a consult call 5 days ago, interesting person again. Almost nobody who's boring does a consult order and a call with me. There's also a donate button because honestly, I've ruffled a lot of very evil dark forces and their corners and covens, and I've been harmed. And if you want to help me out, that's great. Hit the donate button, hit the sponsor button. But the flagship is the newsletter, and it comes out in the last 2 or 3 days of every month. I just posted. It was a rough one to write because so much is happening, and how am I going to describe the silver market and its breakdown, and the repo emergency funds, and the delay in gratification for XRP? So I did my best and made a few calls. Let me just say the silver price right now. Okay, I don't know how many people understand what a logarithmic curve is, but it just means that 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and you have smaller increments as it gets higher. So go 10, 20, 30, 40, and then maybe 60 and 80, and it gets tighter. We're exponential on a logarithmic curve. We're exponential on a logarithmic scale, which means we're hyper exponential right now. And that doesn't mean a lot to non-mathematical people. Okay, I pointed out in the November report that we are no longer on that linear curve. We have turned into a curvature upward in silver. And I said, Fibonacci's in the room, 10, 20, 30, 50, 80, 130. I said we're going to blast from 50 to 80, Verson.
And you were right.
We did.
You were correct.
Fibonacci says we're going to have trouble at 80 for no other reason than there's so much profit to take, and there's so much like diversification and just consolidate and wait. And then we go to 130. People are going to say we're going to have a hard time at 100. I say maybe 3 or 4 days. Okay. When people ask me, is it time to sell silver? I said, how are you going to feel when it's 175? Is it time to sell gold? How are you going to feel when it's 5,800 in just a few months? I don't know. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Goldman Sachs. I think they put out a 6,600 price target. But what they should have done was, in keeping with their own internal culture, Goldman Sachs should have made a 66.60 gold forecast. Let that sink in. Sorry. No, they should have made a 6660 gold forecast.
Well, to your point, and to the audience, 2 things very important. The longer you wait to buy, the higher the peak you're going to chase. Because the way I look at it is, investing isn't really about price anymore. It's about how fast your dollars are depreciating or losing value. And the second thing is, people need to start asking themselves the right questions, because when you think about what fiat is going to be worth when inflation finally shows up, and the only place it really can't hide is going to be gold and silver. And that's when things are going to begin to reprice. In fact, we're already starting to see it based on your analysis and everything that's unfolding.
The dollar is not going down.
Yes, that's correct.
The dollar is going down versus the dollar is going down versus gold and silver.
Yeah.
It's not going down versus the euro. In fact, right now, the euro is sinking and it's lifting the dollar index. Okay. I've been saying this for
place.
I think I'll make a forecast. Sometime between June and December, the European Union is going to have a dissolution, failure, fall apart, and end.
Well, that's why they're trying to take us to war. Absolutely. I mean, they're looking for a scapegoat. So
war is glue.
I understand.
And the glue is made red and blood.
Yeah, it's very sad. Hopefully we can put an end to this and stop financing our own destruction. That's what I was saying earlier. But Jim, I know you're a busy man. You have another call, so do I. I want to thank you again just for sharing your wisdom and your perspective. It's just
golden-jackass.com.
Okay, great. Yeah, so again, it's a gift to hear from someone like yourself who really cares about understanding these systems, but breaking it down. And to our listeners, I want to thank you all for joining us, for staying curious and approaching the world with both awareness and empathy. That's very important. So hopefully 2026 brings all of us new insights, courage, and of course, compassion in everything we do together. So from all of us here, and peace. It's a good one. I forgot that.
Peace of mind also. I'm going crazy the last few weeks.
I've been crazy for a long time. So, just from all of us here at the Black Swan Capitalists, and even to you, Jim, we want you to take care of yourself and everybody else. And just remember, we love each other here, and we're always hoping for the best. So until then, I will see you next time.
Okay. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Bye now.
Take care. Thank you.
I tell you, I spend a lot of time in this office, and it's therapeutic. I love contact with my clients. I'm very busy. I just posted the newsletter for February. It was posted on Sunday. I've had a number of client consult calls, and they're all rather enjoyable. I tell you, I never expected, when I set this up in the last month of 2019, I never expected that I would have 440 consult calls in 3 years. And about, I would say, a quarter of them were two directions where I benefited from information from boots on the ground. I got a boots on the ground report about squirrels and birds 150 miles due east of Palestine, Ohio. And I'm glad to report that the birds and squirrels are doing well. And they are smarter than most people because they avoided the feeder and went underground for over 24 hours. They heard something had happened from their friends. Whereas the woke morons in the United States figured it was just a minor accident. It's no big deal. I did, by the way, this is napkin math technology. I did a little bit of research and, roughly, we have one important rail accident every 10 years. Pardon me. So figure it's 1 out of every 120 months. Okay. We had about 6 rail events in February alone of various types. So if you take 1 in 120 to the 6th power, you get yourself about 3 trillion. That's the likelihood of 6 rail accidents in a single month. 1 in 6 trillion. Maybe it's 4 trillion, but you get the idea. Okay? That's what we're dealing with, and they're continuing. Now, I don't know how much you want to focus on sabotage of the nation versus finance and monetary policy and silver, but I believe we're seeing the end desperation attempt by the cabal, which is on the edge of being eliminated. I mean, eliminated, put in the fucking ground. That's the kind of eliminated I'm talking about. I don't know if you heard about the New Zealand event where the White Alliance showed that they could do what the Dark Hats did to Turkey. Have you seen the gaping holes, like 30, 40, 50 meter wide gaping holes in the Earth's crust in Turkey? They had 150 aftershocks. I think they're still going to join the BRICS. I don't know how you feel about that, but I don't know if the Turks are going to be discouraged from joining the BRICS, from establishing better commerce with Russia, for ignoring the vaccine mandate, for telling screw you on economic lockdown, and basically saying, screw you to Davos. Yeah. I think the Turks are very strong-willed people, and I think the final blow was a Northern Arab alliance, Muslim alliance, for a security blanket, like for Turkey, Syria, Kurdistan, Iraq, Egypt, a security blanket by Russia as the lead dog. Okay, I think that was the final straw for the Davos. But anyway, there was a let's just say a laser event in New Zealand, and early indication was that it was a United Nations hive, Rockefeller hive, and the damage there is almost as bad as it was in Turkey. So now there's some kind of negotiation. We're seeing the very end of the Davos, Rothschild, Rockefeller era. We're seeing the end of it. And I believe that these train wrecks, we're not done with these. There's probably going to be a poison event in a major metro area, like we saw in Tokyo. Remember about 15 years ago, Tokyo, Ricin, I think it was Ricin, I can't remember. Okay, I'm very encouraged by this, Chris, because I think it could be very close to the end of these rotten sons of bitches controlling our governments, our banks, our medical centers, and our printing presses. Let me just throw in one of my theories, and then I'll give you the floor. It was about April or May, the Russians eliminated and squashed, shut down the money laundering centers in Ukraine. The next month, the Biden show established new Ukraine aid that was out of proportion for the Ukrainian GDP economic size. So I conclude that the Russians eliminated the money laundering income for the Davos Uber lords, and the Biden show replaced it. And yesterday, Janet Yellen promised 1.2 billion more. It's not going to the war. It's going to Davos. It's their paychecks. They lost their money. They lost their income. And if you're looking for an estimate, I got one. Ukraine was something like 30 billion a month, maybe a little more, from money laundering, narcotics, children, human organs, white women, adrenochrome, and bioweapons. Ukraine is the center of money laundering for the cabal in the entire planet. The Russians shut it down. So naturally, the Western press doesn't like Russia.
Yeah, certainly. And there we go to kick things off. Quite a mess over in that situation. And I was thinking maybe that would be a good place to start, because we did just pass the 1-year anniversary of Russia going into Ukraine. And obviously on one hand, or more than one hand, it's just horrific and tragic to see the things that are going on there. And perhaps most of all, that it just continues to escalate. Doesn't seem to be much talk of any sort of resolution or attempts at a resolution. Obviously, United States and NATO and the Western powers just, pushing the situation to head even more. We've seen in that time Russia continue to make plans to move away from dollar infrastructure. A lot of countries like Turkey, as you mentioned, joining in there. And maybe that'd be a good place to start, of where you see that whole situation, where there's a lot of tension, obviously focuses around the finances, and perhaps you could start there.
The de-dollarization began in 2014-15, right after Obama and Victoria Nuland and the Mossad engineered the Maidan coup in Kiev, Ukraine. 2014 and 15, what they did was they set up a rogue state. The rogue state was to give them complete liberty to do money laundering and trafficking. Okay, but the reaction regarding the de-dollarization was that Russia was inhibited and started to see their accounts frozen in London and elsewhere. And the Russians decided we need to go to the de-dollarization plan. And it was not hard to get nations to join that plan, because the United States has used the dollar as a weapon. And it's not a joke, but it is a reality that sounds like a joke. The dollar has a backing, and it's a hard asset backing. It's the U.S. military. Right. They don't have a hard asset commodity type backing, like gold or a basket, about which the Russians are talking. The de-dollarization spread to China, which was always an anxious party to join in the Asian movement. The big zinger coming up, I'll forecast it openly. The Japanese are going to join the Pacific Rim and apply for BRICS, the Japanese, because they see the writing on the wall. They're already doing everything that's de-dollarized. They're dumping treasury bonds. They dumped, I think it was I think it was $220 billion in the last 12 months. The Japanese central bank treasury bonds. And they're buying gold, and they're defending against assassinations by the Rockefellers and Rothschilds of mid-level officials in their government. The Japanese are going to make a climax to this by joining the BRICS. It's a logical sequence. People say, oh, no, Jim, that'll never happen. The Japanese are in the back pocket of the Americans. Well, maybe you didn't notice what's happening in the last 2 years. The Japanese are in revolt. And I'd like to just put on the table that former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe might have faked his death. Might. I don't know. He had a lot of indications before that he was aware that his life was being threatened by the European Uber lords, the banksters, the cabal. He had plenty of warning, as did Robert David Steele. Plenty of warning. Not that hard to fake a death. Okay, so the Japanese are a key part. The de-dollarization, Chris, has actually become the mantra, the action plan, the agenda of the BRICS Plus Union. Mm-hmm. And there's it's not all that secretive, except to Americans who stick with the New York Times and follow CNBC, but the Iranians are involved in some rather special projects. I'm not even referring to the drone manufacturing and the supply to Russia. I'm not even referring to that. I've been told by a fellow who attended the early meetings, the preliminary meetings to the JCPOA, otherwise known as the Iran nuclear talks. He attended them. He's got notes from them. He wore a headdress to them. He did not open his mouth during them. And he said, Jim, Iran now is the ambassador for BRICS. They are the recruiting agent for BRICS. They are the agent that goes out and solicits contracts and informs them of steps necessary in order to make a BRICS invitation, like Argentina, like Saudi Arabia, like United Arab Emirates, like Indonesia, like various countries in Africa, Egypt. Okay, the de-dollarization movement, Chris, it is BRICS. It's the BRICS Plus. And wouldn't it be interesting if Russia and China engineer a reverse counter coup to get rid of Lula in Brazil? He just had a satanic parade. He had Satan on a float. Okay, this is in your face. Okay, de-dollarization is no longer just a Russian concept. I believe we're soon going to see Germany announce that they're going to be engaged in some rather significant Russian commerce, and it'll all be settled outside the dollar. And that will be the crowning blow that tells you that the Davos crew is not in charge of Western Europe anymore. Maybe Netherlands. The French are going to dump Macron. They've had demonstrations in 30 cities. Macron and his gang have stolen the French pensions. Okay, it might be replaced, but this is what the cabal does, Chris. When they had the Ukraine money laundering centers shut down by the Russians, they solicit Biden aid for the Ukraine war that ends up in Davos bank accounts, and also in black market weapon sales in Eastern Europe. It's not going to the Ukraine war. It's going to the black market. And the Ukrainian generals are profiting from this. I've heard that there's a big arrest project going on by the Russian military and their special forces. They're gathering up Ukrainian criminals of high level in military and civilian posts. This is very exciting. Notice what happened in Italy back in September. They booted out Draghi by simply having a new coalition established in their Italian parliament. I don't know if you follow that much, but I did. And I found that there was about a 2 or 3 week period where in Italy, the parliament was just panicking. They were desperate to form a new coalition with bribery and threats, and they failed. So Giorgia Meloni remained as prime minister, you know, the head of the coalition. And it's almost funny, but that comedian Beppe, the 5-star movement, it was his group. They were the swing. They abandoned Draghi. They recruited other groups, and they got rid of Draghi. Okay, now there's open conversation in Italy about ending the ridiculous health restrictions, ending the ridiculous lesbian, gay, social disorder. I don't know whether I'm man or woman today. I just don't know what I am. You know, come on, check your pants. Go to the bathroom and check your pants. I do every day because I'm a little confused, Chris, and it comes out male every single time without exception. I'm beginning to think it's significant that now I'm a male. Oh gosh, this is so incredibly stupid. The de-dollarization movement is going to have a climax in Europe and Japan. Again, when I say Japan, it could be Japan and South Korea. Imagine if Japan, South Korea, and China adopt the Chinese whatever payment platform for regional trade. Now, for those who don't think it's important, that was the motive for Fukushima. In 2010, the Japanese announced they were working with a pan-Asian, more like Pacific Rim, pan-Pacific Rim solution for regional payments that would be gold-based. 4 months later, they had Fukushima. Okay, this is how big it is. The de-dollarization is to make, I should say, render the United States and Britain irrelevant on the global stage. That's how big the BRICS movement is. It's de-dollarization. Okay, will France adopt the non-dollar payment system? I'm talking about, you know, country to country, monthly or quarterly trade payment. I'm referring to contracts like, say, a German company doing some major construction of an office building in France. It's paid usually with dollar contracts. If they change to something different, it's non-dollar. You know, I almost don't care what it is. The important thing is it's non-dollar. We need to get away from the dollar hegemony and the US military backing of global finance. Turkey committed some sins. They went forward with the Turk Stream Russian Gazprom pipeline. They attempted to broker peace in Ukraine. They were involved in a lot of different activity in Syria that opposed the United States and the Rothschilds energy company that wanted to take everything of the Leviathan oil and gas deposit in the Middle East and Mediterranean. Okay, the Turks committed a lot of sins against the cabal, not sins against humanity, sins against the greatest sinners of humanity. Okay, anyway, that's my little de-dollarization speech. We're going to get a couple of different options, I believe, Chris, and this is very difficult to nail down. Are we going to get a gold-backed central bank digital currency coming out of the East? Or are we going to get a bridge like with XRP and XLM? I don't have an answer to that, but I am dead sure that the United States, England, and Switzerland are going to propose a central bank digital currency that nobody wants. And that is why it hasn't been launched yet. Nobody wants it. It violates the decentralization. It violates the transparency. My little metaphor is, why should they launch it? Because it would sink in the harbor. And if it ever makes it out to sea, it'll get blown to bits by foreign ships. So there's no Fed coin. Nobody wants it. And you know, the Swiss came out. This was a statement that they made about November. They made their argument against decentralization and against transparency. Okay, well, fine, Basel. We understand your point of view, and therefore we're not interested in your central bank digital currency. You know, there's a lot of this going on right now, Chris, and it's all directed at the United States, Britain, and Davos. That's my de-dollarization theme. I hope you know, any follow-up, I'm here.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things I've been wondering with the CBDCs, where we've heard a lot about them, and certainly doesn't seem like an ideal shift for the average guy out there. Although I've wondered the degree to which, if people just don't buy into it, how effective it can be. And it sounds like you're saying that the more people push back or just avoid using the thing, that still could make an impact on whether it's ultimately implemented on a wider scale.
Yeah, let me give you some facts and figures. I follow this not as closely as I want, but every once in a while I get an update. The BRICS Plus Union, that includes their recently invited and soon to be made official nations, they now have over 70% of the global GDP.
Okay.
They now have over 80% of the global population. To me, that's critical mass. Now, when the United States has got a proposal of Fed coin, and they would say, well, we want to have imports and we want to have trade with foreign nations, and we're going to have a settling device, and it's going to be built upon the Fed coin, our Federal Reserve sanctioned CBDC, central bank digital currency, for those who don't recognize that. Well, guess what? The foreign suppliers say, well, wait a minute, let me give you a reality check, United States. You're a net importing nation. You've shed your manufacturing and industry, so we don't give a shit about your Fed coin. We've got our payment system. If you want our supply to your fast declining nation, then you're going to have to use our payment systems, and they're non-dollar. And we run them and we make them legitimate. So by virtue of the fact, Chris, that the United States is a very big net importer of $1 trillion a year or more now, $1 trillion a year net deficit for trade. Because of that, we don't make the rules. It is not complicated, but if you were to ask someone about critical mass of, you know, non-dollar declarations and critical mass of the producing nations, they'll come up blank. They don't understand what's going on. The BRICS will have over 70% of the global GDP, and they can now make the rules. And they're going non-dollar. And I don't know what exactly is going to be their platform. Okay, you know, I learned something in marketing research when I was at Digital Equip Corp, DAC, from 1980 to 1993. I learned something important in the final 8 years where it was just marketing research. They were the best years of my life. Most exciting, most stimulating, most rewarding, and most packed with learning That's where I learned factor analysis, and that's where I learned a couple of other things that I did not take in graduate school. Okay, what I learned was that if you've got a couple of competing concepts, well, which is it, this or that? What's more important, XRP or CBDC with a gold backing? The answer is both. That's the lesson I learned. The answer is both. They're both going to be used, and we're going to see how it sorts out. I have a feeling that XRP is going to be the path of least resistance for trade payment globally, because there'll be too much arguing over, well, our CBDC is better than your CBDC, and ours has the gold backing, and yours has the fake gold backing. Oh no, ours has the real gold backing. Oh no, we'll prove it. Oh no, no. Okay, that kind of argument that we've endured for 10 years. XRP would be a compromise. Now, I got a zinger for you. The other zinger was Japan joining the BRICS. My other zinger is that XRP is going to be the device to give us 5,000 gold. It'll be the device for leverage that gives us 3,000 gold, and the device to give us 50 silver and 80 silver. It'll be how we get there. And the Russians are figuring it out. They're going to use XRP. They're already figuring it out. There was a BRICS article about the usage of XRP for certain functions in payment systems in the BRICS. They're already figuring it out. Path of least resistance. I love certain things of physics. This is kind of funny and silly, but back in 2000 and I think it was 5, I wrote a public article because I was writing a lot. I was writing back then. I don't know if you remember, but I was writing 35 to 40 articles a year. I only took 6 or 8 or 10 weeks off a year. Almost every week a public article. I was promoting the new newsletter, my hat-trick letter. And I wrote an article about financial physics. And it was fun. It was, my gosh, I had about 10 different concepts, like momentum, swing trades. You break a bearish triangle, and the momentum will shift you up as high as the bearish triangle was low. Liquidity, leverage. Leverage is a concept in physics. You get a big crowbar and you put it 5 inches from your object, and you can move a 200-pound object like that. Not a lot, but you can move it. Okay, we've got a lot of physics coming to the fore here, Chris. It's going to be exciting. And I would like to see, I know it's a very weird topic to bring up suddenly. I would like to see the United Nations shut down. Shut it down. Occupy it, shut it down. Just shut it down. Because I think they're behind the train wrecks.
Well, wouldn't be the wildest thing I've ever heard. Although a question going back to gold and silver, which you brought up there, and certainly always fun to get your thoughts on that. I know you've been writing about and looking at how we've seen inventories in silver in the LBMA and the COMEX, especially on the registered category in the COMEX, getting on the lower side. We saw the big imports from India. Turkey's been importing large amounts of silver, at least relative to what they've done in the past. And this is in the midst of reports of the largest silver deficit that we've had yet, about 200 million ounces last year. Any thoughts on what's going on there, and perhaps more significantly, how it plays out? Do you think we're headed to a point where the silver just isn't there? Maybe one other data point to add on there. We were talking about yesterday on the show how, obviously we have 1980 where the Hunts and others were taking physical delivery. And we had this situation back with Silver Squeeze. A lot of people were wondering if it was just retail, but we did have that report that came out from the LBMA where they said that they were weeks away from running out of silver. I've heard Rick Rule talk in a couple of interviews about how a few months after that, he believed initially it was just retail, but a few months after that, for the Sprott Physical Trust, he's saying, we cleared out what was in Ottawa, we cleared out what was in Chicago, we cleared out what was in New York. So some data points suggesting that what's available is getting on the low side. And I've wondered if that's what it takes to finally see a higher silver price where there's just eventually some sort of failure to deliver. So curious, any thoughts on any of that you might have?
Yeah, I've got a few thoughts, but I got to preface that I have to admit that you're the expert. You have experts as your guests, and I am kind of spread out in 5 different areas. I certainly cover gold and silver, but you seem to cover it at the granular level, at the specific detail level, and I'm covering more at a macro level, but I do have some impressions that might be important, might be valued. First of all, there's a new category about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, called pledged. There's the registered, and there's the, what's the other one?
Eligible.
Help me here.
Eligible.
Eligible. And now there's pledged. They should have called it the bullshit category. Because if it was, a JP Morgan or a Goldman Sachs cousin in upstate New York who made a phone call and said he had 50 tons in his garage, they'll count it. That's what I call the bullshit category. So you got COMEX distorted with that third category. Here's my other little lulu to throw into the mix. Do you remember in the summer, like August of 2020, we had the Reddit and we had the GameStop, and they were forcing the Wall Street hedge funds to cover their naked shorts, and GameStop went way, way, way above its sales amount. Okay, there was no ratio. It was just multiple. It was ridiculous. Do you remember when Eric Sprott came out and said, we're going to engineer a Reddit naked short attack on silver? And silver never made it over 30, because I got word from Maxwell in Luxembourg, a contact of mine. I wish he would get back online with me, but he's enduring some rather challenging situations. But he informed me that JP Morgan, by way of Basel, was not gifted, but it was made available 200 million ounces of silver. And that is why in August of 2020, we didn't get over 30. But back to Eric Sprott, at that same time, he wanted to engineer a Reddit raid against the naked shorting of silver. And Eric Sprott had his life threatened by the cabal in New York and London. So he called that off. Now, I've been doing some digging, and I've not honestly come up with much. I'm always looking at a higher level something or other, a higher level factor, a higher level event. And that was pretty damn high level with Reddit and Eric Sprott. I believe, without much of any proof, I believe that Eric Sprott and his fund are offering a slight premium on silver so that the silver doesn't make its way to the COMEX. The silver instead becomes PSLV inventory.
Okay.
How else can he manage? Okay, he talks about clearing out Ottawa and clearing out this and that. Are the Mexican, Chilean, and Ecuadorian silver mines really halted for COVID concerns of their workers? Or are they continuing to operate and they supply Sprott? Or they supply Sprott and the cabal? which is loading up on silver in the back channels. Something going on. Okay, again, the same issue. Is it to Sprott or is it to the cabal loading up on silver? It's both. Okay, they're loading up on silver and it's not making it to the COMEX. I think the victim in all this is going to be the COMEX because it is the path of most resistance. And they're not getting a proper price. So let me just make something up. Sprott pays $1 over spot. Sprott pays $1 over the spot silver price to get mining output. And the cabal pays $2 over spot to get the Andes mountain region. It's a 2,000-mile region of rich mineral deposits. Chile has copper, but they also have silver. Ecuador has silver. Mexico has silver. I tell you, these countries are loaded with silver, and I don't believe for a damn minute that they shut down operations because of COVID concerns for their workers. It's a perfect cover story. All right, now back to COMEX. When Russia announced their global metal exchange in Moscow, that was about a year ago. Yep. And I did my little calculation based on the Russian ruble and their, what was it? 1 gram is worth 1,000 rubles, something like 100 rubles. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the Russians tied a gram of gold to the ruble. I did my calculations, Chris, and I came up with $2,700 gold price in Moscow. And then they went quiet. Yeah. Okay, again, I believe Moscow went quiet because they decided to do it all in the back channels. Let me ask a simple question. Are there a lot of Russian oligarchs living in London?
I imagine there's a few.
You think they may be doing some black market gold arbitrage? Draining London? Okay, I don't think normally. I mean, I got a head on my shoulders, but I decided a long time ago, when it comes to financial markets, you start with the fraud. Start with it. Don't end with it. Start with it. And you'll usually be confirmed. You know, things like the Germans requesting their, what was it, 300? Oh, no, 3,000. I can't remember. Sometimes I miss a zero and I really get screwed up. But remember, the Germans did not get redeemed on their request of the New York Fed for their gold. I think it was 300 tons. And immediately there's a new war run by the CIA in Chad. And the output per year is exactly what's necessary for 7 years to pay back the Germans. And it was a successful project. Okay, these are not in the news. This is how the gold and silver market operate, the back channels. For instance, here's another one. Why is the US Mint charging 80 to 100% premium on silver eagles to eliminate the demand? It's not because they're short. I don't think they stopped production. I think they're producing for the cabal to buy in the back channels the silver output. Don't buy silver eagles if that's the way they want to play ball. There are other games in town with high quality silver coins. We'll talk about that, another time when we, get to that, proposal of yours, that idea of yours. But there's a lot going on that's not easily seen. Okay, you had the naked shorts for silver and gold, but then you had, I can't remember the exact name, but something for delivery, physical for delivery or something bullshit out of London. Okay, what was that?
The exchange for physical.
Exchange for physical, yes. Exchange for physical. In other words, we need a false delivery to cover the naked short. Okay, it's all criminal. Start with the fraud. and move from there. That's what I do with my analysis. That's one reason I get like 80 to 90% correct forecasts. Chris, I got to say, this is, patting myself on the back. I've gotten more compliments in the last 18 to 20 months for correct mega forecasts than I did in the entire previous 10 to 12 years. The BRICS plus union is a correct forecast, a non-dollar Eurasian trade zone. And now it's expanding. I told a contact of mine, well, Big W, wake me up when the Pacific Rim signs on to the BRICS. And I'll be darned, 2 weeks later, he sent me an article. Indonesia leads the Pacific Rim with a knock on the door to join the BRICS plus union. Oh, gosh. I don't know if your followers, they probably do, if they realize, but Iran is now in charge of peace in the Persian Gulf, or just, the Gulf region. There are a lot of Gulfs in this world. I like calling it what it's always been called, the Persian Gulf. So the Iranians and the Saudis and the UAE, Emirates, they call themselves the Emirati. They're joined now by Oman and Qatar, and they've declared peace. So what is their trade payment unit going to be? Will it be the Iranian central bank digital currency with a gold backing? Why do the Rothschilds hate Iran so much? Because they've got tens of thousands of tons of gold that they have denied the Rothschilds access. It's not 5,000 or 6,000 tons. It's tens of thousands of tons. We don't get to use it. We don't get to dump it on the market, nor the Chinese. Okay, the Iranians have made peace with the Saudis. If you're looking for an indication, note that in the last 18 months or more, there is no Yemen war. I look for proof. I look for evidence. There is none. No evidence of war. And for those who didn't know, the Saudis supplied the aircraft. The UAE Emirati provided the cash. The Australians supplied the mercenaries. And that was your war in Yemen. This is ugly, ugly, ugly stuff. Okay, there is no more Yemen war, but there is some lateral drilling. I laugh. There's some lateral drilling into Saudi territory in their western corner by Yemen. In Yemen, they're drilling and capturing and stealing Saudi oil. You drill down and then you drill at a 45-degree angle. You go down a couple more miles and poof, you're under Saudi soil, stealing oil. Okay, there's a lot of that going on. Okay, here's another big item regarding UAE. It's called the AED, the Arab Emirate Dirham. That's DIRHAM. It is pegged to the dollar. Pardon me. It is pegged to the dollar, and the Russians require it for many different nations now to pay for oil. The Indians had 3 big refinery companies buy, I think it was some like 5 boatloads of oil from Russia, and they paid Russia in AED dirham from the United Arab Emirates. Is that clever or what? Okay, this is a sign. Remember I told you back in the beginning, it's going to be non-dollar and I don't care what. The AED is non-dollar. The Russians like it because they know exactly what they're going to get because it's pegged to the dollar. So when they sign the contract and get delivery of the payment, they'll know what it is and there's no fluctuation. It's pegged to the dollar. Look to see if the United States gives a big ration of shit to the United Arab Emirates for doing this, because they're going to be the agent for Arab world payment in the BRICS. It'll be an AED dirham. This is exciting. I believe that the Persian Gulf region is going to have settlement in the AED and in whatever Iran requires. I think they're going to have a real that's central bank digital currency, gold backed. They got tons and tons of gold. This is exciting, Chris, but it's also dangerous because these losing sons of bitch Satanists, I believe, are pressing buttons now to wreck everything. If they can't control it, they wreck it. It's as simple as that. And we need to put them in the ground. And we have to follow this New Zealand incident where the White Hats did, let's just call it a HARP. It's simpler than calling it a laser event. They did the equivalent tactic that was used on Turkey. They did it in New Zealand. I have been saying now for a couple of years, the cabal is going to hide in Paraguay, New Zealand, and Israel. They're going to hide. Well, one of the hiding grounds just got hit, and it might force truce talks, settlement talks. We need these people and drive them off the planet or put them in the ground. There's really not a lot of alternatives, and I don't know if you follow, the White Dragon events and conflicts, but they tried to make compromises in the last 3 or 4 years with the Davos and Rothschild cabal, and all of the deals resulted in betrayals, broken deals, and attempted murder and kidnapping. The White Dragon said, the only way we can get this thing done, whatever this thing is, the only way to get this thing done is to have all the cabal killed. And that's part of the agenda now. And this is exciting, but it's dangerous. I do not know, Chris, if I'm going to survive the reset. I do not know. For my own challenges and what I've decided to continue in supporting. It's more than, it's 3 families. I'm a good guy, got a big heart, and to let them go is to say, well, you can starve to death, you can live on the street. It's okay with me. It's not okay with me. So I carry a load, and I'm praying that I can receive the kind of protection that allows me to proceed unencumbered, uninhibited, where I can enjoy the abundance of my work. That is my prayer. I pray that to the Lord Jesus. Behind me, I got tingles. I tell you, this is serious, serious global war. We're trying to save not just the planet, not just the global economy, but the human species. And I believe, and I got to say that there's more happening now in the gold market, and there's more happening in, let's say, international finance, and there's more happening in bank activity, and there's more happening in a lot of different things, including the health, like cancer cures. This is an enormous explosion of information. And I don't know, these little glasses, they're great for reading. I can't read really too well anymore. I guess 71 years was enough for no glasses. Now
You can be one of those old guys now. Goes,
where'd you go?
My glasses.
Yeah, I need that little monocle. I'm telling you, there's more happening now in the last 2 months than has happened in the last 4 years, if you ignore the vaccine. I mean, financially, there is so much happening. I got to say regarding the tariffs, I've just got to say it. I believe the tariffs are a device to bring about economic cooperation, investment, foreign direct investment, and bring about gigantic trade deals, investment deals toward trade, to invest in treasury bonds, in plant and equipment in the United States. There was a big deal announced, I think it was yesterday perhaps, or Friday, about Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, they use a lot of AI. but they're involved in, oh gosh, I think 70% market share of the global chip market. It's just astonishing. If we can get Apple, and we can get SoftBank, and we can get Taiwan Semi, I think it's a really good start for a gigantic technology parade. And you watch in the next 3 or 4 weeks, you just watch Canada bend. I don't know how, I don't know what exactly Trump is pushing for regarding Canada, but he's already announced that energy products are not subject to tariff, and I don't know if that applies to Canada. We got a lot of things going on. I'm very excited about the gold market. I think we're in the midst of a default in London. Okay, I got to yield to you, and I mean this in a very complimentary, respectful way. I don't imagine I can tell you much of anything that you don't already know in the gold and silver market. But what I can add,
Oh, come on now. This young
oh
doctor, I'm just
no,
picking
let me
my
qualify.
notebook up to the great doctor, and you're the
Ah,
expert, man.
let me qualify what I mean by that. Um, what I mean by that is what I might be able to add to your current greater knowledge in the gold and silver market is exogenous factors that are coming in to play. I noted 47 factors that are aiding the gold market, gold and silver, and I put that in the February report that was posted last Friday. I've never posted since 2003 that many reasons. I had 25. One article I wrote, it was with goldeagle.com. It was back in 2003, a year before the newsletter was launched. I was just a young buck, and I realized, these economists are pretty stupid. They work for banks, they work for the government, they're corrupt to the left or they're corrupt to the right. They don't know what the hell's going on. They're misrepresenting the gold market. And I wrote 25 reasons why gold will rise. And it did in the next 3 or 4 years. Well, now it's like, here's 47 reasons, and that's kind of a magic number with Trump. Here's 47 reasons why gold is going to go to 5,000. And it's coming. And we're going to get, oh gosh, when they break the silver market, I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen. I just know that it's going to happen. And when they do, you're going to see Fibonacci playing music, 10, 20, 30, 50, 80. I have a joke that I give to people. I say 10, 20, 30, 50, 80. What's next?
Hey, Jim. Just since
It's
you
130. It's 130.
Thank you for that. Just since you mentioned it, you were saying there about how you see the silver market as a matter of inevitability. Did you happen to see that call I did with Rick Rule? I think it was back in December, who was involved with the PSLV Trust during Silver Squeeze, and so certainly some close access to the market. He talked about how he's like, we cleared out the silver in Chicago, then we cleared out New York, then Nova Scotia, Ottawa. But the takeaway that really stood out to me is that after all he's seen and someone with his access and experience, he also said that a fracture between the paper and physical markets remains to him a matter of when rather than if. I'll send that to you later. I think you'd find it pretty intriguing.
Okay. I got a quick story to tell you about Rick Rule, and this is funny, and it's not meant in any way to be stupid or insulting or anything like that. It was about the second or third conference that I went to in the Cambridge House in Canada. And I went early to the speaker's dinner. It was 2006. I went early to the speaker's dinner, and I was the first guy there because I didn't want to get lost. I was new at this, okay? It was my second year of the newsletter. No, actually 2.5 years of the newsletter. And I got there and I was the only one there. So I was minding my own business, reading an article, and this guy walked in, and it was Rick Rule, but I didn't recognize him. And I said, hi, I guess we're early. And he recognized immediately that I didn't recognize him. And he was really modest about it. And he said, you're Jim Willie? And I said, yeah, I just started a newsletter a couple of years ago, and I'm kind of new at this, so I came early so I wouldn't get lost. I don't know Vancouver very well. I said, what's your name? He said, Rick. Just Rick. I knew who Rick Rule was, but I didn't recognize him. So we were talking away. We're talking for 20 minutes, and the other people come in, and he said, well, nice meeting you, Jim. Good luck. He was probably the nicest, most encouraging person at the conferences in the next 2 years. I was there for 4 years. I did 15 conferences. And he told me once, Jim, you bring a different angle to this. I know you're a statistical guy, but you bring in a different angle. You bring in currency, economy, and that's what I try to do, the exogenous factors. And he said, you're entertaining. Don't lose that. Don't lose that. And I said, no, I don't think I could if I tried. And we laughed and he walked away. It took me 24 hours to learn that was Rick Rule. It was a friend of mine. I said, yeah, there's a guy I met. There's a guy I met at the dinner last night. His name was Rick. He said, Jim, that's Rick Rule. What? Okay, pretty funny. It was funny. Very, I was naive. I didn't know people. I met Bill Murphy. Bill Murphy was with me in Munich when I got the death threat. Bill Murphy was really nice to me, calming me down. I mean, he held my arm and offered me a glass of wine. I said, no, pineapple juice will be fine. But I was jittery. I was jittery all day. That November day in 2006 in Munich, a death threat from Homeland Security.
Yeah, well, look at how you've overcome, which is obviously the most important thing. And, going back 2003, I guess that was before you had your cult-like fan status on the internet. So glad you got to meet Rick. And Jim, if I could take one more question about something you said earlier. You were talking about the technology aspect. I was curious, have you heard much about that battery that Samsung has developed, the new, more powerful EV battery that I believe it was like 2.2 pounds of silver, so substantially more. It's interesting. I did read that it's not just, well, they're making it and thinking about it now, but that they are in the trial period where other companies are using it. I've seen the numbers. If 10 or 20% of the EV market adopts it and the size of the EV market stays the same or gets bigger, it would be, it looks like it could come out to a couple million more ounces of silver. I would love to know if you had any thoughts on that one.
I actually wrote about that. It was honestly about 6 or 8 months ago, and I cannot remember all the details, except that it was very impressive specifications. Its performance was very, very impressive. And I remember back then, I think it was about last summer, it was in the newsletter, mid 2024. And as I recall, they said in their own specifications and their own rollout plans that it was 2 years away. And I thought, well, the market has a way of pushing that a little faster when there's a bigger profit. People will work overtime and they'll just get more partnerships and they'll get it done. I tend to think that we're going to see a revolutionary break with more advanced batteries, but we're also going to see the fuel cell. We're going to see hydrogen and oxygen brought together and making very powerful cars with water emissions. This is going to be really interesting, and silver will be a big player in the fuel cell car. And Samsung is an up and coming powerhouse, but I got to tell you, it's going to be Toyota. It's going to be Toyota. They've already got oh gosh, see if I can get this right. Okay, now methane is NH3, nitrogen, 3 hydrogens. And I've been wondering for the last 5 to 10 years, how are they going to deliver the hydrogen for a car, for an engine, without having a tank that would blow up the city block if there's a car accident? And the answer is ammonia. Oh gosh, Did I say methane? I didn't. I'm sorry. I misspoke. It's not methane. It's ammonia. Ammonia has a lot of hydrogen. And what Toyota has done is they built a turbo engine with water mixed with ammonia, and that delivers the hydrogen. So it's an ammonia tank. And I can't remember, golly, is ammonia? I know methane. No, ammonia is NH3. I'm sorry. Methane is CH. Oh gosh, it's been a long time since chemistry, my advanced placement chemistry senior year in high school. Okay, methane is, I think, CH4, carbon, hydrogen. Could you check? I think it's CH4. And ammonia is NH3. The key to Toyota
CH4,
is,
you are correct.
okay, and ammonia NH3. It's been a long time. My God, I'm talking 53 years since high school grad. Long in the tooth, huh? All right, Chris, Toyota's got turbocharged methane supply of hydrogen. And in their prototype, their only complaint was this thing is 0 to 60 in 40 seconds. That was their complaint. 0 to 60 in 30 to 40 seconds. And then they said, well, let's turbo this. And they did, and they got some really good performance. Toyota's going to be leader in the class. And we better get in line. We better get Toyota building cars in the United States and sharing the technology. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to share treasury bonds. They're going to do plant and equipment. It's debt for equity. You're probably all over this too. The Department of Treasury is going to issue credits in return for treasury bonds submitted, and the credits are going to be good for plant and equipment, supply, training, land purchases, you name it. And this is how we're going to get reindustrialized, but it's not going to be fast. This took 30 years. This took 40 years. I remember this. This is a very seminal, important event in my life. It was autumn of '84, and it was my buddy John, my buddy Bob, my boss Jack, and me in my office talking about a Wall Street Journal article about chip fabrication plants being sent to the Pacific Rim. And we joked, and we said, well, those little Asian women, they got small hands. They can do all that chip work. Okay, that's the joke. The reality is that we got bankrupted. I said to John, Bob, and Jack, 3 or 4 or 5 years, we're going to have a national bankruptcy problem. That was Black Monday in '87. So it was 3 years later. We're going to have a return of manufacturing, a return of industry, Chris, and it's exciting. But the hard part is how it's going to happen. It's not an easy matter to convert treasury bonds into plant and equipment for productive manufacturing sites. And it's going to be loaded with AI. And I'm a little bit fearful of AI. I don't really care to discuss it too much. But Trump is using tariffs to get agreements. And watch the agreements that Canada makes, because they already created a fentanyl, a fentanyl czar. It's not fentanyl, you people, it's fentanyl with a Y. Canada created a fentanyl czar and then kind of removed all the power from that office. So there's no fentanyl enforcement across the Canadian border. Remember, China got flooded by opium 120, 30 years ago, whatever. We're getting flooded by fentanyl and cocaine, our nation, and it is doing severe damage to our society. I've already had 2 consult calls, and they were both women. They're each women, and each one had a daughter who was killed by fentanyl. So, except for that, I haven't heard of any deaths. I know that there are deaths. Okay. Watch Canada comply with whatever Trump is arguing. And, he's going to want to turn on the energy spigot in order to make gasoline, diesel, and just gas supply, make it cheaper. He's going to want lower fuel and lower cost electricity. Okay, I learned a long time ago. I'm a self-taught economist, and I have a saying in my bio from a way back. I'm unencumbered by the limitations of economics credentials. Okay, there are two major factors for an economy to lower prices. It's interest rates and the cost of energy.
See,
And that's
Jim, see, you have the advantage. You didn't sit through Jeremy Siegel's class at Wharton. You didn't get nailed with that one. So
no, I caught a little bit of him on CNBC, and I thought, well, he makes some sense, but when he talks about Keynesianism, that's just
he was my
cupola.
teacher back in 2004. That was when I was in business school, and I'm, going down there thinking just pay attention, try and learn something. And he's explaining how if the economy's weak, Fed comes along, and so right in line with a lot of the other stuff that you hear out there in Wall Street today. But
Well, the Keynesian line. And you know what's really tragic is that John Maynard Keynes did not believe in excessive debt. He believed in paying down debt during the expansion years, and we didn't, because we believed in the forever war and the what do they call it, the social welfare net. So with social welfare net and war, we had a big deficit in good times. That's not what Keynes advocated. He didn't advocate big government either. Anyway, that is one name that's been bastardized and really butchered in the economic textbooks, and it's really quite sad. Keynes made a lot of good sense. Now, if you're a household, move from macro to micro, which I do a lot when I make arguments. If you're a household and you're unemployed and you're undergoing worker training, and your kid is just graduated from college and he's still living at home and he's about ready to get a job too, you can go into debt a little bit, and then you get a job and your son gets a job and everything starts flowing and you pay off your debt in the next year and a half, and you're moving in a good gear. That's not the way the United States has treated debt. We went to war. I think, it's not a real mystery. We broke the gold standard because of the cost of the Vietnam War. And the Vietnam War happened before your time, before, when you were becoming, a young man, graduating in college and all that. I was in the 1971 draft lottery for Vietnam. 1971. I was 19. And I got a Pennsylvania 218 lottery number. They only went up to 160, and I'm out. I dropped my 1S deferment. I figured they'll never get to 218, those assholes, and they didn't. And I'm out. Okay. Vietnam almost got me. Okay. And I learned about Vietnam's Cambodia Triangle a lot earlier than most other people, because I knew people who went to Vietnam and came back and told me about it.
well,
Anyway, okay, go ahead.
Well, I can quite imagine what that was like. Although, Jim, just perhaps bringing some of the things you said earlier back to, I'm hooked on gold and silver. What can I say?
No, me
But
too.
you were talking about some of the things that Keynes said, and also obviously touching on what Trump is doing now. I'm of the school of thought. I very much agree with what I hear Luke Gromen say, that there's an order of operations. You can do Doge, but you need a devaluation of the dollar first. If you do the cuts and you lose that GDP, unfortunately, the way we're set up now, what is it, 23, 24% of GDP is coming from government spending. So it's like, on one hand, yeah, let's cut fraudulent spending. I think everybody's on board with that, although the body's so weak and fragile now. So Luke talks a lot about how that can work, but the dollar has to be devalued lower. Obviously, we're hearing about a Fort Knox audit. Scott Besson had his comments of, I'm sure you heard, of monetizing the assets on the U.S. balance sheet. He has since come out and said that he was not referring to gold when he said that. And maybe that's the case. Sometimes government officials say things that, until it happens. But
Yeah.
do you think that just the way it's being rolled out, or do you think this will work? From the Austrian school, there's a lot of concern that, gee, this is like on one hand, there's parts of this that are good, but that day of reckoning might be arriving sooner. So I'm sure the audience would love to hear about any of that.
Chris, we need multiple things, multiple factors at the same time in big change. Multiple factors. You can't just say, well, we need a cheaper dollar than Doge with all the budget cuts. That'll make everything fine. Now, we need foreign direct investment. We need more oil supply. We need lower price for gasoline, diesel, for the entire distribution chain. We need incentives for the supply chain to overcome the damage of the lockdown. The lockdown really harmed the supply chain. That's where we got a lot of price inflation. We need encouragement for the supply chain. We need foreign direct investment in the hundreds of billions per year with fast track. Fast track. We need to get to production within a year, even if it's just low grade production. We need to get it within a year. Of course, yes, we need a cheaper dollar, but it's going to be very difficult. I tell you, we're starting to get, in a very real way, my forecast from 2015, 16, and 17. The dollar's going to rise, then rise some more before it vanishes. They're going to have to reduce the dollar somehow, Chris, when everything is pushing it up.
Jim, can I share what I personally think is going to happen?
Sure.
I'm going to pull up a forecast. I don't think anyone can argue with this, but let's take a quick listen. What you're describing, it seems similar dynamics to...
Which means they need the rate hike and a rate cut. They need a rate hike and a rate cut.
Jim, that is one of my favorite moments of you. I send that to friends regularly, and it makes people smile. I think we need to turn these into ringtones, but it's like what you're describing is similar to what you said there, though.
What was the year of that, Chris?
This was just a couple months ago, Superstar.
Well,
but it's like that's the position so much of this feels like it's in, where it's like, well, if we cut spending and raise it at the same time, then we'll be good.
Well, we need rate cut for stimulus, but I was just talking in a consult call with a client a few days ago, and she asked me, when you started the newsletter, how did you develop your clientele in the first year? And I said, I wrote a very interesting 3-part series with Gold Eagle, etc. That was before Kitco. Kitco got on board with my work in about 2007 or 6. But I wrote an article. It was called Ass Backward Economics, part 1, 2, and 3. Lower interest rates are not stimulative. They're not. Retirees have less spending. Insurance companies have less money, income. Pension companies have less income, and they all have big payouts. Why do you think we're getting a big rise in insurance costs for home protection for fire and hazard? Because of 10 years of low interest rates, not stimulative at all. Okay. We need to see higher interest rates to bring reality to the table regarding $37 trillion of U.S. government debt. The very tragic thing right now regarding U.S. government debt is that we don't know if it's 36 or 37 trillion, because next month it might go up another trillion.
Are we going to see a restructure on that during Trump's second term?
I'd like to get to the restructure after I talked about the more accurate accounting. I think we're going to get a verification of what the debt is, and it's going to be higher than what we think. I think we're going to have a restructure of the debt. I think we're going to probably see some kind of a gold revaluation, and it's not going to be, I really, honestly, there's a really good argument that it could be like 15 or 20,000 for gold. There's a good argument for that, but it's not going to touch more than a quarter of the debt. Okay. I have a firm belief based on a hint from an intel source, a military intel source, It's a really firm hint from a couple months ago that Trump is going to have a fumble on restructuring the debt and what do you call it? A reform of the dollar. He's going to have a fumble. He's going to be arrogant and he's going to think he has it all figured out. He's going to have a plan. He's going to fall on his face. And then we start stage 2. Well, that didn't work. What are we going to do now? Okay. You can't have a 30-year problem. It's actually 50 years. The first trillion was, right after at the end of my college days, 73. The first trillion was Vietnam, and it just ramped up. It's been doubling over every 8-year period now when we had those 8-year the narco presidents. Okay, I'd like to tell something. I'd like to say something. We're needing to recover now from 30 years of narcotics presidencies. Papa Bush, Clinton, Baby Bush, Obama, and the Biden show because he was dead. Biden was dead. Let's get over it. Biden was dead. What that guy was not Biden. It was some British actor. We have to get over 30 years of narcotics presidencies where they were in a hidden fashion installing communism in the United States. And we need to get past that, Chris, and it's not going to be a 1-year recovery for the debt that took 30 years to accumulate. It took more than 30 years to accumulate. Let me say something else. I got a little reminder to myself. I have no social network account that posts anything. I have no social network account that posts anything. So anyone who has a Jim Willie account, I know there are about 8 or 9 in Twitter and there are about 11 on YouTube. They can follow my work and that's fine. But if they pretend to be me, it's not me because I have no social network account that posts anything.
Jim, do you have any social network accounts?
I used to, but not anymore. No, I don't. I have none. I have not trusted Facebook from the start. I knew that Facebook was a stolen product, and let me just add on some ugliness to an ugly cake. Amazon, Google, Facebook, Netflix, they all got pumped up. Tesla also. They all got pumped up by narco money. They don't there's no justification for their $1 trillion or $2 trillion market caps. It is an infusion of narco money into the U.S. economy and into the U.S. financial markets in order to control technology, and you saw it with the censorship. All right, let's move on. I think there's going to be a revaluation for gold, and if you double the gold price, you're basically saying the dollar is cut in half. But I like to look at it as a dichotomy. You got a financial value of the dollar and you've got a purchasing power of the dollar. The financial value of the dollar is very much determined by dumping treasury bonds and liquidating derivatives. And the reality in households for the value of the dollar is how much was my food bill for my family of 4 and a dog, because I know you like dogs. Dogs are not very expensive for dog food. It's amazing. When I was in college and I was eating Alpo dog food, I found it to be really cheap. No, I'm sorry. That was my neighbor. He was a cokehead. Chris, the dollar is a mystery. Most people haven't figured out the dollar. I've been misquoted many times in the last 3 years. Jim really thinks the dollar is going to crash. I never said that. No, I said the dollar will rise some more, and finally rise again before it vanishes. And it's going to rise like a supernova because of treasury bond dumping and derivative liquidation. Okay, the Wall Street Journal did not properly report the 2021 and 2 event in Japan. They dumped $200 billion worth of treasury bonds and their yen went down. They dumped treasury bonds and the dollar went up versus the yen. And they've never recovered since. And their solution, Chris, is to go to the gold standard. And right now they're facing assassinations. And I heard that a certain newsletter writer.
Whoa. Slow down there. What about Japan going to a gold standard? Please elaborate on
Oh,
that.
the Bank of Japan announced a year ago they were going to quietly accumulate a lot of gold. Why do you think gold's going up? It's not because of you and me buying gold coins, I can assure you.
Well, actually, Jim, that was one of the things I wanted to ask you, where we have a guy named Matt Riley who's done a lot of research on the unit. You and I have talked about the unit, the proposal for a 40% gold back payment currency, if you will.
Yep.
And the last time I had Matt on, I keep thinking back to how this rally, which began just about 13 months ago now in mid-February, at a time when we were supposed to have 6 or 7 rate cuts. We got a couple of them later in the year, but it wasn't like we got unexpected easing. And I keep thinking, why did gold and silver rally at that particular time as opposed to any other year? I've wondered, I can't prove or verify this, but certainly have speculated in my own mind that perhaps what we're seeing out of the BRICS is the driving force. I asked Matt, he thought that was largely the reason. You're suggesting Japan as well, but how much, in terms of, you said, is maybe Japan why the price rose? Along those lines, do you think that a lot of last year's rally really was driven, whether they're obviously they're not formally using the unit yet, but was this to some degree anticipation of that, whether for the unit or otherwise, but that was the BRICS?
Yeah, they couldn't get ready. I'm sorry, they couldn't be in a position. Pardon me, my eyebrows are bothering me. They couldn't be in a position to use the unit unless they had the backing for the unit. It's like, well, we're going to use gold for a lot of transactions, but we don't have any. Excuse me? Okay, so they did a year of accumulating gold so they could use the unit. Now, here's a statement that's really quite funny. Japan acted more like a BRICS nation than any of the BRICS nations. They're not a BRICS nation. They dumped $200 billion worth of treasury bonds between October of 21 and October of 22, and their currency went down 22%. Okay, that was a warning to the BRICS. Be careful how you dump your treasuries, because if you exit your dollar reserves, your currency is going to go down. Okay, we exported toxic paper, Chris, and the world, just like John Connally said, Treasury Secretary to Nixon, the dollar is our currency and your problem. The BRICS nations are being very cautious now on how they're dumping gold. I'm sorry, how they're dumping the treasury bond. I think they had a good 18 months of gold accumulation. And regarding the interest rate concept, I was all over that. I was following that. The announcement and the realization of Fed rate cuts, I think it lit a small fuse in the gold market because of arbitrage between treasury bonds and gold. And there's another angle to that. Nothing is simple when it comes to gold and the dollar and treasury bonds. There's another angle to that. And I forecasted this, Chris. I said when they cut rates, they shouldn't cut rates, but they're probably going to cut rates. They did in September, and they did again in October. They did again following that. I said we're going to see a steepening of the treasury yield curve. We're going to see long bonds go up, and the short bonds, the short bills, they go down with the Fed rate cuts. And now we have a steeper yield curve, which is a signal of inflation. And that's a trigger for gold purchase. There are so many factors going on right now, and I got 47 of them. So, go to golden-jackass.com, sign up for the newsletter, support my work, because I'm a hurting cowboy. If you think I'm swimming along great, no, you're dead wrong. No, I'm getting attacked, and it's really quite sad what's going on. I'm getting attacked. And it's not at my front door. It's at a very high plane. I'm like a high plane drifter, Chris. Oh, I got to put this up just to annoy you. This is Arcadia.
Jim, do you want to take a moment to explain to people your fascination with the Eastern time zone before we?
I've always been confused with the time zone, and we're in the Eastern time zone here. And where I live, we're so confused. Sometimes we're Central time zone, and sometimes we're Mountain time zone, and it depends on the daylight savings time.
Jim, that's what I love about your shows. You get economics, a little science earlier, and
reserve standard of the Treasury bond is going away. And what I think is going to replace it is corporate stable coins that create numerous large bodies of liquidity. And I call it the 7 C's. You know, we know what the 7 C's are: Atlantic, Pacific, Indian, Arctic, whatever, all the oceans. The corporate stable coins are going to replace the dollar as the currency reserve, in a sense of like central bank holdings, corporate holdings, insurance company, pension company holdings. We're going to be going to corporate stable coins. Now, on the other side of the global standard, you have payment standards. And the Treasury bill is going to go away. And I think it's going to yield to a group. And Trump is calling it the strategic reserve. Well, you know, I've got a different viewpoint of this. He's naming the trade payment standards: XRP, Solana, Cardano, and add HBAR perhaps to that. And why? Because they're so inexpensive and they're so fast. I did a January little cost effectiveness analysis. It was very primitive. And it was 650,000 times faster, cheaper with XRP compared to Swift. Not 650 times, 650,000 times faster, cheaper. Okay, the big banks are going to climb onto that because it's cheaper and it's faster. They're going to have cost savings. What are they going to do? Well, Bank of America and Bank of New York Mellon and a few other big banks have already said they're going to be transferring their assets under management, and it's tens and 20, 30 trillion. Chris, they're going to convert it into stablecoin, and the leader is Ripple RLUSD stablecoin. And once it's on the Ripple stablecoin ocean, it's floating in that ocean like the 7 seas of the earth. They're going to be like 7 corporate entities. And I think Ripple and XRP are going to get the lion's share. I think they're going to get the majority. Okay, once you're in the RLUSD stablecoin, Ripple Lab US dollar, that's going to replace the Treasury bond for global reserve standard, I think, along with the other corporate stable coins. Once they're in the Ripple stablecoin ocean, you're going to be using XRP to do your transfers. After we get some clarity in the next month or two, we're going to see Ripple announce how they're going to be expanding from the bank sector. Where in my February reports, Chris, I'm not making this up. I got about 30 lines, and it's about 180 or 200 banks that are all now adopting XRP. 200 banks. In December, it was 6. In January, it was 30. Now it's almost 200. Is that exponential growth or what? And I noticed something. About a quarter of the banks, maybe a little bit fewer, they were Japanese. Okay? Now, the Japanese have a law, well, regulatory, dictate. It said that in this year, all Japanese banks must be XRP compliant. They're going to be getting involved in the the Ripple RLUSD stablecoin. You watch Toyota. They're going to make an announcement in the next few months. They're going to make a big commitment, and they're going to put in $500 billion of whatever, and they're going to put it into the stablecoin of Ripple, and that'll be a guarantee pretty much a guarantee that they'll be using XRP for trade payment. Do you know of any people who have Toyotas in their garages, of Nissan in their garages, of Honda in their garages, of Hitachi computers or Nikon cameras? Okay, the Japanese are going to be moving whole hog into XRP. The key is stable coins. Stable coins, I keep repeating, it's going to create 7 corporate oceans for the global liquidity. Once they got global liquidity, then they're going to be ready to do transfers. And I think we're going to see a quantum jump when Ripple announces that they're going to be expanding beyond banks to corporate structures. And every big corporation, every big multinational has a big finance department. Not a bank, but it's kind of like a bank within a corporation. Okay, I think we're going to see another quantum jump when Ripple announces that XRP is going to be backed by gold. None of this is going to happen without precious metal backing down the road. They're leaving that out of the equation right now because they got enough bullshit going on with the Security and Exchange Commission. I got word from my best minds, my best colleagues with, the thinkers in crypto land. They said the same thing. The SEC appeal was for a failed court case and a failed appeal. So they got a second planned failed appeal to drive out, I call them the ninnies. The ninnies. Oh, I don't know what's going to go on. I don't think I'm with this SEC again. Okay, they sold. Okay, bye-bye. You can buy back when it's 5. It's like 2.5 now. You can come back when it's 5 and 6, and then you can sell again when you display your ninny characteristics. Okay, this thing, I think XRP is going to go to like 10 to 20 by the end of the year. We're going to see quantum jumps from big important events. XRP is not going to be the only winner. There are going to be other winners. XLM is going to be really important for business to business within countries, and then it'll leak across national lines some. XRP, they're trying to drive, the banks were buying up XRP when the ninnies were selling in the last month. I told like 20 different clients, don't worry, it's going back and testing 2. Who gives a crap? Who gives a crap? Got up to 3, now testing 2. Who gives a crap? Started at 50 cents. What's your problem? Oh, if it finds support at 2, you've got only a 4-fold gain since December and November. Get over yourself. Okay, we're going to have other winners, Chris. I think Cardano with its, I don't know a lot about Cardano, but every time I read Cardano, I hear the best security characteristics of crypto. Elon Musk is like dumping on Bitcoin. He's trying to convince. Did you notice in the crypto announcement by Trump, Bitcoin was an afterthought? Oh yeah, and Bitcoin would be involved. Ooh, it wasn't in the first 50% of his announcement. So he's moving away from Bitcoin because it doesn't have any IP, intellectual property. It doesn't have contracts. It doesn't have partnerships. Doesn't have adoption. Oh, XRP's big advantage is on-demand liquidity. On-demand liquidity. It means you can never choke on something that's too big coming down the line. I'm putting it in, layman's parlance. These are exciting times, Chris. And, for people who say, oh, I don't like crypto, there's nothing behind it. Those are your stupidest guy in the room. That's your stupidest guy. There's nothing behind it. It's just, right. I don't know what intellectual property is. I don't know what partnerships are. I don't know what the new digital architecture is all about. There's nothing behind it. Okay. You're the dumbest guy in the room. Go to the back of the class and you can buy into it when it's 10 times higher. And you realize how stupid you've been and how stubborn you've been. Okay. This is going to be
Tim,
really
I
exciting.
just appreciate you even had a new facial gesture to demonstrate visually how you feel about people that are
I'm an
like
indie. I
that.
don't know anything about intellectual property. I don't know what corporate partnerships are all about. Okay, these are your dumbest people in the room. Don't listen to them. Okay, XRP is like a second chance at Bitcoin that went up. It didn't go up just 1,000-fold. I remember when it was 100. Oh no, that's 1,000. What am I saying? It went up 1,000-fold. I think XRP is going to go up several hundredfold from its 50 cent base. I mean, I know it went up to 2 and went right back down. That's from the SEC frivolous bullshit. Okay, Trump is about ready to announce, I believe, an SEC chairman, and push aside. What's really going to happen. The big banks are going to say, "All right, Donald, we've got a good batch of XRP now. You can let it run." We scared out the ninnies. The ninnies sold between 3.2 and 2.0. We got rid of the ninnies. Those dumbasses who didn't figure out that we have an appeal on a failed case with a failed appeal. Right. When I heard about the failed case and a failed appeal and a new appeal, I thought, wow, how obvious is that? What I'd like to see Trump do now is say, we're going to end the lawfare prosecution against Reggie Middleton. It was last summer. I had a little item in my newsletter for helping Reggie Middleton because they're trying to steal his intellectual property. They need to stop what they're doing with Reggie Middleton and enable him to become a major leader and intellectual property holder for the next generation, because Wall Street is trying to steal his IP. And I think we need some vengeful legal reaction to restore Reggie. Because, we got an entire revolution in finance coming. You better be on board with it. It's kind of like, I heard this analogy, Chris, and it's really quite strange. Well, I don't like those automobiles. They're smoky and they're loud. And, if you have an accident, all that glass will cut your face. So I'm sticking with my horse and buggy. How'd that work out? Well, there'll still be a market for buggy whips. Don't worry. No, there'll be a market for tires, cars. Okay, you get with the change. I don't like email. I think it's really weird. That's my dad, okay? That's my father. My father, a brilliant literature guy and who's who. I don't like email, Jim. I don't know how to get on that, and I'd rather use the U.S. Postal Service. That's reliable. Okay, Dad, I get it. I get it, Dad. One of the most interesting screw ups that my dad had was he would say, "Jim, I had an accident. I was working on chapter 4 of my book, and I had an accident. I deleted something by accident, and I saved my document, and now it's gone." I said, "Why'd you save your error?" He said, "I didn't want to lose my whole document." So he messed up on chapter 3. He realized that 2 pages out of the 5 are gone because he screwed up with his fingers, fat finger, and he saved his error because he didn't want to lose his book. I said, "Dad, it's like pulling a book off the shelf and putting it into your computer, but it's still on your shelf." And he said, I don't think I'll ever get that. Okay, that's your dinosaur. One time he said to me, "Jim, I know you had a problem with that client. I can mail him if you like. He's in the state of Oregon. I can mail him." I said, "Dad, it's okay." I emailed him. Okay, you get with the technology transfer or you get left behind. I think what's going to happen, Chris, is a lot of people are going to get caught in the old technology, and they're going to realize that their life savings and their pensions are old school and they took a 30% hit. And there's going to be like this other crowd, like a quarter of us. And they say, I realized a 20-fold gain. I realized a 200-fold gain because I got into XRP. It's going to be really interesting. I have an entire chapter on XRP every month now for the newsletter. I started in November having an XRP chapter. And this month for February, I mean, February's over, but for the February report, that's where I got the 3 paragraphs of banks that have adopted XRP. This is going to be very exciting, and there's so much more to say about it. And that's why I think it's a good idea to, go to golden-jackass.com and sign up for the newsletter, support my work, and start off reading the gold chapter for the 47 reasons for the 47th president. And that doesn't show the report, but that shows in yellow the button for signing up. And notice in the upper left, it says February report is posted. And I got a special report for Trump's first month. The lightning quick activity in the first month. And, we haven't even talked about US aid, Chris. I don't think we talked last month. I think last time it was December. I'm not sure. I knew a US aid worker. I knew him. He was a lifelong friend. And here's the funny part about US aid. A lot of people who work in US aid don't know what they do. My friend Peter, okay, just quickly, Chris, when I was 4 years old, my next door neighbor was Peter. Peter and Bobby, and we caught butterflies together. I was 4 and 5 and he was 4 and Bobby was 3, and we were running around like knuckleheads and lunatics catching butterflies with our self-made nets. And other times we played baseball, but Peter wasn't good at baseball. I was good. He would try to catch my fly balls, and I broke my dad's bathroom window once. He got very upset. Anyway, Peter went on to Yale University and was quite a spectacular student, and he did not like the law profession. He stumbled in a law firm, and he said, Jim, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to check a number of weird opportunities out there because there are a lot. What did he do? He got recruited by the CIA, and he got hired by USAID because he was fluent in Russian at Yale University. And I was there when he was a junior. I was doing my thing for a doctoral program, and I only lasted 1 quarter. It's a long story. And I kept up with him. And I asked him, what are you doing for USAID, Pete? He said, well, first of all, I'm freezing my ass off in Moscow, but I go to the nightclubs and I have a good time, so I don't lose my mind. But I have escorted Senator John McCain on 5 occasions. I said, what do? You have him meet with people who interfere with press reporting and do propaganda bull crap? And he said, oh, I don't know what they do. I just introduced them to the Russian. Okay, the point is, Chris, a lot of US aid people don't know what they were doing. It was the upper level. It was the management, not the workers. And I was happy when I heard that they fired the management. They started at the top. They probably fired a lot of, worker bees, and that's fine. Well, Peter resigned. He resigned 7 or 8 years ago after 12, 13 years in Moscow. And I asked, what are you going to do, Pete? He said, I'm moving to Lithuania. It's really nice there. The climate's better. They have a winter, but it's mild, and they speak Russian. And the ladies are really nice in Lithuania. They're not fat hogs like they are in the United States. I said, yeah, true that.
Well, Jim,
okay.
or just if I could, because you mentioned a couple things that actually ties back to something you said you would touch on earlier in terms of where this leaves the U.S. and on Tuesday, March 4th, no less. And is this headed towards a restructure, in your opinion? And the
Yes, we're
Trump
going
in
to
the
have a
Trump
restructure.
administration.
We're going to have a reformation, a restructure, and kind of an industrial revolution. We're going to get back into making things, manufacturing in the United States. We don't even manufacture housewares. We don't manufacture television sets. We barely make iPhones. Okay. We have imports of almost everything that's important in our society. So we're going to get back to manufacturing. We're going to introduce AI. And it's not just building robots and having really smart machines. It's all the technology behind it. It's super chips. We have to make data centers. We have to have more electricity power centers. We have to have some innovative sources of energy for electricity generation. And Elon Musk is going to be behind that. And Tesla Engineering, not Tesla Corp. Nikola Tesla Engineering is going to be involved in new energy production. It's going to be Tesla Clip. We're going to have revolution, Chris, at the household level in neighborhoods. You're going to have a Tesla Clip for an apartment building. You're going to have a Tesla Clip, a bank of Tesla Clips for powering 30 or 40 homes in a neighborhood, in a condominium, what do you call it, subdivision. We're going to get back to manufacturing. We're going to eliminate sabotage of the U.S. economy and work toward constructive U.S. economy ventures. We're going to have foreign direct investment with the money coming back. And we're going to have a risk of inflation when those treasury bonds come back, unless they're for productive capacity. And we're going to have a lot of productive capacity. We're going to have incentive for productive capacity. And we're going to be on a gold standard that's going to result in very little in price inflation. What we have a challenge for now is we need to retrain our young people, because they don't know shit from Shinola about math and science. They couldn't do an integral to save their soul. They couldn't do a closed circuit diagram to save their soul.
Jim,
They
maybe
know video
we'll
games, they know cocaine, and they know welfare from the government because they're screwed up in their head. We need to train our young people because we're in trouble.
Well, yeah, maybe it's time for the repatriation of Jim Willie, and we could get you here educating our finest minds. I mean, Jim Willie and children,
I'm going to be
natural
winding.
combo as far as I can see.
I'm going to be winding down, Chris. I'm tired. I tell you, I'm going to be going a little bit longer. I don't know, a couple of years, 3 or 4 years. I'm still going reasonably strong, but I'm getting damaged by dark, occult, evil forces. I'm being damaged, and I keep going. I keep going, and I get a lot of Christian prayer and aid, Christian aid, and they're wonderful. I need to call a certain lovely lady right now who's helped me a lot, because I'm dealing with something right now on 2 fronts. 2 big costs. I don't want to go into the details. We need to get back to putting a 4-year requirement in high school for math. We dropped it down to 2 years. How do we compete with that, Chris? We don't compete. And Trump took some crap back in December when Elon Musk said we're going to be importing Indian talent from the nation of India. Now, I'm not against that. And if they get, what is it, an H1, or I don't know what you call it, H1N, or I don't know the specifics of what they're called, but it's worker visa. There's a story behind that story, Chris, and that's sort of the the interesting little nuggets that I've got in my newsletter. We want India not to be a big science power, not to be a big AI power, not to be a big technology power. We want their best to come to the United States. And it's going to cause a revolution, and you're going to see it in the news. There's lots of jobs if you can become competent in engineering, and that requires mathematics. You know, I've got a colleague who's got a doctorate in electronic engineering. And, you know, when we talk shop, Chris, we talk mathematics. We talk about, you know, positive, definite, symmetric matrices. We talk about ill conditioning with their eigenvalues. That's math talk with an engineer. The engineers know mathematics. If they don't know mathematics, they don't go anywhere. The bell-shaped curve is called the error function in signal processing. And my colleague talks about it a lot. He showed me an article about, you know, the error function. I said, that's the normal curve. That's the normal function. He said, yeah, we call it the error function, ERF. Okay, you got to know mathematics. I did something very unusual, Chris, and just a quick side story. I got a 5 out of 5 on the Princeton Advanced Placement Calculus test after my senior year. So they gave me Calculus 1, Calculus 2, and Calculus 3 credit for my freshman year. And I said, I don't want credit for Calculus 3. I haven't taken that. And they said, well, you got a 5 on the Princeton test. I said, I don't give a crap. I haven't taken that. I want to take that course even though I have credit for it. Well, that's a first here at this university. I said, I don't care about your rules. I want to take Calculus 3. I want 3D calculus and, you know, acceleration curves and, you know, surfaces and integration over surfaces and polar coordinates. I haven't taken that. Okay, and that's what I took my first semester in college, a course that I had credit for. Okay, Matt, we need math love. We need love of math. We don't need love of corn flakes. No, what do you call it? Corn chips and potato chips. Okay, we got overweight kids who don't even have phys ed anymore. I loved dodgeball in 3rd and 4th, 5th grade. I loved it. Dodgeball. Let's go out and act like a bunch of idiots and throw a nice little ball at each other and try to avoid and catch it. You catch it, the other guy's out. It hits you, you're out. If you dodge it, you keep on going. That was a lot of fun. Well, the fat kids don't do that anymore, Chris. We need to get back to phys ed. We need to get back to science. We need to get back to math. That's what we need to do. Or else we're not going to be able to compete. We're going to be importing talent, and they're going to be living in the good neighborhoods. And the dumbasses who didn't take their math and science, you're going to be the workers who get pushed out because you haven't kept up, and you're going to be living in a crappy little apartment.
All right, Jim, I think we're clear on the dodgeball history and other relevant details there. Although as we're just about coming up on our time, I mean, you've touched on gold and silver a little bit, but I wanted to give you the last couple of minutes. Obviously, we've had the spreads, the EFP spreads surge. We've seen lots of signs of stress. We have the Bank of England saying it takes 4 to 8 weeks to give you your metal. Then they send this guy Dave Ramsey out there that I don't know how many people's concerns he settled down, but anything gold and silver that you would like to share here before we finish up?
I got 47 reasons why gold's going to go up.
I know you were only in the 20s like a month or two ago, so you were busy over Christmas.
I actually put it together in a day and a half. And my colleague said, Jim, that's a good list. Okay, we got trade tariffs. We got London gold market, I believe, is in default. We got multiple leasing. They call it rehypothecation, so you don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's multiple leasing. You got a mad scramble to replace gold in the bullion banks because they did the multiple leasing. You got corrupt gold by the big banks, corrupt gold leasing. Leasing is going to be very big, multiple leasing. Do you remember in 2008, we heard about the mortgage electronic registry system, MERS? That was to prevent and to manage the titles for mortgages so that only one mortgage bond had one secure stream of mortgage payments. Well, it was 2.5 average. We've got something like 10 or 15. You might have a better number than me. The leasing and a multiple basis is corrupt, and that's causing a scramble now. We got to search for U.S. government fraud. We have lost faith in the fiat currency system. They got to be backed. We got sovereign bonds in Europe and the United States that are considered trash. You got a mandatory audit of the gold reserves. You got a risk of exposing fake gold bars I think they might find some fake gold bars and make a big deal about it in Fort Knox, but they won't say it's a majority. They might lie. We're going to have monetizing the asset side of the U.S. government. We got an acceleration of federal deficits. We got a systemic collapse where people are now seeking portable wealth. We have the wealthy now, Chris, and you know this better than me. You know the gold market better than me. We have the wealthy scrambling to get the gold because they're afraid that the banks have laced it out and they don't have their gold no more. This is going to get wild. It's not just the audit of Fort Knox that's caused this. It's the big bank insolvency. It's the rejection of the Treasury bill by the BRICS nations. They don't like the Treasury bill for trade payment. They want something real. They don't want toilet paper. I think President Trump needs a short education on what legitimate currency is all about and how he needs to stop weaponizing the dollar. He has not stopped the weaponization of the dollar. And it's sad. Okay, I got only down to about 8 or 10 of the reasons. I have 47 of them. Sign up for the newsletter.
I bet you could get to 50 by the weekend.
I could. The trouble is that they really look like number 22 and they look like number 19. They overlap, Chris. No doubt they overlap. And Hollywood is saying got silver. I can see it right behind you. That's Hollywood. They're wondering, okay, we got a big silver deficit going on in industry, and this is not going to last much longer. I want to see an explosion in the gold market, a revaluation, and then silver follows in the next 2 or 3 weeks. There's no way. I'm very surprised that we're not above 40 right now in silver. They're just doubling down, then doubling down again on their corrupt naked shorts. You know this better than I do, but they're running out. The deliveries are out of this world. They're like 4 times multiple of what happened in January. That was the result of February. We had the first day delivery in March that set a record, and it's on pace for being multiples of what February was. This is exciting. We're about to break the gold and silver markets. We're about to break it. And you know, in Trump's tariff talk, he never said England will have a tariff. He never said that. So that's a false premise for the gold leaving London and coming to the New York sites and vaults. He never said he's going to slap a tariff on London gold. Never said that. You don't put a tariff on the British crown. This is going to be exciting. I am really jazzed at what's coming up in the next several months. And what else can I say? Go down the list here. I don't want to get, that's too big. The silver industrial demand shortage is annual. Silver is the Achilles heel. We're going to have a silver cartel. I'm pretty sure about it. Okay, you just look at the war of words with Mexico. They're going to just block all exports of silver. They're going to make it a national reserve. They're going to make a national stockpile in silver. Mexico, China, and Russia, they're likely to make a silver cartel. Can you imagine the equivalent of OPEC for oil is going to be in silver? Whoa. Limit the supply of silver so we can drive it up past $50 to screw you Westerners who've been playing with the price games. Oh my gosh. Read all about it in the newsletter, golden-jackass.com. Going great guns, but you know, there's economic damage, Chris. Some of my clients are hurting. I mean, one spouse has lost a job or they're underemployed because they refused the vaccine. Their costs are going through the roof. They got double and triple the fire insurance for their homes. Car insurance is much more expensive. If you're wondering why car insurance and home insurance is more expensive now, it's because for 10 years they didn't make any money on the treasury bonds. That's their nut. And that applies to pension firms. So there's the website. In the yellow in the center is the subscribe button. If there are a lot of people who don't want to read a 40-page report every month, and fine.
Oh, come on now. Even
Well, there's some that they don't want it. They don't have time. They tell me that. They write me and say, Jim, I just made a donation of $100. It's because I watched several of your shows, and I don't want to sign up for the newsletter. So they hit the donate button and they do it on a regular basis. I love that. That's great. There's a guy who just yesterday did $100, and he does it every single month. And that's not the cost of a newsletter. It's $200 for a year, $220. Okay, these are exciting times. I've got time now for consulting. I have 2 or 3 that I need to do in the next couple of days. They said, well, Jim, wait for your February newsletter to get done, and then we'll contact each other next week. Well, now it's next week. So I'm going to do that. I did one. It was a really interesting lady who had stories and wanted to know about XRP, but she had stories. Oh my gosh, Chris, I'll tell you offline. I won't tell you here. Just a beautiful lady when she was younger and did not get trapped. She did not get trapped in you know what. So go to the website, sign up for the newsletter, make a donation, do some consulting. And if you're wealthy, hit the sponsor button. I'm always grateful. I got a few people who regularly hit the sponsor button, and it keeps me going. Chris, I tell you, the hand of the Lord Jesus, I tell you, without it, I'd be gone 4 years ago. I'd be gone. I got a number of people who helped me in a big way, including an extremely wealthy guy in Mexico who doesn't want me to mention his name, but how many of them are there? And I'm not talking about Carlos Slim. He helped me in a big way in 2019. I'm very grateful to him the rest of my life. I'm talking about nearly $100,000 grant. I hope this helps you, Jim, to get out of the bind. Anyway, it's a long story. We're going to see silver rule the roost in industry, while gold rules the roost in financial functions. Chris, I haven't been this excited in a long time, and it's like a rejuvenation that happened with the Trump election. And here's my little statement for all the people who are objecting to Trump. All traitors, please rise. Please rise to be counted. All traitors. If you don't want the reconstruction of the United States and you don't want legitimate money, and you're all in favor of financial fraud to divert money to the Swiss Uber lords and the Ukraine, please rise. We want you to be counted. And now it's, if you object to the Epstein files, please rise. You and the FBI. They just fired a New York office FBI guy named Dennehy. It looks like he worked out. It looks like he was, he went to the FBI gymnasium rather frequently. Well, he's gone because he stood up to be counted in objecting to releasing the Epstein file. This is going to go on. The people are losing patience with the Trump people, and I tell them, be patient, more patient. The Epstein files are going to take 6 months to get out. It's going to be drips and drabs. Right now they're talking about, the batch number 1, and it's going to be redacted. Okay, Chris, this is exciting. It's going to have a lot of parts to it. And we're going to have a reconstruction of the U.S. economy, and we need 5 or 6 different ingredients. I hit on some of them, and I talk about all of them in the newsletter. And this is a labor of love, Chris. Once I get going, I have trouble. I end up working once till close to midnight, and I usually go to bed at 10 p.m. I go to bed at 10 p.m., 10 to 6, 10 to 5:30. I catch the sunrise. It's 5:30 here.
Well, Jim, I sure appreciate that you're up there every day doing your thing. It was nice to hear what you mentioned of some of the people that been able to help you out along the way, and I hope not. Well, I hope you realize how loved you are by a lot of people on this planet. So I won't make you answer.
The fish market story. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You see, and that's just
Sorry.
one, right? But
Okay.
it's just. Go ahead. You want to say something?
No, I had a couple of other notes that I didn't get to, but that's okay.
No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Another thing about military weapons. I mean, this is a very big topic for me. They want to sustain military sales, weapon sales. When they did the Arab oil embargo, they quadrupled the price of oil. And the Arabs were not the authors of that idea. It was Kissinger. It was a Rockefeller concept. They told the Saudis, whatever you do, everybody will follow. So we want you to go along with the 4 times the quadrupled oil price, but we're going to help you to manage it. We want you to recycle your surplus back into treasury bonds. We're going to hold 1/4 of your treasury bond. That's the Exchange Stabilization Fund. And we want you to buy military hardware. Don't worry. We will guarantee Middle East instability.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
It's
sad.
all the OPEC nations and the Gulf nation, the Gulf monarchies. They're all coerced to buy military weapons from the United States. And so is Israel. But Israel doesn't buy them. We give them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
I mean, it's a really complex situation. It's very detailed. And like you said, there's just so many damn moving parts. Everybody's a hypocrite. They're both bought off to some degree.
And here's another moving part. All that instability created Arab refugees. Well, ship them to Europe.
Yes. And anger and hatred towards people who are just want to live in pease, to be honest.
Yeah, but there are a lot of criminals that.
Of course there are criminals. Yeah, absolutely. But they've been
elected. It wasn't just part of the mech. No. The criminals were tossed in there.
Yes, and not only that, they were also there was a lot of propaganda behind a lot of this stuff. That has twisted people to believe in certain things. And anyways, whole different subject. I mean, their MK Ultra programming is pretty damn intense, and I know exactly. Okay, so it's just incredible how deeply the globalists seem to have how they thought this out. They thought it very carefully, and it's been orchestrated meticulously. And trying not to dive too deep into the rabbit hole, I believe that behind a lot of this war too, there is a spiritual aspect to all of us, a spiritual warfare behind even this currency crisis and everything else that's along with it. In my private conversations with friends and family, on and off record, I keep warning people and them that, just things are just going to keep getting stranger and very unsettling over the next 3 years. I mean, the sad thing is a lot of the malevolence is being solidified, in my opinion, through quantum computers, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, which I think are going to become the gatekeepers to all the devices, therefore controlling every aspect of our lives and information we access, because we are all
but also providing us liberty at the same time.
I hope so.
I mean, that's kind of like saying, well, my gosh, DARPA created email, so email's evil. The cryptos are not going to be the gateway of global control. They're going to be the gateway of global independence from the cabal.
You don't think that they could co-opt these systems?
No. I'm sorry. BRICS is creating payment systems on the blockchain out of Shanghai, the blockchain. And it's not going to be possible to do weaponization of currency. They're going to work around the dollar, and they're going to create an independent world. The BRICS are right now trying to put some controls over the Chinese. I don't know if you noticed, but in the August Durban, South Africa BRICS meeting, they blocked President Xi from making a speech. They put his entire entourage of 15 security officers in a hotel so they could not make a BRICS conference speech about credit scoring for banking that was so wonderful from China that they wanted to be across all of BRICS. No. The digital highway, the blockchain ledger, is going to be part of independence for people. Independence.
So I know blockchain can provide. Yeah, blockchain can certainly provide a lot of.
They're not going to have the CBDC as a weapon against the people. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
It's gone too big, too powerful, basically.
No, it's gone under Eastern control. Russia has pretty much a CBDC. The Russian ruble digital. China has a digital yuan. These are CBDCs. Who runs the digital ruble for Russia but their central bank? They've already got a legitimate, good, integrity-filled CBDC in their digital ruble.
Right.
We're not going to get the global prison because of instituting crypto.
Too many people also are waking up, I believe, and that's something I did.
The East is in control. The unit for the BRICS, it's going to be with mBridge as a protocol.
Project mBridge.
The digital, the blockchain ledger. And all they have to do now is declare what are the buses and what are the trucks going to be. And I think they're going to have a label on the side that says XRP.
Yes, that's the last topic I was going to discuss with you. But I am still curious to know your thoughts on who is truly running the show these days as far as orchestrating a lot of the psychological warfare that's coming out, because many people in the space, they continue to talk about a great awakening. And it's true that a lot of people are waking up. A lot of people are discovering how these globalists have been exposed. Absolutely. While that's true, my question is simple, and it's, what are people waking up to? Because I've been asking these questions for over a decade. I didn't talk about it before, but I always knew and I sensed certain things were wrong. So I'm concerned, like, people are just waking up, first of all. And, you know, I couldn't fully articulate it once back then, but as people are waking up today, I personally, having lived on the other side of the world as well and having a general understanding, and I was raised to question things at such a young age, I noticed way more lies actually being perpetuated within the Great Awakening as well. So I'm concerned, going now without going into too much scripture, that it seems like people are waking up to a false sense of liberty. And I'm just speculating here, right? I always think on both sides. So what are your thoughts on what I just said? People talk about a white hat alliance, but yet there are things in there that still don't make sense. I don't want to talk about it up here, but
well, who is in control? Well, there are two bodies at work: the cabal and the White Alliance. The cabal, they control medicine, they control big tech like search engines and social networks, but not all of them. They control weapons, they control the vaccines, they control the news. I'm repeating myself a little bit, but so be it.
Okay.
They control a lot of different things, the wars. Okay, that's a cabal activity. And there's a theme to it: death and destruction and lost liberty. Okay, it's all three, and they overlap. But there's another exposure going on, and it's exposure of the evil. And I just say, what is being exposed? It's the Satanists and all of their nefarious activities. I wrote them down. It's the medical sector, the pharmaceuticals, and the vaccine. It's all the wars and the constant budget for weapons. It's the MSM news and the censorship of social networks and search engines. It's lesbian, gay, and diversity equity. It's the open border invasion. Okay, we're getting exposed to the nefarious motives for all of that. And when they're doing all that, they're also producing a lot of price inflation so that they have economic damage.
Of course.
Now, I believe, final point. I believe what we're seeing now is the exposure of Satan.
The devil, like spiritual warfare. That's correct. Evil.
And the White Alliance is predominantly, God-fearing and mostly from the United States Christian. And there is a Jewish element to that, but it's mostly Christian. We're seeing a global war of good versus evil. And notice that Russia is a Christian nation.
Yes, it is.
They've got a Christian government. They got a lot of problems with their legal system and their court system and all that, their law structure. They got a lot of problems. They need a lot of progress. But their government is Christian.
Yeah, they're religious, and they take it very dearly to them.
And it's Eastern Orthodox, Russian Orthodox. and they've got a patriarch, Cyril, Ciril. And what does the West have? We've got the Satanist Vatican.
That's right.
Okay, so even on the religious side, the official, hierarchical of Cyril versus the Pope, it's again Satan versus God. I got a quick side story regarding the Russian Orthodox Church, and I got this confirmed by one of my sources who had to go quiet because they were being hunted down. He had to stay alive and stay safe. When the Bolsheviks took over in, I think, 1907, 1905, the Bolsheviks took over, and they call them the White Russians, the Russians who were opposed to communism. They worked with the church, the Russian Orthodox Church, and they hid in something like 2,000 churches.
Wow.
They hid 120,000 tons of gold.
That's incredible.
They hid about 14 times as much gold as Fort Knox. 14 Fort Knoxes, and it's in 2 Russian military mountain location bases. So many of us have heard, not all, but people who pay attention and study this stuff, under the Kremlin, they have 25,000 tons of gold.
Right.
So now they have 145,000 tons of gold, official gold. You think they're ready for a gold standard and a gold monetary banking system? I
can't wait.
And that's one reason the United States declares them to be a rogue state. They're not only Christian, they're in favor of a gold standard. Okay, I believe Trump has confiscated a lot of elite criminal and royal wealth in the trillions. And I believe Trump has also the word's not confiscate, recovered.
Okay.
And had not so much donated, but devoted. Trump is now the executor of perhaps 100,000 tons of gold. And to put a perspective on this, 10,000 tons of gold is roughly $1 trillion. Mm-hmm. Roughly. Not exact. I don't care to be exact. I'm talking rough. I'm talking napkin math. So sure. If we need to cover, say, $34 trillion, we need 340,000 tons of gold. What I think we're going to see is foreigners are going to get a haircut on bond redemption because they were just too stupid to buy them and keep them. Mm. Now, we coerced it, but, they didn't resist. They didn't fight back. And U.S. institutions, treasury bondholders, just think of banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and corporate financial firms like wealth management funds. They own a lot of treasury bonds. Yeah. And they're going to get gold. That's what I think. They're going to get gold. They're going to be redeemed for their treasury bonds in gold. We talk about a default being inevitable, Verson. What we might get is a redemption instead. Right.
For that default. Instead of defaulting, we get redemption. And a new gold standard.
It's not a default if it's a redemption. It's not.
That's correct.
It's not a redemption in the form of a default, or other way around. Not a default in the form of redemption. Okay, we're going to have a lot of surprises coming. And
like I said, next 3 years is going to be very interesting and very strange. A lot of changes are coming. So I know many technologies are building this infrastructure. We talked about this a little bit earlier for the new monetary system, the digitization of everything. People know what XRP is. I'm personally a big investor in XRP, Ripple, and Stellar XLM. Last time we did speak, you mentioned it would be like having your Coke and Diet Coke in a multipolar world, which really makes sense. So for our new audiences and listeners who are just beginning to understand these technologies, is there any way you could just please expand on what you meant by that comparison? Additionally, maybe even elaborate on the technologies and what it really means to the new monetary system.
Reword the question. What's going on with XRP and why am I so optimistic about it?
Yeah.
It was June. They had the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And what we're seeing now in the last 2 years is that it is eclipsing the Davos Economic Forum. They call that the World Economic Forum. I call it the banker barbecue. Okay. Davos is a banker barbecue. There are no economic business deals. There were 23 international business deals in St. Petersburg worth $70 billion. That is an economic conference. When they had the St. Petersburg June meeting, they said, we want this to be the BRICS conference. We will allow BRICS to dominate the themes, and we're going to have other things in addition to BRICS, but come one, come all. And the United States largely did not attend. What they did, I paid close attention to what they were going to do regarding trade payment technology and systems. And what I learned, it's all well and good to say they had 23 different countries involved in $70 billion worth of contracts. But I got news for the United States. None of it will be dollar settled. Not any of those 70 billion in contracts will be dollar settled. So I paid attention to what they were going to do regarding, because they had pretty much hinted, we cannot make a BRICS gold token. We're not going to have a gold utility token. And believe me, that is all about liberty, not slavery. They said, we're not going to do 100% gold token. We've been working with all the various countries, and we got a compromise. And for lack of a better name, we're going to call it the unit. Okay, it's the BRICS unit. I don't care what they call it. I just want them to call it something and to get some meat on them bones, They said that it's going to be 40% gold, and then the two nations will each have 30% of their choosing for the currencies. It could be, France versus India, could be rupee and the euro. But India has let it be known that they're not typically going to use the rupee, and the reason is kind of embarrassing. No one wants it. Okay. So
sorry, that's funny.
The two countries are going to determine the 30% and the 30%, and gold will be the 40%. And then I studied, okay, what about the rules? The rules. Okay, you can't have travel on a highway without rules. Think of it as speed limit, can't change the lane. Here's the off ramp, and you need certain licensing in order to have your truck operate. Okay, the rules.
The protocol.
I was going to say the exact word. They established the protocol in St. Petersburg, and they call it M-Bridge. Little M, big B, M-Bridge. And, I've listened to a few videos to get a lot of schooling on this, and I've done my best, and there's always more that I can do, and I have a lot of things I need to cover, Vershawn, and I do the best I can. All right, so what I learned was there are three themes regarding M-Bridge that set up all the rules for its usage. It's got to be fast, it's got to be cheap, and it's got to be free from interference, because a lot of this is developed because of the dollar weaponization. Right. This is about freedom from fascist bankers. All right, now it's all great. You got the protocol. This is wonderful. What are the trucks and what are the buses? Who's going to carry the cargo? Think of them as giant trucks, mostly truck. Because a bus, people think of people, and the truck, you think of cargo.
Right.
What is going to carry the cargo? What are the trucks going to be? And they've done everything except to tell us what the vehicle will be that conforms to the M-Bridge protocol and satisfies all the requirements for the unit. And the answer is XRP and a couple of others, but I think it's going to be dominated by XRP, because XRP is being advertised and promoted as a high-level, high-volume trade settlement mechanism. And then we had the news, and it's coming out one by one in a parade. Russia has announced that XRP is a valid intermediary between their corporate, their bank, their government, and the three currencies, the euro, the dollar, and the, I think, yuan, I think. No, euro, the dollar, and the yuan, I think. I'm not sure. It's 3 currencies. All right, so XRP is an intermediary in Russia, and they're going to conform. And they said they just passed a law in Russia that crypto can be used for trade payment settlement in Russian trade. That's anti-dollar. That means, hey, Bulgaria, Poland, and maybe even France, you want to break the sanctions? You're going to have to pay us with a crypto device. And, you don't want to use a dollar because you get bombed by the Americans? Okay, fine. Use XRP. Okay. Then you had Brazil announced they're going to have XRP collaboration with investment communities and software developers. And I got some of this covered in my newsletter for June and July. I can't remember which. Sign up, read them both. Then you got India said, we have an energy deal with the Gulf, and part of the payment will be in XRP. It finally happened. Because India is really interesting. Really interesting because they're so big. They got the largest middle class in the world, our world, and they got a currency that people don't like. As a result, they're going to be looking for alternatives, and crypto is at the head of their list. They did a deal over a year ago, and I highlighted this because it was UAE. Sorry. UAE did a deal with I'm getting off track a little bit, but it's still a very interesting story. I got confused in my own head, but I figured it out. UAE did a big energy deal with France, and they took as payment yuan. UAE took yuan from France. So France didn't use the dollar. We're getting precedents all over the place. And before you know it, UAE is going to say, yuan is good, but XRP is better. And I did a consult call a year and a quarter ago, and it was from a guy in Oman. And he was British educated, but his name was Ahmad, and he was Arab, and he had perfect English like you. And he told me all about how XRP is being used in the Gulf area, the Gulf region.
Already.
Yeah. Widely used, but at a lower level. He said every several months they move it up a level, and it's used a little more widely with higher volume. And he gave me one example of a construction firm with a cement contractor paid in XRP. Okay, this is happening. I think XRP is going to have quantum jumps. And, some people need to understand some details that are very significant. It's got what they call on-demand liquidity. So if suddenly XRP has oh my gosh, we're not ready for that. It's too big. Oh, no. It's XRP, on-demand liquidity. It gets created. Think of it like a virtual memory. And I came from Digital Equipment Corporation from 1980 to 1992, and they had virtual memory. So if you had a big block and you needed to move it, it created virtual memory to carry out instructions, and it was a very flexible system. XRP is like virtual crypto. It can be as big as you need. And
it's like digital gold as well.
I think it's going to be gold backed. And
I do too. I still agree with you. If I can share something real quick.
Go ahead.
See, I really believe, and this is what I teach on the channel, is that everything is really falling into place. Interestingly, Ripple has already been recognized by the World Gold Council to launch a stablecoin on the XRP ledger to integrating physical assets, commodities into the digital economy, utilizing XRP as a value transfer mechanism. And another thing I'd like to add is those who understand the technology understand that XRP isn't just any regulated currency out there. It has the potential to act as a global cross-border settlement mechanism, reserve mechanism, very similar to how the dollar operates. Now, if the dollar's gone and liquidity in the dollar is plunging, you need a substitute.
You mentioned some key words, and I wrote them down. A value transfer asset. Now, Ripple Tech, they won 2 lawsuits with the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. They were very important victories. And I believe, I'm going to oversimplify it, but in the 2 victories, it was determined XRP is not a security. It's not a stock or bond. And in the other case, it's not a currency. It's not a stock, it's not a bond, it's not a currency. It's a value transfer mechanism. And it operates within the protocol developed by the BRICS called mBridge. It conforms.
Yeah, it's interoperable with it, basically.
Yeah, I don't know all the particular details. You seem to know a little bit more about it than I do in key areas, and that's great, because I learn whenever I talk to people who are smarter than me in certain areas. We're going to see XRP among others. We may see that Stellar will declare that we're now mBridge compliant. So we want a piece of the action for the unit and payment system within BRICS. And what I think is going to probably happen is XLM will be a lot more in its domestic payment satisfaction. In, say, Saudi Arabia or in Iran, there could be a big project, and it could be cement contractors and steel contractors and, drywall workers, the labor, and, glass and window and the carpenters. And before you know it, 2 or 3 of those groups are saying, well, we get paid in XLM. We're all kind of domestic, and they're not huge contracts, so we don't need XRP. But then you got country-to-country trade settlement, bilateral, quarterly, or monthly net trade payment. That is where XRP is going to come in. And what I'm expecting, Verson, is that we're going to have 3, 4, 5 different quantum jumps. It's not going to go.
Are you talking about the price?
Price. It's not going to go 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. It's going to go 50, 60, 70, $2.80. And then $2.90, $3, $3.50, $7.80. Then $8, $8.50, $8.20, then $26. Discontinuous price movement. One really smart client, he said, Jim, I got news for you. XRP is going to suddenly move to something like 30 or 50.
Yeah. I can easily see that. It was designed for infinite scalability.
And that goes hand in hand with the on-demand liquidity. Infinite scalability.
That's right.
It means that any country can come to the table and say, well, we don't know what we want to use, but we can't use the dollar. We don't want to use the yuan. Okay, China is going to be discouraging usage of the yuan in trade settlement as a third party. Now, when UAE took yuan from France, China said, "Oh, that's okay, but you can't do that. Can't do that for the next several years. You got to develop the alternative."
And we're here now.
And that is going to work very significantly toward XRP and XLM. I know some people are really
there's
smart.
A lot of other technologies out there.
Well, I wish I couldn't really tell you the big difference between XLM and XRP. I couldn't tell you. I know they do the same function, but it seems like XLM is more, it's not international. It's more domestic. And that's very simplified.
Yeah, it could do some cross-border payments, but it's more for micro, individual level. Their main, peer-to-peer. Their objective is banking the unbanked. XRP was more for institutional use, big money.
And have you heard?
Correct.
You probably heard it, but I'm just going to say it for the giggle. XRP is mentioned for interplanetary trade.
That's a whole different rabbit hole I'm not ready to go down.
I just mentioned it for the giggle. I like to giggle. I laugh a lot. In my private life,
So
I laugh a lot. It's very therapeutic. Can I give you my prediction? Are you ready for?
Sure, please. Yes, thank you, Jim.
Okay, because I need to close this.
Of course. Yeah, we're already almost 2 hours.
Yeah, we're having too much fun.
I enjoyed this.
I believe we're going to see the exposure go to a new level of letting people know how evil the Satanists are and how their motive toward destruction. We are witnessing not economic decay. We're watching economic deconstruction. They're not just letting things fall apart with higher prices. They're bringing higher prices to deconstruct the small business sector, to deconstruct the individual home ownership, So they give it up and it goes to BlackRock private equity firm. Okay, we're getting exposure of the medical sector, the war sector, the news and information sector, the society policies. We're getting exposure. We're learning that the United States is not 18% lesbian gay. It's not even 2. Okay? We're being gaslighted and fed bullshit by the plateful. When I talk to somebody who's a bit of a knucklehead, I say, is there any plate full of bullshit that you do not swallow whole? Okay? Now, remember, my dad was a literature professor. Okay, right. We're going to be exposed on the border and the sleeper cells. We're going to be exposed on what the real price inflation problem is. And you know, one little thing we're going to be exposed on is, you know, there's a consequence of having low interest rates in order to manage the U.S. government debt. And it meant that pension funds and insurance firms are in trouble because their nut doesn't earn much income. And that's why insurance rates are going up. The premiums are going up, double, triple, and more. And the pensions are getting cut back on the payouts. They're saying, well, you know, you got 2 choices. You can take 60% of what was planned, or you can just drop out. So it's a screw you. Okay, it's because the treasury bonds have not earned sufficient bond yield. I believe we're watching largely a controlled destruction of the Democrat Party that was taken over by the New World Order fascists. We have an unholy alliance of narcos, Marxists like Obama, and the fascist from the New World Order Geneva. Let's just call it the Geneva crowd. That includes Davos. So Marxists, narcos, and fascists. And they join
the worst
together.
Combination.
It's deadly. And we saw it with the vaccine, the censorship, and we saw it with the election fraud. And what do they have for their war chest but a few $1 trillion from narco money laundering, narco. You know, I get criticized. People say, why you talk about narco now and again? I say, because how can you ignore an 800 billion per year industry that feeds the underworld into the banks to control the takeover of the United States? If that's the war chest for doing bribery of our military, our bankers, and our judges and our politicians, why do you want to ignore it? Are you stupid or are you blind? Which one?
Yeah, both.
Okay, we're seeing a controlled revelation and conversion. And at the same time, the Democrat Party, I think, might possibly be destroyed. And the climax is November. And the good news, from my perspective, is if we get more assassination attempts and it becomes a little more apparent to even the dumbest people in the room that the FBI is behind it, then we might see a Supreme Court ruling that awards Trump the presidency at roughly the time of the election, which is canceled.
Yes. Interesting.
And Trump would be given his second term that was stolen from him.
Yeah.
The Congress is trying to pack the Supreme Court by going from 9 to 15 justices, and all the 6 new ones would be Democrat liberal types. Oh my gosh. Are you aware that in the recent decisions from the Supreme Court, on more than one occasion, the 3 liberals have recused themselves? They've stepped back. Wow. The liberals don't vote no more. Oh my gosh, the liberals don't vote no more. Oh, I love that. And why? Because they come up with weird reason of what they call it recuse. We're withdrawing. We recuse from making a decision, making a ruling on the a vote on the decision. Okay, we're seeing they're not going to win. They're not going to. It's not going to happen. No. Not going to happen. I believe most of the Congress has been under control now, and most, if not all, of the executive orders are going to be rescinded. We're watching a show, and I believe that firmly, and I think the show is coming to an end. And I expect a lot of the Biden show officials to scatter like cockroaches when you turn the light on, and they're going to hide in Ukraine and Israel. I appealed to Rob Kirby in 2012, and I said, look, I don't really understand too much about these derivatives. I think I understand the petrodollar, but what exactly is the interest rate swap derivative? What are they now call it the bond derivative. The bond, it's an interest rate swap. And he taught me, and I had to expand. I had to move into that area. I learned more. Oh my gosh, in 2017, 18, I made a real big project out about learning crypto and smart contracts and the ledger and mining. Are you aware, Versan, that 10% of all electricity demand now is from mining and AI queries?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's going to require a lot of power. Hopefully we can see some new technologies.
We need not only new technologies, we need lower prices.
I think we can really skip the whole electric thing. Maybe just get on to what they're hiding up there.
I'd like to have an electricity source straight out of my lawn. And
I'd like to see some 0-point energy through gravitational fields and gyroscopes, and well, who knows, right? Make energy free.
I think we're going to see giant complexes of like 20 or 30 Tesla coils, and that'll power like a quarter of a city.
Wow.
Or you have a small pack and it'll power like a condominium complex with 20-story buildings. This is where
there's
we're
a lot of, that's where we should head. We'll see.
But I've had 3 clients who've seen demos of the Tesla clip. It turns 500 watts. It turns 500 watts to 50,000.
Wow. New technologies will be emerging after all this mess. So
we've been
3 to 5 years.
We've been treated like, farm animals. Yeah. And now with the vaccine, it got out in the open how they wanted to make us farm animals. I don't have anybody in my family vaccinated except my mother-in-law. She had 8 strokes.
I'm so sorry. When people think they're right because of the programming, and now it's sad like that. Some people who know the facts, they just want the whole world to burn because they don't want to go down by themselves. It's a psychological warfare on the people.
You're bringing up a very important topic, and I want to just close with something.
Sure.
And it's a thought. The denial for people who took the vaccine and boosters, it's as powerful as alcoholism.
Yeah,
and drug addiction. I think it could be worse because, alcoholism is life and death sometimes too, and so's narcotic addiction. I noticed the behavior. I'm not bashful about this. In 1987, which was 37 years ago, I went through drug rehab. 1987. I was a young fellow, and I realized I got a lot of my life ahead. It was not narcotics. I never had narcotics. Never. What I had was marijuana. And I went all the way up the scale, and I stopped at Hawaiian Kona. And I loved it, but it destroyed a lot of my life. What I've noticed is that everything I learned about treating the addiction and dealing with the denial, I'm seeing it with the vaccine. I'm seeing it with the people. It would have been a lot worse if I hadn't. Okay, that's your rationalization. Okay, it's all parallel, and you're bringing up a point. Well, then drug addicts want everybody to be a drug addict so they can die with company. Yeah, it's in there, but
it's in there. Yeah, it's a psychological thing.
I've seen a lot of different denial mechanisms, and I see it now. By the way, I have a good friend, and his mother was vaxxed and heart attack. His stepmother, vaxxed and heart attack. His wife's father, father-in-law, vaxxed and heart attack. His brother-in-law, vaxxed and heart attack. His sister-in-law, vaxxed and heart attack. He's got 4 dead people. 4 dead people. His mother and stepmother are alive, but they're not able to move around. Like one of them had surgery, heart surgery. We're not talking about enlarged hearts. We're talking about clots and heart attacks.
Right, which shouldn't happen in the first place.
No,
but
it's clot shot.
that's
I told
really
my
what it is.
mother-in-law. I told her like 5, 6, 7 times.
Turns you into rubber.
I thought I was a nuisance, Versan.
No,
And then we learned when she collapsed and blood coming out of her nose. Oh no, you got vaxxed. Yeah, I didn't want to tell you. 8 strokes. She's now vomiting blood.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Dr. J.
Out of policy options, and many people believe that the COVID stimulus, which was like 2.5 trillion at one point, and then it was another trillion, and then another trillion. I don't even have the exact amount, but it was in the trillions. Mm-hmm. But it went to the banks. I called it big bank welfare. It did not go into the economy. It did not go into lending. It did not go into mortgages. It did not go into business construction. It did not go into room additions. It did not go into car loans. It did not go into, new product lines. It did not go into IPOs. It went to the big banks. Mm-hmm. So you could make the comment, the conclusion, that the stimulus was with a medical health cover to bail out the banks who were in big trouble with their derivative exposure. Mm-hmm. And the result is that the big banks are now trapped. Okay, they were in trouble and needed trillions in order to escape. Let's just talk about, say, the petrodollar. And we remember 3 years ago, the crude oil price was zero and negative. Okay, that's because not only, but that's only a symptom that back then the petrodollar contracts were being liquidated, and the Saudi connection was being removed.
Yeah.
And with that Saudi connection removal, the Bush family had a little bit of a missing link to the system. And that was very important, and it resulted in a negative, totally reverse contangoed oil price. Okay, to me, that was a huge signal that the banks are in trouble with their petrodollar multi-trillion-dollar derivatives. And notice that in August, September, and October, I point out these dates all the time. Mm-hmm. That was when the repo window got over $1 trillion overnight in 2019. Mm-hmm. And I knew something big was coming down the road. I thought it was going to be the sunset of the dollar, but it turned out to be something of a medical nature instead, kind of a jump shift, a different track to put the engine in control. Okay, now let's look at a different type of derivative.
Can I make a quick point here, Jim? You've mentioned this before when the repo market started blowing up, and I think it was you who said this on a pay-per-view show, and I'd like you to explain that here. You kind of explained that somehow the system needed to like, let's say we had a patient here who was suffering from a heart attack, our financial system. We needed to slow down all the blood moving around the body so that we could do a heart transplant. Was it you that was saying something to that effect? And this is why we've had this last 2 years?
I wasn't making the analogy of slowing down the circulatory system. No, that wasn't me.
But does that make sense, though, by shutting all down the businesses, shutting down all the transportation around the world, that they were, in fact, slowing something down in order to change something, to fix something?
What you're saying. They're trying to halt the economy in order to change trains, change ships, change systems. Mm-hmm. Okay, slow down the U.S. economy, bankrupt a lot of businesses, and then suddenly infuse thousands of different patents and technologies to start anew with people who are looking for jobs because they just lost their obsolete corporate job. Okay, that's an interesting argument, and it does carry some weight, but golly, does that sound difficult? Let's bankrupt everybody. Let's remove all their income so that everybody can, in a very organized manner, move to new employers. I don't think so. I think.
Well, I don't think so either. That's not what I want. But look at this Minister of Finance here today in Canada saying, yeah, you don't actually have the right to absolute ownership of private property. Of course, this goes in line with the 2030 vision of we'll own nothing and we'll be happy.
Yeah,
it seems that there's those who want to go there.
That seems like dangerous ground for this conversation, Jean-Claude. I mean, I've got to guide you and yank you back on that. If I follow up on that, we're going to get in trouble. Let me just continue with the point here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The crude oil market. I've gone down this road before. 3 years ago, we had a sign where the United States and Saudi cut their ties, and the petrodollar contracts, I think, became subject to liquidation. We saw the negative oil price. We saw the zero oil price. We're nowhere near that now. Okay. The big banks did not pass, let's just call it 4 trillion. They did not pass that 4 trillion that we knew about from congressional stimulus bills. I always laughed when I heard, oh, they're calling it a stimulus bill. What are they stimulating?
No.
They're not stimulating the economy because they're locking it down. So that's not stimulus. What is it? And then we had an 18-month quiet period, more like a silent period, where we could not hear any details about what the Fed was doing with respect to the big U.S. banks. And we found out, Jean-Claude, that it was 9 trillion more. 4 trillion from the government, 9 trillion from the Fed. And I say, where did it go? Because they were locking down the economy, cutting back on all commercial loans, business expansion loans, new product line, business expansion. It all got stopped. So where did it go? It went into the derivatives. Okay. Now, what's the point? What's the takeaway? The takeaway is the big banks are in trouble. The economy was stalled. I don't even care about talking about how, but it got stalled badly. They lied through their teeth about the economic growth rate. They said, oh my gosh, we're down to 1.5% growth. No, we're down to -5. We're now down to, say, around -10 to -15. That's where we are right now.
If you don't look at the quadruple seasonal adjustment strategies and all that stuff.
A lot of it is gobbledygook nonsense, Keynesian doublespeak bullcrap. But anyway, we're out of policy options on the monetary side because now we've got a shortage from a supply crisis. We got a supply crisis, and now we got rising prices. And we actually have some analysts who say it's because of all the money that's been thrust into the system. But it wasn't thrust into the system. The cover was it'll be put into the system. The reality was it went to cover the derivatives for the big banks. And I just going to throw something out. I'm told that 2 months ago, Bank of America went bankrupt, declared bankruptcy, had it all covered up. They did it all on the quiet, all in the background, because they don't want bank runs. They don't want it to spread to other banks. They don't want Citibank to be next, for instance. Okay, so now there are no policy options, Jean-Claude. They cannot move interest rates even to a portion of the inflation rate. Now, in normal times, you would have the interest rate about 2% higher than inflation rate, price inflation rate. That was to cover just the fixed costs of lending money. Okay, now what we have is that let's try to make it so that it's like 1/5 of the inflation rate, the price inflation rate. Well, we're up to 18 and 20%. So Are we really going to get up to 4% on the official Fed funds? We're not going to get anywhere near that. We don't have any policy options. I'm going to say it over and over again. We cannot raise interest rates to where they should be, because right now the interest rate is what is it? Like, it's not even, it's about 3% on the 10-year bond. Okay. Just call it flat 3% for argument's sake. Cause I don't want to get, real specific and lose the point. The point is we got inflation, price inflation, that's 15% higher than the bond rate. So what is that going to result in? A lot of people are going to regard it as free money. So let's go speculate in something. Let's speculate in the stock market. Let's put leverage on the stock market. Yeah. Let's do other things. Let's invest in nickel. I mean, whatever. Okay. We're out of policy options. And now they're talking about a sequence of rate hikes. And I called them on this 6 months ago. They're talking about rate hikes. Mm-hmm. They're talking about rate hikes. Now, when they do the rate hikes, they're going to back them out. Rob Kirby, my sweet friend who's gone, mm-hmm. taught me something. He said every time they do a little rate hike, they do a reverse in some other area, like flooding the money supply. Make it tighter on the interest rate, make it looser on the flow. And that's what they've been doing. They've been raising the money supply. It's in the Fed balance sheet. It's covering the derivatives. It's offsetting the rate hike. And now they're going to walk back the talk about a rate hike. That's all they're doing is talking.
And even that talk, as little as it was on this 50 basis point, resulted in this already. So when you're saying there's no options, you're absolutely right. Imagine the nightmare of real interest rates here. And what did we do? Like, you talk about the bond market, but for people watching the show who are just, regular plebeians like you and me, we get it when we understand the mortgage rates, because we see the direct correlation to the market prices here and the value of your homes. And now we're seeing this 22-year low in terms of mortgage applications already, right? Imagine if Christine Lagarde and company and here in Canada add another 3 times the 50 basis point increase they wanted this summer.
They're going to reverse their talk because they're talking about rate hikes. Now, when they tried this in 2015 and 16, Jean-Claude, do you remember the disaster that it caused? Yeah. The takeaway was they can't do that. Because, and here's why. You've got all kinds of systems that are tied into ultra low rates. You got LIBOR, you got mortgages, you got the stock market, you got all kinds of things. Corporate bonds. If they raise the interest rates, they blow up the entire bond market. I'm going to before I make my claim, I'm going to make my big claim in a minute. I'm told by a colleague of mine, jackass colleague of mine. Sorry, I'm just a fidgety guy. I'm all over the seat. I'm told by a jackass colleague that we have every indication right now of a repeat of the Lehman mortgage bond crisis. We have it now. So this is part of what the big banks are trying to cover. I don't mean cover up. I mean cover. If the Fed enables $9 trillion at the end of 2020, $9 trillion, where did it go? It did not go to the economy. It went to cover mortgage bonds. It went to cover bank insolvency. It went to cover derivatives. And now we're seeing it again. We're seeing it again with the repo market. There was over $1 trillion per night for reverse repo back in September, October of 2019. Now it's over $2 trillion a night. And back then they expanded the repo to include hedge funds, which are really extensions of Wall Street where they can get away and do very risky things like 100-to-1 leverage on arbitrage of treasury bonds versus interest rate swap derivatives, snag the 30 basis points differential, multiply it by 60 or 100, and do overnight trades and borrow accounts with the Wall Street brokerage firms and put it back at 6 in the morning, trade it all night in Asia, trade it in the early morning in Europe, and put it back before we wake up. Okay, a lot of games are played in hedge funds. And now they need 2 trillion, the banks plus hedge funds need 2 trillion a night. What for? If they need 2 trillion a night, they need to explain what's going on, and it needs to be on the front of the Wall Street Journal. It needs to be in the business page headlines in the New York Times, but it's not. Instead, we hear that the economy is booming and all kinds of nonsense. Okay.
Or we're also hearing all of these lies. We can call them lies now. It's official. She was lying. All of these stories we were hearing out, in that particular end of the world about the bad things, the bad country was doing. It was all fucking lies. Of course it was. Anyways, this is Zero Hedge. You and I can't touch this, but
I don't wish to go there.
No.
I'll talk about foreign policy stuff in a few minutes, but let me get to my bombastic claim.
Okay.
We've had a default in the U.S. Treasury bonds. We've had a default in the U.S. government debt. And where's the evidence? $9 trillion with bank welfare. Where's the $9 trillion go? Could it possibly be to cover the interest rate swap derivatives, which are leveraged against Treasury bonds?
Mm-hmm.
Could it be that we're getting overnight additions of 2 trillion and it's not going to be paid back? Okay, one funny thing about the repo market, Jean-Claude, is that it's supposed to be 24 hours.
Right.
But it's not enforced. So I say it's a continual flow. Okay, I think we've got a treasury bond default. Notice all the countries in the world on the globe. I don't like using the word world anymore now that I know that there are other worlds. Notice all the different countries in the community of nations that are ditching their treasury bonds. And the Fed has got to redeem them. They've got to make good on them. Just for instance, Saudi Arabia is going way down in their count for treasury bonds. South Korea is going way down. Japan is going way down. They're reducing like crazy their treasury bonds. Where's the money coming from to redeem their treasury bonds? It's the $9 trillion to the big banks. Wake up, people. We're in default. Okay, that's what I think is going on, and the repo market is cleaning up the residual to the mess. Okay, now, what does that mean? Okay, I don't just stop there, Jean-Claude. It's not how I work. I mean, I get really worked up. I get, emotional. So what?
Do you really, Jim?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. What is the consequence? I have pretty good word, Jean-Claude, that the supply chain problem in the United States is an extension of a global policy that has sanctioned the U.S.
Right.
We are sanctioned. The other countries are sanctioning us when we claim to be sanctioning them.
Right.
Because we are in debt default. Okay. As a result, these countries, they could be South Korea, they could be Germany, they could be France, they could be all kinds of countries, Thailand. They're not exporting to the United States because they don't want the dollar. Because it's backed, I shouldn't say it's backed, because it's traded using the treasury bond as vehicle. Okay, when someone says, well, we're storing dollars, we got a lot of dollars. No, they got treasury bonds. They got treasury bills. They don't want treasury bills. So you have ships outside Los Angeles that are not entering the port. We're told that it's for environmental truck regulations at the Long Beach facility. Could it be that they're waiting, or they were given a false promise? They would be given not treasury bills, not dollars, but something else more legitimate, like just some kind of a gold-backed digital currency. They were promised and we reneged, so they're sitting at the port. I'm telling you, that's not a far-fetched speculation. If we have a debt default with the dollar's debt, the treasury bonds, then exporting nations are not going to export to us. We're not going to have it coming in to our economy, and we're going to see shortages out the yin yang. All the evidence is there. It all adds up. And what I claim to be pretty good at is painting a mosaic with a bunch of pieces, and then stepping back and say, what does it look like? It's a debt default.
You know, you and Rob were onto this.
20 trillion to 30 trillion very suddenly, Jean-Claude. Go ahead.
Yeah, you and Rob Kirby were onto this last year when we did the special segment, The Death of the Dollar. And little did you know how right on the money you were. You just started the show here today saying, yeah, maybe they're slowing this down in order to change trains, change tracks. Look at what just popped in on Zero Hedge this morning. This, of course, is the Bank of International Settlements here. They're calling for the centralizations of the main cryptos, and they're predicting, imagine that, a rise of CBDCs. Well, if they did, in fact, default, as you're suggesting, and you're painting a really good mosaic, as you say, what would be their alternative now to swap over to a new system? Sorry, our bad, we fucked up, your pension fund is gone. Here's the new system. Is that how you see this unfolding here?
Oh, yeah. I've been saying now for at least 3 months that the CBDC battle was going to be East versus West.
Yeah.
The East, like Russia, China, and others, like maybe even Japan. I think Japan is going to begin to look more like Russia and China real soon, and add Korea in there. I think their CBDCs are going to be just, fair, gold-backed, real, and honest. And the ones from the United States and Basel are not. And I saw the same article you did. I gobbled it up, and I took some quick notes. Basel is saying that cryptos are fragmented. Well, yeah, but we like that. we want that. Okay, it's fragmented. Yeah, that's part of decentralized, you guys. We like that. Yeah. Because if it's not fragmented, it's subject to one office in corrupt control. Well, let me just say one office of control with a tremendous temptation toward corruption. Right. Okay, then they said another thing. These are funny negative comments that Basel made. They said the cryptos are going to be subject to fickle popularity. How about diverse choices? Because it's not centralized. And yeah, one particular type of digital cryptocurrency might be in vogue and then later it's not. But it doesn't mean that the value is going to plummet to zero. It means that the value is going to become stagnant. So big difference, you guys. Fickle popularity? My gosh, how stupid is that? We like unusual, not fickle, but arbitrary popularity. Okay, this group likes something. This other group likes another. This group likes something different, but they all can be kind of joined with a bridge. And that's the other problem that Basel says. They said, in order to make this normal, reasonable, not fickle, and not fragmented, all roads have to go through Basel. Here we go. They're saying we've got to be centralized. No, we're saying you cannot be centralized, and you watch. They're going to try to jam it down our throats and say, you've got to use the centralized form of CBDC. And here, that's the only ones you can use. And if you don't, you can't buy food. You can't buy car parts. You can't
freeze your bank account like they did here in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's going to happen some. Okay. Yeah. And I say, no, we're not going to be centralized. It's the whole point. Okay. You know, JP Morgan floated something about 4 years ago, and they tried a digital coin, they tried a crypto, and it lost 85% of its value in about 2 or 3 months. And, you know, this is the example of Wall Street and Basel, that whole clan. If they try to centralize, and when they do that, the last thing they're going to do is say, come on in, take a look at our books. Yeah, look at our books. And you know, we got a little strange ledger item that says UKR on it, but we don't want to talk about that. Yeah, okay. Well, they're not going to be transparent, and they're not going to be decentralized. So what's coming? And JP Morgan shut down that cryptocurrency. They just shut it down. They went to zero. It was an experiment to see if the public was serious about transparency and decentralized. And yeah, the answer is yes and yes. Yes and yes. Okay. So
hold on just a sec here too. I wanted to add this for the audience members. Of course, Ukraine was banning people, their citizens, from buying the cryptos here a couple of weeks ago, because in their view, the government's view, of course, these were unproductive capital outflows, right? Just how the unproductive capital outflows were occurring en masse here in Canada once the bank decided to freeze grandma's bank account for that $5 donation she made to you guys know what. So
speaking about funding, how did you like the $40 billion US government aid to UKR?
Yeah.
You know, I have to say some things, and it's going to be close to the line, but the people running that show might have gotten their pockets picked in multiple ways. And the Biden show has seen to it that their pockets have been replenished. And I'm going to make another semi-wild comment, Jean-Claude, because it's who I am. I don't say anything wild that I believe has no chance of happening. Let me turn that around. Everything I say that appears wild, I believe is down the pike and will be seen. And I think what we're going to see is that a lot of the money from the 40 billion was marked. They're going to find out where it goes, because that's going to get trapped.
Oh, wait a second. You're saying this is a sting operation?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to avoid certain words, but yeah. Okay. Wow. It's going to be tracked.
Wow.
It's going to be marked. They're going to find out where it's going, because they need to take the rest of the riches from some of these, let's just call them Uber Lord manager types.
Yeah.
They're not doing good things for humanity. And let's just watch how this plays out. Some people that I talked to are very pessimistic, and they said, oh my gosh, these guys, they just bought another year or two for, you know, all kinds of, let's say, influencing,
bribing.
Yeah. I'm trying to avoid the key words, and you're messing it up for me. They're going to try to do their typical influencing. They're going to try to do their typical lubrication for various things, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work this time, because the white hats are all over them like flies. I know there are a lot of people who are very discouraged by the pace of returning to normal.
The delays.
If you think that complying with, adding a certain solution into your arm cavity is going to bring everything back to normal, then you got rocks between your ears.
Mhm.
The only way this is going to come back to normal is if the managers who are in charge of all of these different operations, medical, pharmaceutical, and health, are bankrupt. Or let's just say doing the sleepy thing with the fishes.
Mhm.
And we're not very far
They're
from
wearing those designer cement boots. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I call it sleepy, doing the sleepy thing with the fishes.
That's good.
You asked me to be clever, and I'm doing my best. And
Clever you are.
You're just jumping all over me. Okay, yeah. Oh gosh.
Well, let's talk about this a little bit here too.
Wow.
I wanted to have your take on this.
Yeah.
Ben Fulfer had a couple of good points in this article. I wanted to have your takes, at least on. You just mentioned the slow pace of things happening here. A lot of people have been opining that perhaps the person on the screen has already left the stage and there's a replacement in place now. What's the delay on making that announcement? As you say, maybe returning to some sort of equilibrium here.
Okay.
Can we tackle that here?
Yeah. Let me give a preliminary.
Okay.
I maintain a collection. I've got a little folder at home, and it started out with the before and after of Hillary. Okay. And it was before and after the October 2016 CNN debate. The before was a 72-year-old hag. And suddenly at CNN debate, this is wonderful, young, vibrant looking woman who bore characteristics with Hillary, but who looked 25 years younger. Okay, so that was the beginning of my collection. My before and after collection, left side, right side. And I added to that Biden, whose original has detached earlobes. I tell you, the ears are so funny. My dad we called them elephant ears. And I used to say, Mom, thank you for offsetting Dad's elephant ears. My dad's were at least 25% larger than mine.
Oh.
But I've got detached earlobes. And so did the before version of Biden. The current version has an attached form of earlobe. I know it's only one thing, but you could look at the crow's feet here. You could look at the eyes. You could look at the skin texture. You could look at the smile and the chin. These are all different features that are very difficult. You can duplicate a hand. That's not hard. Duplicating a face, oh my gosh. If you duplicate mine, I'm going to do the best I can here. If you duplicate my face, you will notice that one eye is about 1/4 of an inch below the other eye. And whenever I buy sunglasses, I have to bend them to fit. Okay, so if you do a before and after of me, you're going to see a difference in the eye level. Like with Tom Cruise, whose middle tooth is not centered over his nose. Now, I just made 2 new additions to my before and after collection. One was Tom Cruise. The new guy looks a lot like him. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a 70% match that I'm going to pursue with a certain friend of mine in California. But he's got a wider head. He's got a different smile. I'm sorry. It ain't Tom Cruise. I'm not stupid. I'm not like the majority of Americans. The other one.
You know what's funny? First of all, did you go see the new Top Gun? Did you like it?
I haven't yet.
I loved it. I loved it.
Oh, I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's great, but that's a 2-year-old Tom Cruise.
Yes, but the point I wanted to make also is before the movie starts, there's a clip of Tom Cruise sitting in one of those movie chairs, thanking the audience members for coming watching the show, explaining all the G-force and blah, blah, blah. And so you see that guy saying the commercial, and then you see the movie. It's like clearly not the same guy. So I'm like, it's right in your face. And you usually don't have an actor commercial before the show. Anyways, I was looking at Sarah like, wait, that's not the same guy in the movie. So, anyways, there was a huge discrepancy for me there as well. Go ahead.
It's a very good job.
Mm.
Let me share with you. You're talking about the contrast, and I'm going to provide it to you.
Okay.
Okay, it'll take a few seconds. Good. Okay, sent. So you'll need a few seconds, and we can just we talk away. But Tom Cruise and Governor Newsom of California were my two. Okay, I don't know if we're getting into dangerous ground here, Jean-Claude, but
let's take the governor out, but let's quickly talk about the movie. I think that's
Can you show Tom Cruise?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just pulling it up now. I got it.
Show the Tom Cruise.
I got it for you guys here. Hold on. There you go.
Let's keep politics out of it, but yeah. I'm going to. I just now passed to you the before and after of Governor Newsom, and that's probably also about a 70% match. Okay, that's it. Very good. That's my work. I did my best. I'm not a Photoshop guy, but what I do is I resize and I make them so they're good left and right. The smile is different. The width of the face is different. The forehead is different. The ears are subtly different. The nose is very different. The eye sockets are different. The bridge of the nose is different. That's just Tom Cruise. And I don't want to talk about what happened to Tom because he's not with us anymore. And, where's John Travolta? Where's Iron Man? Robert Downey Jr.?
Many of those actors.
There are dozens and dozens. Yeah. Where are they? They're very popular. They're big money makers. Where are they? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Okay, the point is that let's go back to the point. Okay, I had moved into the foreign policy. We're out of foreign policy options, and I can stay on safe ground. This is quite interesting. When the United States, how do I say this, was a primary participant in 2015 in the Maidan coup in Kiev, we started a sequence of sanctions, and the sanctions were directed against Russia. By sequence, I mean sequence of measures. At first, it was they can't use the SWIFT, and then it's you couldn't pay with dollars on any debt, and then it was the oligarchs had their accounts frozen. So it was just a sequence of sanctions against Russia and their people. Mm-hmm. Okay, what did that cause? Well, it led the Germans to create a Russian subsidiary inside Russia to make BMWs, to make Mercedes-Benz. And then the Russians could buy them because they were made in Russia. And we had these Olympic sprints. The Germans are so good. They bought up an old factory in Russia. They retooled it. They set it up. And in a mere 7 months, they were producing BMWs or Mercedes-Benz. Normally, it's a year and a half or two. They were doing it in a snap within the industry standards. So the Russians weren't permitted to buy a BMW from Germany, but they could buy a German corporation-made car that was made in Russia.
Right.
by a subsidiary. Okay, call that an Obama loophole, because that moron from Kenya. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hawaii.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the moron from Hawaii, with a very checkered college experience, didn't fill in the blanks for the back door. So
the back door to the bathhouses.
No, they never shut their back doors. That's the primary entry. That's just a chocolate room. I mean, we don't need to go there. By the way, Rush Limbaugh is in a little bit of hot water over that right now, but I think he's going to be just fine. Okay, so Obama did not shut the back door for the Russians to get subsidiaries and for the Iranians to work. It's even funnier for the Hawaiian bastard. He said to Iran, you can't have anything flowing through your central bank that's gold or dollar. Okay, so they just set up a consortium of 5 major Iranian banks, and then they did it. Golly, you're dumb, Hawaiian bastard. Okay, he's just not good at anything, including law school, including college. I don't know that he ever went to college.
Read this one
Okay.
on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, you're very dirty, Jenny. Very dirty. And I'd like to meet you as a result.
She's bang on that one. Yeah.
Hang on.
Mike.
Dirty girl. Okay, policy options. We don't have any foreign policy options because of this, Jean-Claude. By sanctioning Russia, we force them to work out closer deals, commerce, trade, projects, channels for payment with China and with Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And now what we've got is a triangle. And this is a very big point. The BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. I don't regard South Africa as all that important. It's the BRIC. The BRIC is important. And some people, I just talked with somebody, he said, now the I is for Iran, right? I said, no, it's for India.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to soon be calling it the BRICSI, BRICSI, because there's going to be a second I, or I heard one guy, it's really funny. There was a colleague of mine who said this about 4 years ago. It's not going to be the BRICS, it's going to be the BRICS, because there are 2 I's in there. Okay, so Iran, China, and Russia are going to form the Triangle Foundation. And it could be that India will be the 4th element to make a quadrangle foundation. And it's going to come out as the Eurasian trade zone. But let's get back to the point of no policy options. By sanctioning Russia, we have hastened the formation of the Eurasian trade zone that's going to be born out of the BRICS, or the BRICS with 2 I's. Mm-hmm. And now Saudi Arabia they've knocked on the door and say, we want in. And Argentina, neighbor to Brazil, by the way, has knocked on the door and say, we want in. The BRICS did not invite them. They got knocked on the door. So what's happening? The BRICS is expanding. If we okay, this is a really important point. If Iran, Saudi, and UAE make nice and put down weapons and develop trade and develop, say, Saudi's $1 trillion mineral rights, then that whole Gulf region is going to prosper. It's going to prosper in an incredible way and form a very big platform in the Middle East that Iraq can grow off, and Oman and Qatar and Bahrain, they can all grow off all the way up to Iraq. And that'll be a big part of the Eurasian trade zone. But I think they're trying to get away from the name Eurasian trade zone. Mm-hmm. we've heard the Eurasian Economic Union, but golly, we do not need another EU. We've got an EEUU. What are we going to get? A triple E, triple U? I like the Eurasian Trade Zone, ETZ. But we're starting to see it as the BRICS with a SCO blanket on it. And I've been corrected by one of my new colleagues. He's a crypto digital finance expert. He said, Jim, you've got SCO members that are developing trade, and they're doing it within the SCO umbrella. And I said, okay, so it's really an extension of BRICS using the SCO umbrella. And he said, well, yeah, but they're not in the BRICS. They're in SCO. And I said, okay, so it's really more like BRICS hyphen SCO. That's trade and security all boiled into one. And wait till they court Germany. Okay, I've got to bring up Germany. I want to finish my point about policy options. By doing this to Russia, we have forced the Russia, Chinese, Iran, India four-sided quadrangle. And it's growing. It's growing gangbusters. Yeah. Iran has 20 different countries that they're doing trade with that are all recent signatories. By forcing Russia to do that, to form the Eurasian Trade Zone, whether it's called BRICS-SCO, I don't really care. We have isolated Europe. And that's not a good thing, because now Europe has two choices. Follow the US, UK, the Anglo-Americans, follow them into the abyss, follow them into economic ruin, or get rid of that influence, get rid of the NATO, get rid of all that, and join the Eurasian Trade Zone. That's, it's not far-fetched to think that in 5, 6, 8 years, it'll be a global trade zone. Because you're going to see China bring in all the ASEAN nations, the Southeast Asia. You're going to see them bring in Japan. You're going to see them bring in Korea. You're going to see them bring in Malaysia, Indonesia, and they're 500 million people, provided they don't take that little washi thing into their upper arm. They're going to bring in, China's going to bring in Australia, maybe by the nose. So Europe is in trouble because of the Russian isolation. They've got a tripling of the gas price, natural gas price in Germany. They've got, I believe, something like a 50 to 60% reduction in natural gas supply. The Germans did some stupid things following the orders of the Anglo-Americans. They cut off Nord Stream 1. They didn't just disapprove or nullify the approval, the certification of Nord Stream 2. They shut off Nord Stream 1. They shut off the Russian Yamal pipeline that went through Poland in the north. The Germans are facing calamity. They're facing economic collapse unless they say, get out of the room, you Anglo-Americans, because your anti-Russian position is killing us.
A couple of years ago, as you were talking about this, and we're going full circle with this no policy option left, people were talking about the death of the dollar way back when, and you were saying, it's going to go slower than you guys think. We need to have this critical mass of people dealing outside of the dollar. What you're describing now is the setup for Russia, China, and the rest of these countries to basically reach escape velocity. And they're there now, or almost.
Nice term, escape velocity. But it's the BRICS-SCO platform, Jean-Claude.
Right.
You got it.
Right.
Well, that's the critical mass.
Yeah.
And now that critical mass is building in a frightening way, according to the Anglo-American eyes.
Yeah.
Because France, Italy, and Germany. Okay, I got word just a couple days ago.
On Macron?
Pardon me?
On Macron? On Macron in France? He seems to be.
No,
okay, keep going.
No, okay. No, I don't have much to add about Macron. I didn't recognize your correct pronunciation. I still think Macron because I'm in North America.
So I'm in North America too, by the way.
That's good. I'm still a dumbass American when it comes to pronouncing French names.
Okay.
Like, but I don't say Marcellus. I say Marseille. Okay. I actually had a honeymoon in Marseille. She was not a nice woman. Okay. There's something really important to say about Western Europe. While they're suffering from the anti-Russian position that they were forced to adopt.
Right.
At the end of April, there were 12 companies that set up a Gazprom account in order to receive Russian Gazprom gas in their factories, in their business centers. There were 12. At the end of May, there were 200. Every single one of them is in violation of Brussels sanctions against Russia. These companies have set up a Russian bank account. How far do you need to go before you label that a violation? What we're seeing, Jean-Claude, is that Brussels is getting marginalized. And the companies are saying, we don't really care what you're saying. We got a business to run. And I've got to bring up, not France, but Germany. I have communication about 3 weeks ago with my favorite German client. Mark, you know who you are. There are a lot of Marks in Germany, so I'm not giving anything away. But he told me, I'm sorry to say, Jim, the German people are not waking up. They may demonstrate in the streets against certain health policies, but they're still completely mesmerized, if not hypnotized, by climate change. The press has 5 to 7 stories every single day on their mainstream news about climate change. I personally can't think of anything more irrelevant in the global picture than climate change. Maybe the, what do you call it? Cycle. It's a cold cycle. The super cold cycle. Super winter cycle. I can't think of the right
Grand
name.
solar minimum.
Grand solar minimum. Thank you very much. You're good. You're good. You're very good. You always come in. I'm very concerned about the grand solar minimum, but I don't think that's being mentioned in Germany. It's just kind of like a hypnotist hand movement, graphic visual aids to distract everybody in Germany from the fact that if they continue with the Anglo-American pro-dollar, anti-Russian stance, they're going to destroy their economy. Okay, so a moment of truth is coming. And I get into a debate with Mark and a few other colleagues of mine. I say it's going to be the industrial captains of Germany. It's going to be the vice presidents of Daimler-Benz, the vice presidents of Audi and BMW, Bavarian Motor Works. How you say Bayerisch Motorwerken. I've had 2 BMWs in all my days, and I got to tell you, my favorite car. I've never owned a Mercedes and no interest. These industrial captains are not just going to be from the automobile companies. It's going to be BASF. It's going to be Tyson Krups. They're not going to have gas for their factories. The Germans have over a 60% dependence on Russian gas. The Italians have close to 80. I've got pretty reliable word, Jean-Claude. I get very worked up on this because we're talking about economic destruction and the ruin of lives. The Italians are going to break ranks first. They're going to say, we don't care what your policy is. We're not going to go along with your Russian sanctions. We're not going to go along with any import, export obstacles with respect to Russia. Screw you. We're done with your suicidal policy. And by the way, all your health measures haven't been all that effective either. So screw you guys. Italy, oh, I love the Italians. And you know, there's something really kind of unusual. A lot of your people, your audience may not know this, but the Italians and the Irish have a lot in common. We're emotional creatures. Now, I'll grant you, we Irish, we don't talk with our hands quite as much as the Italians. I tell you, I love the Italian. I lived in Italy when I was age 4 and 5. I'll never forget it. It was an experience of a lifetime. We lived in Naples, and not exactly a shining jewel of Italy, but it was Italy. Okay, we use it as a base to get around. We went to Rome many times. We went to Florence. We went to Venice. I chased pigeons in Venice, and I asked my dad, "Why is there all this pigeon shit, Dad? What's going on here? This is crazy. That's a lot of pigeon shit." Okay, I was 5 years old. Okay, when I left Boston in 2000, I had 4 best friends. 3 of them were Italian. Of course they had double Z's, double C's, and what was the other guy? Double Z, double C, and oh yeah, just a lot of vowels. He had about 6 vowels in his name, but he didn't have the double Z or the double C. I loved them. I missed them. They were my best friends. I missed them. I went away and I started the newsletter shortly thereafter, and I made a sacrifice to go ahead in life without my Italian buddies. And I'm hurting for it. But the Irish and the Italians are very similar. Now notice, what country had a 100-year war with England? Yeah. When Irish Islanders are smiling, Jimmy. Okay, the Italians don't put up with shit. I'm amazed they put up with this much shit of a chemical nature.
And so really, we're getting into that capitulation moment.
Yes.
It's happening at the industry level. Let's talk about some events without talking about dates. We're not talking about dates, but what seems to be happening next on this event timeline of capitulation and the repercussions of that? Because I wanted to show you this article here. Let me just bring this up. Okay, so it's a very important topic. Hunters, hookers, scored. No, not that one, Jim. Hold on a second. That's the wrong one. This one here, crack milf. No, that's not the one either. Sorry, hold on a second. This is the one I wanted to talk about. When we get into capitulation, here we have Forbes saying, "Hey, Russia's move to gold may jolt your company here." We're starting to see more and more the importance of our precious metals into our financial system. You talked about the war earlier about East versus West, the crypto versus the centralized crypto versus the decentralized cryptocurrencies. Now, there's a big, you and I have done this show last week where we talked about this collusion with China and Russia maybe wanting a $10,000 per ounce gold price in the context of what we're seeing now, the starting of capitulation at the industry level, the critical mass that is growing now with other countries de-dollarizing. What do you see in the timeline or in the events on this particular timeline we're on here? Let's extrapolate that forward here, what that means for gold and silver. A lot of people in the chat are asking already.
I think we're going to see the LBMA, the London gold market, and the COMEX, which is the Chicago and New York gold market. I think we're going to see the Anglo-American gold markets become marginalized and irrelevant. They're going to issue statements, they're going to issue data, and people are going to say, we don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. Now, in that same article about Basel, about the goal that they are furthering, they're promoting on centralizing, in that article, okay, that's just one little snippet, but there's a Zero Hedge article on that. It's not very long, but the Zero Hedge article, yes, it talks about how, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm getting my notes mixed up. There's a PDF file that's gone being circulated about the quantum financial system. And there are a number of pronouncements regarding the QFS and their international monetary system that they're promoting. And it's really just a spin-off of what Basel is all about and what they're claiming. And it's like a white paper, a planning guide for Basel regarding digital currency, digital finance in general. But in this QFS document, it's actually saying the gold price will become irrelevant because it'll be the common denominator, and all extensions will come from Basel. That's your bridge. And your core will be our gold, and there won't be differentials. Everything's going to be equated. All the assets will be equated, and they're implying that there'll be no gold price. And I say to that, the rest of the world is going to have another opinion.
Right.
And that is, I tell you, part and parcel of how Basel, London, and New York become marginalized and very frustrated. They're going to be incapable to sanction or to create war.
Mm-hmm.
Their favorite things to do. Okay, the Russians are going to take control.
It's their whole business. It's their whole business model when you think about it.
Well, yeah, but they're about fractionalized lending and debt slavery.
Yeah.
Let's not leave that out. But
Yeah.
they're going to be marginalized for their centralization
Mm-hmm.
desire, their lack of transparency goal, and their statements and policies that try to make irrelevant the gold price. And that's just not going to happen. The rest of the world is going to say, well, we got 5,000 years. I think we're going to get back on that train.
Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks.
Thanks, but no thanks. We've got our own opinions, you guys.
Right.
And believe me, this is not an anti-Christian attitude. It's really go pound sand, go get lost.
Oh, I thought it was one of those love and light Indian mudras you were doing there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. Hey, let me say something about Russia.
Okay.
Okay. It was 2 months ago that I said that the 5,000 ruble peg to the 1 gram
Mm-hmm.
made by Russia was going to result in arbitrage.
Yeah.
And right now, I believe we're somewhere around 62, 65. Okay. Oh my gosh. There we go. It's below 60 again. Okay. It was. Yeah. Okay. At the end of May, I was reporting it at just above 60, like 62 in my May report.
Yeah.
Well, if you could move to May 30.
My cursor's not. Oh, there you go.
May 29, other direction. May 29, May 30. Yeah, it was right around 62.
Yeah, somewhere here.
Okay, 65, 62.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That translates that at the end of May,
Mm-hmm.
a 62, 65, translated to about a $2,700 gold price
Yeah.
in Russia. Okay. And now it's even higher because we've got the ruble continuing toward what I call its asymptote. That's a mathematical term. Before the Maidan coup in 2014, before that coup, the Russian ruble was about 50 per dollar.
Mm-hmm.
A dollar was worth 50. Now we're getting, notice that in the last 3 months, it's gone all the way from 120, 130, 140. The strongest currency in the globe right now is the Russian ruble. But you've got to factor in that it was artificially pushed down from the sanctions. Okay,
Right.
regard the Russian ruble and its value. I'm getting Italian here. I'm sorry. Regard the Russian ruble and its value as being a vote against sanctions, because the Western Europeans that are making their Gazprom accounts, they're bringing to the table dollars, treasury bills. Okay, if you're an Italian exporter and you've got some surplus from past years, you've got treasury bills. You're turning those treasury bills for euros, and Gazprom Bank is taking the euros. So those euros are being translated to Russian rubles. So it's a three-step process from treasury bond to euro to Russian ruble. And it's all in violation of the Brussels sanctions. And these Italian firms are not going to put up with it anymore. And I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. I want to get back to the Russian ruble peg.
Mm-hmm.
I said that if we get down toward 50, that's the asymptote. We're seeing the okay. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train. I'm going to bring it back here. The Western Europeans are forcing the ruble down toward 50, where it was before all this Ukraine war.
Yeah.
If you put in 5 years there, you'll see that it was about 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Just low 50s,
Mm-hmm.
low to mid 50s. Okay, we're back to that. We've erased all the effect of the Russian sanctions. And the Europeans are doing this because they want gas for their businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought that there was a potential for the Russian ruble. I said this 3 months ago. It was at 90 then. 3 months ago it was 90. Now it's under 60. I said, well, gosh, we're going to get from 2,000, we're going to be moving up to like 2,700, 3,000 gold in Russian terms. And it's going to force arbitrage where they buy, who's they? That's the key. Where they, don't know, they buy London gold and they take it to Russia to sell. And they go back and they do it again, and they do it again, and they do it again. But there's an obstacle to that, and it's called the Russian sanctions.
Mm-hmm.
The players who could do that were obstructed. They were given obstruction and obstacles and probably told, if you do that, you can't walk through the London gold market front door anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do to companies and players and, big speculators and large commercials, mid-sized commercials. They say, if you break the rules, you can't come back.
They lose their club membership.
Yeah, but I think, Jean-Claude,
or this.
The differential is getting so big. We've now got an $800 differential.
Yeah.
It's 1850 to 2650. Actually, I think we're over 2700. If you use 100 as a $1,600 gold price, double that, and you're almost up to 3,200. If you go down to 0.5,
yeah,
then you're at 3,200 gold in Russia. Okay, it's going to, what we're going to see soon is an $800 to $1,000 differential, where arbitrage in the black market and smuggling is going to take place. And it might even be done by London bankers who work around their own rules. These are sleazy people, and law does not apply to them. So they might get permission to do the arbitrage because it'll bring about British profit. It might be an arbitrage by the British. It's so funny. But now, how many Russian oligarchs live in London? That's the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And they might set up the arbitrage. I think they're working on it right now. I don't know of any reports of heavy volume from London to Russia. It's just not happening. I'm going to make another point regarding foreign policy here. I believe Russia understands that the United States has committed suicide economically and financially, and the Russians are therefore in no hurry to end the war in UKR or to make a peace agreement. Does anybody remember the Minsk II agreement? It was violated by Europe and the United States. So Russia is saying now to the Americans, we're not interested in negotiations and peace talks. You can conduct them. We'll have an emissary who'll be an observer, but we're not really going to participate in negotiations because we're cleaning the clock in the UKR. And we're carving it up. And we're going to leave you guys with a rump that's going to include Kiev and no Black Sea port. The Russians are in no hurry, Jean-Claude.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of colleagues who give me like a data dump. Jim, you need a briefing. You need a briefing. The land bridge. I tell you, this could not be a more catastrophic war for NATO and the Anglo-Americans.
And the narrative is just collapsing. Of course, we saw that first lady who lost her job there because she was lying about the bad things. But now this whole idea that Russia was losing territory badly, again, being countermanded here.
Okay, and even Jeff Bezos authorized a Washington Post story. I've honestly, I got to be truthful, I've not seen it, but Ben Fulford said that the Washington Post had a big headline article that the Ukraine war is not going quite like the rose-colored glasses interpretation of a big win and a Russian defeat or debilitation. The Russians have decided that they're going to devote no more than 20% of their military. Okay, this is not a big drain.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians have eliminated all the power centers, the electricity centers that were fueling the trains that were providing war materiel for the eastern Donbass, you know, from west, like the Polish border to the near the Russian border. Okay, it looks like Russia has already blessed. They've said, looks good. Take those western provinces that are dominated by Polish-speaking households, move it into Poland. The Polish have said, we're going to give all the rights to the Ukrainian Polish households that exist in Poland. So you're getting the legal structure of the annexation of Western Ukraine and into Poland. Now, of course, there's a little bit in Hungary. It's just a tiny slice, but it's a little bigger slice for Romania. There's some Romanian-speaking household areas. Pardon me, I got sunburned and I'm peeling it. I burned my dome. I burned it so bad. It was 5 days ago. And I'm peeling. It itches. Okay, now back to the east. In Ukraine and the east, the Donbass, that's just occupied by the Russian military.
Mm-hmm.
The count is out, and it was 14,000 Russian-speaking natives of Ukraine in the Donbass, which is Luhansk and Donetsk. They call that region the Donbass, kind of like New England is, you know, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, not Rhode Island. I love New England, and I thought of it as my region. I went to Vermont, and I was still in New England. I went skiing in Western Maine. I'm still in New England. I'm in southern Vermont. I'm in New England, and we got a lot of invasion from New Yorkers. So let's go farther north. 'Cause that's how New Englanders think.
Yeah.
Well, in the Donbass, they think of themselves as natives of the Donbass. And what Americans don't know, because they're not getting much news in the news.
They're not?
No, they're not. They're not. They're not getting. I'm sorry I hate to break it to you, but
Fuck.
the Donbass has the majority of Ukraine heavy industry.
Yeah.
And that's where the tanks were made. That's where artillery cannons were made. That's where machine guns were made. And Russia captured it and made sure that it's not going to fall into the hands of NATO.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to get into the captured NATO generals. I don't want to get into all that, but I will leave you with this one thought from a data dump that I got.
Okay.
Well, it's a few thoughts. The Russians have let it be known that they're killing 1,000 Ukraine military regular soldiers per day. And at the beginning, no, in late May, there was an estimate that the Ukraine military had 30,000. Now, I'm not really great at math.
Yeah, those are complicated numbers for me to understand here too.
But it looks like by the end of June, Russia might have done a good cleanup job of eliminating the UKR military.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm using that little 3-letter acronym as a, it's not actually an acronym, but I'm using it to be clever because of sound bites and keyword searches and all this kind of crap that we're subjected to.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Russia again. They are using what's called thermobaric weapons. And what that does, it sets off an explosion, and then it sucks all the air, all the oxygen out. So the result for a Ukraine soldier is his lungs got burned almost to the point of killing him. And then he suffocates for lack of oxygen. And that is a method of getting them out of the tunnels. But the thermobaric weapons are not being used in a prevalent manner because these wonderful Nazis who the Western press admires for their diligence and heroism are using children as human shields in the tunnels, in the factories, and in the apartment buildings. So by night, the children are being drawn out. They're being abducted to free them out. They're being grabbed. And something interesting is happening in the factories. They're running out of food, and the place is just alive with feces, human feces in the tunnels. Yeah, they're running out of food. Like they got too much feces and not enough food. And rather than eat the feces, they're coming above ground, and they're given safe passage only if they can be accompanied by a few dozen children. Okay, so this is coming to an end.
Yeah.
And what Ukraine is going to be left with is no port in the Crimea, no far western farmland that's going to be part of Poland, no far eastern farmland and industrial centers, and they're going to be left with the core, the rump, which will have plenty of farmland. Plenty of farmland. Okay, Ukraine is like 5 U.S. Midwestern states. And I did the addition. I mentioned this before. Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. Add them all up, it equals Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So Ukraine, they're calling Ukraine now the largest European country in landmass. That's 5 U.S. states. France is like 1.5. Mm-hmm. Germany is like 1.5. Italy is less than 1. Italy is packed with population. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the Ukraine war, or whatever you want to call it, police action, rescue mission, philanthropic mission, denutting mission, neutralizing mission, it's coming to an end. And what I hope happens soon is that the NATO generals are discouraged from continuing. And one way of doing that is by having them killed. So I don't want to join Mike, Joe, Harry, Bill, and Lou because they're all dead. I don't want to join them. It looks like a one-way trip. And the other method that might discourage them is that their bank accounts in Switzerland might get outed. Mm. And it would be known that they've got a few million, and then come a lot of questions. Was this siphoned off money from the U.S. government? Was this from various Afghan sources or whatever? Okay, Jean-Claude, we're out of policy options. The United States cannot make nice even with Russia. Let's suppose we just turn the table and say, okay, this sanction thing is not working. let's get trade going. And Germany, you can, build out, complete, approve Nord Stream 2, get them all running, get it all running. Well, before you know it, in about 2, 3, or 4 years, the Germans are going to be saying, we don't need the U.S. market. We've got the burgeoning Russian market, Chinese market, former Soviet Republic market, but we would like to maintain a minimum presence for BMW, Audi, Mercedes in North America. So yeah, but we don't really need growth in North America because we've got big time growth in the Eurasian trade zone. And golly gee, we're selling a lot more cars and a lot more trade with Iran. Okay, the Eurasian trade zone is going to make the United States outside looking in. If we make nice and make friends with Russia, the United States is going to become marginalized. If we make enemies with Russia, we become marginalized with an accelerated rate. And this is very much consistent with the Saker and Gonzalo Lira. I read their work, and yeah, I agree, makes sense. It's been consistent in my own thought patterns for the last 6 months or more. Russian sanctions will bring about an acceleration to the dollar demise, sunset, the U.S. government debt default, including the treasury bonds, and much more. It'll become the establishment of the Eurasian trade zone. They can call it BRIC/SCO. I don't care what they call it. But the United States is going to be marginalized. And we've made so many enemies. We've played the hegemony game so much that country after country is now saying, we're not interested in even talking to you. Like the Gulf state Arabs, they did not want to meet with Biden for his show, nor Blinken, the show's Secretary of State stand-in. It gets worse. The Organization of American States, or whatever conference they convened on, they did not want to meet with Biden or Blinken. Okay, you've got now the Arabs and the Latinos who are ostracizing the Americans. Now, does that tell you that the pecking order has changed?
Seems to me it does.
Okay. These are the things that I draw out, and I'm adorable when I'm pissed. Well,
you haven't seen me angry. What's that from? The Hulk.
This is my.
You won't like me when I'm angry.
This is my smiley pissed. You should.
Okay, hold on, Jim. I have to do something here.
Right.
You went a little bit far on that, and I just want to make sure for the audience members that everything we're talking about right now, of course, is all complete conspiracy nonsense. And for true, real, authenticated news on this particular story, please visit CNN.com. They, of course, are authorized to speak about these topics in great detail. Jim, one of the questions, we have a few minutes left because I have another show right after this. People were asking in the chat, okay, well, what's your recommendation for the plebeian? We talked about what was going to happen to gold and silver. You talked about the LBMA, the COMEX here. As we're looking at these low suppressed, maybe criminally suppressed prices here in gold and silver, you talked about the collusion between Russia, maybe trying to get to a $10,000 per ounce gold price. Should people still just wait and see if more of your timeline data comes in, or should they stop procrastinating? What would you tell to the people here about gold and silver and maybe how to get it in their physical possession if they can?
Well, in general, you should try as an investor to buy what Wall Street says is no good.
Great advice. Yeah.
Okay. They say that gold is the barbaric metal. It doesn't earn a yield. Well, what's his face out of Nebraska? What's his name? Not Munger, but Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett was proved a liar because he was selling calls in silver, and he got called away. And he lied. Oh, Libby, I love you. You should buy whatever Wall Street downgrades. They don't like gold. They don't like silver. They don't like the Eastern CBDCs, I think because they're going to be legitimately gold-backed. They have filed a lawsuit against XRP And it's the only major digital instrument, token, etc., that has a lawsuit attack against it. So I think it's going to be a dynamite investment that's going to move 1,000 times higher than where it is right now. Okay, XLM. Okay, I don't think I've got this exactly right, but it seems to me that XRP is going to be gold backed for large transactions and XLM is going to be silver backed for smaller transactions. I'm told that it's not a fine delineation like that. There's a good deal of overlap. There's going to be, let's just put it this way. There are going to be plenty of cars, a large item that'll be bought with XLM. And there'll be plenty of, say, car engines or computers that are bought with XRP units of gold. Okay, so the small end on gold and the high end on silver are going to overlap. But generally, what I encourage people to do is find a way to get XRP, find a way to get XLM. They're not easy because the coin exchanges are creating obstacles. Don't wait in line. Oh, this is hard to say. This is hard to say. I'll do the best I can. Find a way to get silver coins because they're going to go up 3 times faster than gold coins. Furthermore, sign up for a consult with me, Jim Willie, on my website, the consult in blue button, because I'll talk to you about ways of investing in silver. There are ways of investing in silver that work around the difficult challenge of finding silver coins. And just, sign up. Sign up for a consult. Sign up for the newsletter. I had a fellow did both yesterday.
Awesome.
That puts a big smile on my face. I'm coming out of my really horrible situation, but I'm not out of it yet. It's like I got 1 foot out of it, Jean-Claude, and this has been a very difficult several months since I lost the payment processor last June. It's been a year. It was a double whammy. It happened in May and then July. I just call it June, July. I'm coming out of that, but it's not easy. I'm rebuilding. It's not easy. I'm still dealing with demonic attacks, and I'd like to put some perspective on something that people can grab onto. I've got a number of events. I'll be brief. I've got a number of events, and they're all very rare and very strange, like an exploding septic tank that killed the neighbor, like a car crash, head-on car crash, where all of my product that I had bought on wholesale and going to make a good profit on, a little sideline thing, it all got stolen. And other events, very unusual events. If you call each one of them 1 in 100, and you conservatively say that, Jim, you've suffered 5 such events, that's 10 zeros. 10 zeros is 10 billion. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 10 zeros is 10 billion. I have a 1 in 10 billion chance of having suffered these 5 very unusual events in sequence. That's how rare and unusual the attacks have been. They're unusual events. And it took me a year to realize, oh my God, that's just too weird. That's too weird. There's another. And a friend of mine was involved with me, and not just as a friend. And he said, Jim, you've convinced me. This is crazy. You got 3 in a row now. These are very rare events. Okay. Now remember what the Indiana insurance guy said? We are now 12 standard deviations from the norm.
Yeah.
And I looked it up. I had my own mathematical formula. I'd spent a couple hours at it. It was fun. It was me and my engineering PhD buddy. He said, Jim, you got a formula? Yeah, of course I got a formula. I got a PhD in probability. Are you kidding me? 1 in 7 standard deviations was something like 500 trillion. That's the Indiana insurance likelihood. I'm at 1 in 10 billion for my strange events. So I ask people, pray for me help me, be a sponsor for me with financial aid, sign up for a consult. We can make it as long or short as you want. I got a little backlog for the consults, and I'm happy about it. I got to do about 3 right now. I'm having trouble hooking up with one, and I missed one recently. I've been going through a lot of shit, a lot of hell. I've been going through so much, and people are telling me, Jim, you're beginning to look older. I said, that stress does that. But I smile a lot, I laugh a lot, I hoot and holler and get silly, and I do strange things from my apartment window. I shoot passersby with a water pistol, and they look up, and I look up too. Wow, what was that?
What the fuck was that?
I'm 70 years old shooting a water pistol. Okay, I have my fun.
You got to read this comment, Jim. Great show, GC. I'm off to cancel my comedy club tickets for tonight. I can't handle any more laughing.
I got a couple little kids, and they bring their other kids, and we go to a movie or do something like buy a big batch of pizza or something, right. and the kids are just trading usage of the water pistol. I said, no peatones, no pedestrians. But I'm at the point where I like to hit the cop cars. I have a lot of fun. When I was a kid, I had a slingshot. I think with Holly in New Hampshire, I gave a long explanation of how I created hydrogen bombs when I was 15. It was with lye powder, like crystals.
Hey, dude, just stop there, man. We're gonna be accused of creating some,
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I blew out the windows on the neighboring school. It was the summertime though. They didn't need the windows. We're just having fun. We're doing chemistry. We're learning chemistry. Okay, I have my fun, and that's how I battle my stress. Yes. Because honestly, when I hang up, like now, I'm going to have to re-enter my world.
Right.
And my world has threats of prison, losses, and fraud, and you name it. I'm dealing with a lot. So I need help. I need donations. I need consults. I've got spare time to do consults. Sometimes people are hard to hook up with. They're busy. Yeah. I got a guy who last October said, Jim, I'm really busy with my business doing this and that. I don't want to mention what kind. I'm in California, and as soon as it's over, we'll meet up and we'll do the hour consult. Well, we still haven't done it. I said, I'm ready anytime you want. He said, we'll get to it. I'm still busy. Okay, I'm having a lot of fun with this. I just had my 18-year anniversary.
The labor of love.
And, 18-year anniversary, 70 anniversary of my birth, and 35-year anniversary of no drugs.
Wow,
rehab.
Congratulations.
I was a marijuana freak. I was not a chemical freak. I didn't get involved with narcotics. I did a little bit of barbiturates because I thought I could snag a woman a little more easily, but even that didn't work when I was really young.
That's the wrong approach, Jim.
I just never encountered Libby. Libby, where you been all my life?
Libby, where have you been?
Libby, I love you. Libby. Okay.
So give it a try here at golden-jackass.com. Of course, you can use the subscribe button to the last newsletter. You just posted about a week ago. About a week ago. So
the last day of actually, I say we post the May report on May 32nd.
Okay. You're kind of like me sometimes. Life intervenes, and there's so much to put in.
It was ready on the 31st in the morning, and my website manager had some things to do. He said, Jim, I'll get to it first thing in the morning. Okay, fine. All right. Well, thanks for having me on, Jean-Claude. It's always fun.
Hold on a second before you go, Jim. As you were talking about getting precious metals, I want to bring this up here too for guys. If you're looking at getting some coins, Andy does have a great supply here. You can find him at beyondmystic.net/silver. These are the silver discounts afforded to Beyond Mystic audience. I wanted to note also that today, starting as of today, we are launching to the public at large the Beyond Mystic silver bars. So on that same page, you'll see the link here to this special order form. farm. It'll bring you here where you can fill out which of the two bars. This was deleted on our past channel. You had spent time to explain to the audience the connections and the legs that were holding up the petrodollar and what mechanisms tied into gold and silver. So I'd like you to start there. I know you're going back far here to explain that to the audience, because this is going to become very important as we move forward here.
You don't want a chronological order discourse. Okay, that's fine. But let me just continue and finish that quick point.
Okay.
The Saudis were told, don't recycle. Stay in the dollar. Keep it in treasury bonds. We'll help you manage it. But you got to buy a lot more weapons from the United States. And we'll make sure that there's hostility in the region at all times.
Yeah.
I tell you got to laugh at this. People believe war is real. War has real deaths, but it doesn't have real origins. Mm-hmm. Now, okay, that's the origin. And I got to say that when it comes to the Saudis and the treasury bonds, I believe, this is my opinion, and then I'll get to your question immediately. It is my opinion that the Saudis were told 1 in 4 treasury bonds goes under the management of the Exchange Stabilization Fund, and you don't get it back. So it's like a tax. We'll let you become filthy rich. You multiplied it by 4 times on the price. We're going to take one of those quarters, and that's the tax for the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which I believe has, and Rob Kirby is a real expert on this. I learned from Rob, and then I echo it, I parrot it, but I have my own thoughts too. So the Saudis 2 years ago tried to get a bunch back, and they were told no, sorry, that's in the United States Department of Treasury. We're keeping that safe. In other words, you're not getting it back as part of the ESF, which they never talk about. Mm-hmm. Okay, now the mechanisms holding together the petrodollar.
Well, just hold on and take a quick pause there, just because you mentioned Rob. Rob confirmed here he will be on the show this Friday, September 3rd at 1 p.m. And we're going to take it from his perspective also, not just how it ties into the ESF, but how things are changing very, very rapidly in our realm here as it pertains to our old financial system. Okay, Jim, let's get started laying down something here.
When you say petrodollar, it means a lot of things to different people. To me, it means the standard. And I don't care if it's a de facto standard or it's an official contractual standard. It is a standard in a practical sense that has stood for 45 or more years. If you look at 1973, so you're talking 48 years. Okay, the standard goes like this. The basis for the dollar is not gold. There's no foundation of gold since we broke the Bretton Woods in 71. Notice how quickly it was 1971 that we broke the gold standard, and then it was 1973 that we established with OPEC, which the Saudi led and still leads. Well, no, let's just leave it. Saudi used to lead. It was 2 years before they set up what I call the petrodollar standard. Call it a de facto standard. I don't care. It's a practical standard, and its basis is that the price of oil is given in dollars, and when the sales occur, the surpluses are kept in dollars. That is the basis of the petrodollar contract. And I'm sure Rob, I always make complimentary remarks about Rob Kirby. Rob Kirby could elaborate on that extensively and make it sound a whole lot more official and detailed and accurate. I'm giving you the layman's term because I'm talking to people who don't have a great deal of sophistication when it comes to this area. Okay, what else does it mean? Well, it means that all the Forex currencies are tied to the dollar, and the dollar is tied to oil. The price of oil is given in dollars globally. And when Brent the European standard came into view. It was priced in dollars. And I don't know about the, the Russian Ural standard for oil. I'm not sure, but I think it's priced in dollars also. Everything is priced in dollars, and things got turned a little bit upside down in 2018 with the advent of the petro yuan contract to tie the oil price in with the Chinese yuan currency. And shortly before that was the Chinese yuan gold contract. So first came the tie between gold and the yuan Chinese currency, and shortly after, like a year later, came the tie between the yuan and the oil standard. So I've been calling that the Chinese triangle of gold, oil, and yuan. And think of that as the Asian standard or the Chinese standard. And that came into view in competition with the petrodollar, and it kind of knocked it off kilter. That was 2018. And the 2019 launch of the petro yuan, the Chinese oil contract standard, accommodated the gigantic oil sales of Russia to China called the Holy Grail deal, which was like a 10 or 20-year contract for $230 billion. It was a gigantic contract, and it could not have taken place without having a basis for pricing. And they did not want the dollar. Okay. The petrodollar has derivative roots. And the derivative is obviously the petrodollar. When you say a petrodollar contract, it's the oil contract in dollar terms. It's not any more complicated than that. But what you've got is petrodollar derivatives linking with other things, like the Treasury bond. They install stability by having, just think of a ship that's a little bit unstable, that the seas are rocky, and it's close to shore. Well, you've got the ship, which is oil, and you've got one cable line, which is dollar, and it's tied to a mooring line. Well, they tie another mooring line to all the Forex currencies, and they tie another mooring line to the Treasury bond. But that's not all. There's a much bigger, it's hard to qualify bigger importance, bigger in critical nature. There's another very important tie that I learned about a year ago. I learned about it from Maxwell from Luxembourg. He's a contact of mine in Central Europe. Nice guy, smart guy, connected guy, brilliant guy, informed guy. And he said, Jim, I want to teach you something. You talk about the petrodollar a lot. You talk about how it's tied to, the Forex currencies. By that I mean the dollar, the British pound, the euro, the yen, and let's just throw in the Swiss franc there because it's important. They don't like to be part of the euro. They want to be independent because they're really the uber lords for planet Earth, the uber lords. And they're giving us this entire environment that we're having to contend with. So leave that alone. There's a linkage between the dollar and oil, namely the petrodollar contract. There's a derivative between that and precious metals. It's not tied to gold. It's not tied to silver. It's tied to both simultaneously by means of the gold-silver ratio. So think of it being, I'll just make something up because this might be about right. The origins were 20-1. So it was tied to 20 ounces. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 20 ounces of silver and 1 ounce of gold. The dollar was tied to 20 ounces. I'm sorry, the oil price was tied to 20 ounces of silver and 1 ounce of gold. And now we've got some disruptions. We have many years of imbalances, because a year and a half ago, we had about a 90 or 100 to 1 ratio, which meant that it was 5 times out of kilter and putting great strain on the petrodollar derivative tied to precious metals. Because I believe way back, it was tied at 20 to 1 gold silver ratio, which meant that 20 ounces of silver equaled 1 ounce of gold in price. Now, notice what happened a year ago. We had a big move in gold up to 2050. We had a big move in silver up to 30. It all got its nuts cut off, and we went down, down, down for the next several months. But notice that the gold-silver ratio came down. I think it's right now something in the neighborhood of 75, whereas it used to be 90 to 100. Maxwell from Luxembourg said the next push up that we get in the gold and silver prices is going to move the ratio for gold and silver down to about 50 or 55 or something like that. They need to fix that to bring about balance with the petrodollar derivatives as they're connected, as they relate to the precious metals.
Do they need to fix it back to 20 to 1? Or
I
lower?
don't know. They need to bring it back to where it was. And I've said 20 to 1. It might have been 30 to 1.
Right. Okay.
Okay. The oil price in dollar term might have been tied to 30 ounces of silver and 1 ounce of gold. I don't know. I was guessing 20 because it was 20 for a good long while, way back. I'm talking 40 years ago, way back.
Right.
And remember, you had the big gold push in 1980 up to $800. That really knocked things out of whack with the petrodollar derivative as it related to gold and silver. They're constantly doing some jiggering, adjusting to make sure they can continue to manage this. But in the last year and a half, since we had the advent of Uncle COVID, things have gotten weird. Notice that the oil price immediately got supported. That's because Rockefeller's in the room. Notice that we have tremendous deficits, which put pressure on the treasury bonds. So the linkage between the petrodollar, I use that phrase, remember my context. It's a derivative. It's a single oil price in dollar terms, etc. It's a lot of different things. But with the big dollar debt from the U.S. government, it put a lot of strain on the petrodollar as it related to treasury bonds. Everything is breaking. We're in a Weimar era. This is Weimar America. And a lot of people who are in charge are grandsons of the previous episode of Weimar. Let's just leave that alone too. I don't know what else I can say about the petrodollar, but I'd like to, as background, but I'd like to get into the Russian issue.
Okay, and before we get into the Russian issue, when you said it got weird, seeing as you and I are movie buffs, I thought I'd bring this up. When Dr. Evil is talking to his cohort here and says, yeah, it got weird. Did you see this, Jim? Did you have good laughs at this movie?
Yeah, I've seen them all. My favorite was the big Scottish fat guy. His accent is beautiful, and so is his flatulence. Beautiful. Okay, but let's not go there, please.
Let's get into this Russia-Saudi agreement here.
Okay, I never like to launch into a topic without giving an introduction, because people need to understand, if this arrives on the table, please tell me what's the table. If this arrives in a yard, describe the yard before you describe the new people who arrived on it. Mm-hmm. What's going on? What is the environment on which this arrived? So let's go back a couple of years. OPEC began to lose all of its meaning. They convened in Vienna and never got anything done. And the leader of OPEC has always been the Saudis. and they're best friends. So whichever, what do you call them? Whichever sheiks and leaders and princes in that Gulf region were the most powerful, they tended to be the Saudi best friends, and they led the discussions and agreements at the OPEC meetings. And this is not a joke. Oftentimes the OPEC ministers wanted to go to Vienna. They knew nothing would get done. They wanted to get out of the heat, and they wanted to have sex with those wonderful Vienna prostitutes for $1,000 or more a shot. They went to Vienna for the sideshow. They never got anything done. You can look at the record. They convened, they broke up, nothing agreed upon. Year after year. The only thing they agreed upon was the price of the hookers.
And the cocaine.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't doubt that at all. But remember, these Arab princes and sheikhs and leaders, they came from the heat. They came from a rigid society. They wanted to go to Vienna to let their hair down and to take their pants off. Okay, let's back up. Now, there was a new event, a new guy in town. We started to hear the term OPEC Plus. And this was about 3 years ago. And the United States reacted to this, unwanted player barging down the door, coming into an OPEC meeting, whereas previously the United States owned the entire meeting and its players. The Russians showed up. So it started to be called OPEC Plus. And you had King Salman go to Russia. And then you had reports that King Salman was dead. Then you had reports that King Salman was really just suffering from extreme dementia. And then you had stories about King Salman might not have been really himself at a meeting in Russia with a double going on. Mm-hmm. And then you had reports about Prince Salman, Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, Prince MBS. He went to Russia. It was like a monthly shuttle to Russia. This is 2 and 3 years ago. I mean, a month, every 2 months, a shuttle of the supposed Saudi leader going to Russia. What's going on? The petrodollar died. If you bring up Mohammed bin Salman from news stories over a 4-year period, I guarantee you'll see 3 different faces.
Yeah, that's another story altogether.
Another story in itself, kind of like Speaker of the House. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Okay, there are reports 2 years ago that Mohammed bin Salman was killed. Mm-hmm. Okay, then there are reports afterwards, no, he's not killed, he's doing fine, he's going to Russia again. Golly, the Kremlin must just laugh. They must say, well, which one are you? Number 5 or number 6? I mean, golly, this is so stupid. Uh-huh. And the press never leads on to the replacement phenomenon. Okay, let's get back to the reality of OPEC. OPEC had a new alpha dog. It was called Russia. Russia set the price. United States didn't like it. Russia set the output. The Arabs didn't like it. And the new alpha dog was throwing its weight around and making demands. You will follow our lead or we'll undermine you. And in order to confirm that you're on board with us, you got to do military contracts. So the military contract between Saudi and Russia is a confirmation that the Saudi Arabs are bowing and kissing the Kremlin ring. Furthermore, the Syrian war proved, without any shadow of a doubt, that the Russian S-200, 300, 400, 500 missiles, whichever one they want to make available to us Westerners, is the best in the world. The Russian S-300, say, is the best in the world. United States backed out of Syria because we did not want to have 30 of our aircraft shot down by Russian S-300 missiles to demonstrate to the whole world that our military was second rate. I had, after that whole event in 2018, I had a string of emails from clients of mine. Hey, Jim, I got to tell you a story. I used to work for Raytheon. Hey, Jim, I got a story to tell you. I used to work for a major contractor. And let me share with you something. The U.S. military weaponry is not that great anymore, because when you have, say, let's just say a round number like 100 million for argument's sake, which is a very small amount for a weapon. If you've got $100 million, the first 20 million goes to the lobbyists. The next 10 million or 20 million goes to the attorneys. 5 or 10 go to Senate's kickbacks. And you're only left with 50 million, and it's not enough to complete the project, so they abandon it, but half of it disappears and it's never refunded.
You forgot the percentage for Biden and Son, the cut that goes to Mr. B, the big guy.
Yeah.
Anyways, we can move on.
Yeah. This was an actual Raytheon story, and it was an upgrade to a communication system. And the guy said, Jim, it was something like $150 million, and 65 of it vanished to the lobbyists, the law firms, and the senators, and there wasn't enough to do the upgrade after that. And he said, this has been going on for 30 stinking years. Mm-hmm. That's why we don't have a good anti-missile system. We've got the Patriot. The Patriot is 1980 technology. It's obsolete 15, 20 years ago. Yeah. So we didn't want to show, and we did, that the Patriot was unbelievably incompetent against the Russian S-300 in Syria. We bought more Patriots, and they exploded in the sand. They had to be replaced, but the funny thing is that we had a joke among us guys and my jackass crew and some clients. It still used up the silver, missed the mark, but it exploded and used up all the silver, exploding in the sand of Syria. Why do I bring up Syria? It meant the Russians gained a ticket into the OPEC room. The Saudis realized we got to play ball with the Russians because they've got the best missile systems. And that's what's going on now. The Saudis are kissing the ring. Something happened about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Trump went to visit Saudi Arabia, and he gave them a glass football. There was meaning to that. The name of the umbrella defensive protection system that the United States offered the Saudis had some name, and I honestly cannot remember it, but it was something like Operation High Glass or something like that. I can't remember. I'm not even going to try. The orb. That was a promise to the Saudis. We know you're breaking away from the petrodollar, but we'll still protect you. Please continue buying our weapons. You got to interpret all this. There's nothing simple anymore. Nothing. And I get a couple things wrong now and again, but I'm still amazed that some of my first and second impressions tend to be on the mark. Look for the fraud. If it's in the banks, if there's a bank story, the fraud is always there. And if you got the Middle East, look for the military contracts, look for the treasury bond agreements. It's always there. It's the basis of everything. So something happened with the Russians. We tried to knock the oil price down, and that was more than just a lot of supply coming from the fracking and, the, what do you call them? The shale and the fracking. We had a lot of output, but that's not really why the price went down. It wasn't from a tremendous amount of excess supply. We also had the recession, which meant lower demand. Okay, That's all real, but it wasn't enough to knock the price down in a negative ground. I mean, it got really, really funny. I remember covering that like it was yesterday. All right. Well, the forward cost involves storage, and if the price is near zero, the forward cost is going to go negative. And it was hilarious. But that's not why it went negative. We tried to wreck Russia again, like we did in 98.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't quite work. It bounced back, and I don't know how exactly it bounced back. Rob Kirby could probably help you out and understand. Pardon me, I move around a lot. I got in trouble every single year in grade school.
Okay, hold that thought for just a second. I want to deal with this one. Teresa on the screen is asking, was the big guy Biden or Mr. O? And no, it was in fact this. So just look at the poster here on the license plate. You'll understand what I was talking about. And then Ronnie says, I love Jim's energy. So Jim, keep going with the Russia story here.
Okay, I don't have much to say about Biden. I mean,
no, we could leave that shit alone.
Leave it alone. Okay, because some people are just under constant military arrest, and yeah, you love my energy. Well, I wish my grade school teachers loved it because I was all over the place, and what I used to do. This is kind of funny. It was a Catholic grade school, and they had a cloakroom in the back where you put your winter coat and things like that. I would get on my knees, crawl back into the back of the cloakroom, come out the other side, and use spitballs and hit the blackboard in front of the teacher, and she'd look around and not know what the hell's going on, and I'd crawl back to my seat, and everybody giggling because they knew it was me. And we just had a lot of fun. That was my energy, Biden, you're a really handsome guy. Yeah. Okay.
And like you, he likes his ice cream. Oh.
Yeah, he likes his ice cream, but he's not sure which orifice to put it in. Anyway, right. Ronnie, love Jim's energy. Well, Ronnie, if that's really you, you're a doll. You're a dish. And you do this all the time to me. I try really hard not to look at these pictures because several of them are these 9.8 gorgeous women, and I have trouble focusing. So I look at you. Okay. I look at you.
Okay,
because because then I can keep my mental capacity and processes working. Okay. There are a couple more things to say about Russia. Russia's a mixed bag right now. This agreement, I read the article. It's a nothing burger.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't tell you what the agreement is.
This guy met with that guy. This secretary met with this undersecretary, and it's all good. Military sales are coming, and it's all good.
Blah, blah.
All right, what does that mean? Well, those are silos. Those are S-300 and 400 missiles. When I say S, they can be defensive or offensive. They are the best defensive missiles in the world right now. There's nothing in that article. I read it, took me 2 minutes, and I said, yawn, said nothing. We have a phrase, we call that a nothing burger.
Yeah.
And the press is full of nothing burger. That's from oilprice.com, which surprised me, and it meant that there's nothing more to the story at this point. So the Saudis are essentially saying, just get away from the article and let's get to interpretation. The Saudis are saying, we believe the United States might attack us, so we want the best anti-missile defense system in the world, and the Russians can provide that. Now we'll be safe from U.S. attack. Do you remember the attack? I think it was about 2 years ago, where it was made in Czechoslovakia, the fragments from the missiles that hit the oil refinery center at Aramco. So that was a NATO attack on the Saudi petro complex that we blamed on God knows what, Iranian terrorists. Oh my gosh. The Iranian terrorists were located in Czechoslovakia. Golly, I'm so tired of the bullshit. You got to take any press story and say, well, let's start with the assumption that it's 90% a lie. Can we extract little fragments of truth? And then let's see what it means, because not a whole lot is being said. That's how I operate. And I'll tell you, Jean-Claude, it works well for me. And how do I mean that? I end up getting correct forecasts. I don't get on the wrong path. I've not been on the wrong path regarding the petrodollar in 3 stinking years. Okay, I'm watching my vulgarity. I'm really not an F this and F that guy. I'm not that type at all. You could ask my friends. I hardly ever swear. I might say, well, what the hell? But I don't swear a lot. I learn new methods of swearing from you by just listening to your diatribes.
It's just French vernacular.
Yeah, it's the French effect. Yeah, I know. Sacre bleu! Okay, sorry. That just slipped out. Mon Dieu! Okay, I'm sorry. I did it again. I'm having
You do it well. Have you had a French girlfriend in the past, Jim?
No, I'm telling you the truth. My sophomore year in high school, I got the compliment from Frère Michel. He said, Mr. Jim, I don't like talking about my last name. Mr. James, you have the best accent in the entire sophomore class. Sacre bleu! Okay, great. I wish I took Spanish. Sorry about that. In high school. I got the French award my junior year. Frère Michel. Libby, you're a dog. Please go away. Oh, my Jim is cracking me up. Yeah, you drive me nuts, Libby. It's probably your daughter. I know what's going on. Anyway, there's more to the Russian angle here. It was about 3 years ago, they came up with the St. Pete oil contract. And that was introduced, I believe, on I think it was a St. Petersburg Financial Exchange. Because for years and years, it was the Ural, URAL, from that mountain range in central Russia. On the edge, I believe on the other side of the Urals is what's called Siberia. On this side is called European Russia. Russia's on the edge. So the Ural contract was predominant was predominant for 20 years. And Russia, I believe, is the #1 producer in the world and has been for a few years. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it anymore. But here's where it gets weird. The Russians want to keep their oil production going because they want the entire revenue stream to be strong. But we got a transition coming, and it's going to be toward new energy systems. And it's going to be extremely disruptive. I like the term disruptive technology, creative destruction. Okay, we're going to rip down, I'll give you an example. We're going to rip down all these manufacturing sites for buggies. I mean, like horse and carriage. And we're going to start Model T Fords up. It was very disruptive. There were a lot of people who lost tremendous amounts of money because they had the dominant share of buggy whips for horses.
No.
And that got replaced by a horn, or accelerator, take your pick, I don't know. The Russians are going to be caught in the transition to the new energy environment for technology. But they might be in a very strong commanding seat because they might be the principal producer of silver with the Andean nations, Mexico, Chile, Peru, Argentina, and maybe even a little Bolivia. The Andes is enormous in their silver production. And notice that they had a lot of mine shutdowns for, let's just say, health concerns in the last year. You know where I'm talking. Yeah, you know where I'm coming from. Yeah. So there's a lot of silver output that's being suspended and ready to come back fast. The Russians are very interesting. I find them. It's fascinating. When you get down to the street level, they're loaded with crime, loaded with fraud. Their judicial system and legal code is ridiculously primitive. Okay, of course, the United States has a legal code that's advanced, but we don't follow it and we twist it with a lot of different, crazy judges who came into the bench in the last 20 years, if you know what I'm trying to say. The Russians are nobody to play with. There's some adages. If there was a murder in London or in Western Europe and it was very clean, it was the Vatican or the Mossad. Mm-hmm. If there was a murder and it's just ridiculously ugly, a fractured skull on the sidewalk, or a man's testicles removed and shoved down his throat, that's a Russian signature. Okay, so the Russians don't mess around. They don't tolerate. Okay, remember, it was about 3 or 4 years ago, we had a lot of people flying out of windows in London and Hong Kong and other places, remarkably not New York. Well, those were often Russians who didn't like the fact that the British lost some of their money. So they sent a guy flying as a message. I'm not
without a parachute, yeah. Flying lessons
without a parachute. Flying lessons without a parachute. Okay, that's a whole separate issue, but I just want to mention that the Russians are behind some of those banker suicides. Mm-hmm. And I love the banker suicides where they shot themselves twice in the head. I love that. That's so convincing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that takes a lot of determination.
Well, it takes patience. Okay, patient, deliberation, get that second one again. Okay, there has been a phenomenon in the last 2 years. Numerous nations have signed up for the Russian S-version missile system. The Turks, I'm not a real expert in this. Iran, Saudis, and a couple of other Persian Gulf. They don't like that word. Gulf region, Emirate nations, the kingdoms. And what it means is 2 things. First, they're protecting themselves from American attack. And we don't let it be known that we're attacking. We blame it on some Iranian terrorist or some lunatic Palestinian Hamas group that takes orders from Langley. Wake the hell up, people. Sorry about that. I lost control for a minute. The second thing it means regarding the Russian message is that they're in the OPEC room. It's now OPEC plus. Mm-hmm. They're running OPEC, and we in the United States don't like that. So, this is not a lecture on the petrodollar and the Arab-Russian angle that you're going to hear from Rob. Rob will come at it from a different side, and I'd love to hear it because I'll learn something. Every time he opens his mouth, I learn a lot, and I can't say that for many people. Oh, my gosh. I stayed twice at Rob's home for Toronto conferences. He said, "Come a day early, Jim. We'll have fun." So cool. Rob's a friend of mine, and one of those 2 visits was right after going to my mother's funeral, so I wasn't in a really chipper mood. But Rob's a good guy. He's a smart guy, and he's gone through his own travails. Mm-hmm. He and I, among my 9 jackass colleagues, Rob and I have a bond from surviving attacks. And I'll just leave that alone. I've got my issues. I opened up Pandora's box, and it was not a wonderful box. It was a very evil box. Mm-hmm. And I've been suffering since the middle of 2017. I've been suffering a lot, John Claude, and I don't mind mentioning that, but I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I hope to be coming out of that. And this is going to sound really strange. I've gone to exorcists. Okay? Got another one lined up. My first exorcist, he got attacked. He's not around anymore. The first guy who helped me. He's not around. He said, "Jim, I can't be there for you." He's not dead. I don't mean that. He said, "I can't be there for you anymore. I've got my own issues and my own attack." I don't want to tell his story. It had to do with trying to save somebody who was possessed. And he had some of his own personal extreme misfortunes that followed that. So my exorcist is out of the picture, and I need a new one. I've had some cleansings, and it's very hard to get something that's effective. And I just recently had someone try to explain to me that if I did a certain few things, then the demons could not enter my room or enter my body through my feet. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a lot of unusual information about how to stay safe from demonic attack. Let me just say one other thing regarding demonic issues. I don't want to get into the big theme on this, but it was about 2 years ago, one of my jackass colleagues said, "Oh yeah, demons, goblins, yeah. Jim, you made some bad decisions." I said, "Yeah, I made a couple bad decisions, but look at this, look at this, look at that." He said, "Oh wow, that is weird. That is weird." And there was an event in June last year that I described where I had a public article interview with David Rockefeller from Hades, and the next year, a tremendous event with a loss and a death. Mm-hmm. So I talked to my buddy again, and he said, "Yeah, okay, well, I kind of see there's some very unusual events, mysterious origin." And then 3 or 4 months later, there's more, there's another. Oh my gosh, Jim, you're out like 5 standard errors, 5 standard deviations from the mean of typical Costa Rican fraudulent losses. I said, "Yeah, 4 or 5. It's certainly not 2 or 3. I've got 6 dead. 5 are human and 1 is dog. A wonderful dog was killed. This is what I'm dealing with. 5 dead people in 3 years." Okay, enough of all that. How do you want to continue? Is there more on Russia? More on Russia?
Well, no, I wanted, this was very good because, again, that previous video where we explained all of this got deleted. And I think it's important here moving forward to people understanding what's happening to our financial system. It's part of it, all the big picture here. So you and I went into more detail here on the Uncensored show. So folks, if you want to go check that out, it's available now. It was posted yesterday. There's another topic in there that we're not going to broach here, but it was the warp speed campaign and how all that relates also to the financial system and the reset that is currently underway. So please do go and check out that pay-per-view episode, folks. It's available now. Now, Jim, maybe in the last 10 minutes here, talk about this month's hat trick letter and what you have in there for the audience who are the gold bugs and silver bugs. You're explaining to me in this last episode that there's this new group here who are going to be maybe managing or deciding what happens here moving forward with gold and silver. What can you share here with this audience? And I encourage the audience, of course, to go and check out the hat trick letter here for the month of August. But what can you share with them as a teaser here?
Well, it's not a long story, but it's an important story. I have a fellow analyst who it was either 2 or a series of anonymous phone calls. And the fellow revealed that he was a member of a forum. And the forum was about financial matters, quantum financial system, at least in that environment. But their focus was on gold and silver. And they had been reviewing a lot of the cases. There were numerous fraud cases having to do with Wall Street bankers and their abusive criminal activity with respect to the gold market and silver market. And he said, "Jim, it was amazing. There were like 10 different cases and they're not closed. They're all ongoing. And some of those cases have been running for a few years." So it's like you got a bunch of evidence. Let's just say like the silver whale, the Goldman Sachs whale. Or was it J.P. Morgan whale? I can't remember. The guy was called the Whale, and he was deeply involved in criminal activity in the gold and silver markets, and he got revealed, and he got I think he got approached by legal authorities, regulatory authorities, but the story always seems to fade away. And the message I got from my fellow analyst, who is a very credible fellow and an honest fellow and a bright fellow, based in the United States, he said, these cases are all ongoing and they're powerful in some of their conclusions toward prosecution. They're cutting deals, they're flipping, they're adding in more information to go after others. And the most recent one was a JP Morgan spoofing event. Let me
that
just
resulted in a $920 million fine, apparently, which was a slap on the wrist for them.
Yeah, I call it a cost of doing business and a very low cost.
Right.
I remember way back in 2008, it was a Wachovia case of, well, actually that was money laundering. That was drug money. Let me just flip the tracks here from gold and silver corruption to money laundering in the banks to prove a point of low cost of doing business for these criminal activities. I believe Wachovia was a designated mule by Wall Street banks to go conduct money laundering with the Mexican cartel. They got caught, and I calculated the fine, and I divided that into the total amount of revenue involved, and I got 0.03%. It wasn't even a penny per dollar.
Yeah.
It was much, much less. I laughed. I put it in the report. It was 2008. I said nothing more than a cost of doing business. Okay, so the Wall Street banks are deeply involved in gold price suppression. But the point of this anonymous deep throat guy was that there's going to be remedy, there's going to be prosecution, there's going to be fines, and there's going to be RICO asset seizures, all related to a string of Wall Street criminal activities that never really stop. And I said to the guy, wow, we could see most of Wall Street's office buildings confiscated. And he said, Jim, it could be a good portion of their asset base. Okay, that's the criminal side of this story. I'm telling a lot more than I really planned to, but let me give you a hint on what was discussed for the price remedy.
Okay.
Because he said, Jim, there are like 5 different areas. They all got triggered in the second week of August. Everything is moving. It's emergency broadcast. It was disobeyed by 88% of the media. That's going to have consequences. Let's see if the military has the stones to follow through. Because the follow through involves asset seizure, Jean-Claude. Okay, let's leave that alone. There's going to be follow through with the quantum financial system. It's not just that SWIFT got replaced with a better SWIFT. It's going to be a lot of different things, including digital currency and a lot of different things. There's going to be another political platform and path walked, and I believe that's going to be led by Arizona and Georgia. Let's see where that goes. I'm told that after Labor Day, it's going to be a new world and a new, I don't want to talk about the fraud figures, but let's just say that George McGovern won 48 states in 72. Trump might have done better. Okay, might have done better. Okay, let's get back to the deep throat guy and what he had to say about
the
gold.
5 triggers.
The triggers. One of the triggers is the silver price. And this is interesting because only silver was mentioned by this deep throat to my analyst friend. And this is complicated because he said the forum is like the North American forum. There's another forum going on in Europe that Maxwell from Luxembourg has friends attending. The North American forum is concerned with determining the proper price. Given the naked shorting that took place for 20, 30 stinking years, what is the proper price? Where should it be now? And if you think it should be something like a couple hundred for silver, You're very, very wrong. You're ridiculously low. Okay, there's tremendous shortage in silver. They call it the annual silver shortage. I was going to call it default. No, it's not a default. And the voice told me way back in 2009 and 10 and 11, when we got along really well. We've had some conflicts lately. The voice told me, Jim, you may be wondering in your work, how do we manage the silver shortfall every year and still move forward? How do we manage the naked shorting and not have a complete default at the COMEX where they say, we can't deliver a single bar? He said, the answer is India. India avoids assassination of their leaders and bankers by means of providing London with enormous silver supply. And I believe the Vatican is involved also in very high silver supply. To the big bankers, it's not all naked shorting, Jean-Claude. Maxwell from Luxembourg told me back in August, he said, Jim, this Reddit, this GameStop, whatever is it called? He said, this movement, it's not going to result in silver going over 30. Because a contact of mine from a few years ago from a major Swiss bank who makes millions per year told me they just got 200 million ounces of silver from Basel, the Bank for International Settlements, to make sure this did not go over 30. And he said, don't expect it to go over 30. Try to get on the correct side of this. Put it in the newsletter for August and September that the hope is that it gets over 30, and it should, but it's probably going to get, sabotaged, derailed, and undermined by a tremendous amount of physical, not naked shorting, of physical silver. Okay, so back to this deep throat guy. I wander off, but I always come back. The deep throat guy said to my buddy analyst, do you want to know what is planned for the silver price? And I'm telling you, this is not 2 years out. This is much less, but I can't tell you a time frame. He said that a lot of things have to happen. Like what? Okay, a lot of things have to happen. Like what? And this I always qualify. Some of the major players on the bad guy side have to go away. Okay? Can't do this where they're on planet Earth. Mm-hmm. And that is a totally different story. The cleanup, the reform. Yeah, okay. Let's not bother with that. He said, sometime in the near future, you're going to see a quick move of silver back to 30 and then quickly to 50. And it's going to stay there at 50. And by that, I mean, there are going to be a lot of buy orders at 49 and a half. There'll be a lot of sell orders at 50 and a half. And it's just going to stay there at 50 for 3 weeks minimum. And then it's going to 100. And it'll stay there for 3 or 4 weeks. And then a lot of deliberations are going to happen. And I won't tell you the rest of the story. But just think higher. Much higher. They're going to try to achieve an equilibrium that offers a fair price to miners, a good, robust reward to the investors who've waded through the fraudulent period that's lasted over 30 years. I've got clients, John, who are in their late 70s. Jim, am I going to see it before I die? Mm-hmm. And I said, I don't know. It might be to your heirs. Can I be an heir of yours?
Yeah, my name.
If If you're noticing a different smile, it's because I have a different smile. I got a 4-tooth bridge here. You should see a picture before the bridge is put in place and after the bridge is put in place. Talk about a guy coming out of a horror movie who's got maybe some foam and insects coming out his ears. That's me. But now
you and I were having great smiles and good laughs.
I'm just this handsome guy. Yeah, all right. Anyway, this is another really funny side point. I got more fake teeth now than I have original teeth. That bridge, that closed the deal. I'm at 18 now. No, what am I saying? I'm at 20. I'm at 20 out of 36. Okay,
so folks, if you want to see more smiles and more laughter for Jim, go check out that last pay-per-view episode we just recorded and posted yesterday. And somebody was asking, Michelle on the screen here, when's the next Crypto Woo? I was recording with Janine just before we went live here today. So this episode of Beyond Crypto Woo, episode 4, is now recorded. It will be posted later tonight, probably before 11 o'clock Eastern. Now, Jim, one last thing on silver here. Andy Sheckman from Miles Franklin was telling me last week in the interview that he was seeing a rapid clip this year, and it was unprecedented, of these big sovereign wealth funds and big families taking physical off the market, probably front-running what you're hearing now from these different forums here in North America and in Europe in terms of what these prices are going to be. So we didn't give a timeline, but one thing is for sure, we're looking at multiples of where it is today. So
yeah, let me make a comment.
Go ahead.
So there's very little supply, and the price is going down. Anyone who took economics 101, 102, or even 201 knows that that is an anomaly that doesn't stand for long unless there's tremendous corruption in the arena, which there is. So my conclusion was, if there are elites scarfing up a lot of supply, it's so that you don't have it available at the dealer shops.
Right.
They're in cahoots. They have their friends. They've got the long-standing relationships. So they make a phone call and say, I'll give you an example. We want the dealer supply for New York. We want 3 months of dealer supply for New York. Let those guys eat shit. We want the entire thing. And if you don't do that, you're going to be in some trouble with our family. And you don't no idea what that might mean as a threat. So the dealer supply has been removed.
Mm-hmm.
The people have to wait a long time. The mint is... We're told that the U.S. Mint is in suspension because of health reasons.
Right.
And the Canadian Royal Mint, it's got a shortage of silver. Both of these institutions are on order never to stop production. But they violate the law because they got the health reasons. And I believe, Jean-Claude, I believe they don't stop production. I think they close the front room, do their production, and divert it elsewhere.
Give it out the back door to their friends.
Out the back door.
And this is why the U.S. Mint came out and said, there's a world shortage supply of silver. And then, no, let us clarify that. Of course, that was debunked.
There's another potential reason why there's a shortage of silver. And it's not just that the Andes, South American nations, along with Mexico, have cut back production. It could be that there are some silver components in the injections that are in the news.
Yeah, that's a whole other story, Jim.
Yeah, don't know.
This one. But folks, do go check out that last pay-per-view. We got into that warp speed and how that ties into everything. But folks, if you're looking for physical silver, again, this is the special promotion that Andy Sheckman from Miles Franklin is giving to the Beyond Mystic audience. It is available to you here at beyondmystic.net/silver. And of course, this week it's the 1 ounce silver kangaroos at $3.80 over spot. If you guys are interested in that, please fill out the contact form and get Andy and his amazing dealers to get back to you and send that post haste to you guys. Now, finally,
can I make a comment? Can I make a comment in response to Miles Franklin? They're a good, honest dealer, and so is Sprott. Sprott has been in the news because they go in there and they buy a lot of mining output. and therefore it cannot go to the COMEX. So they've been getting threatened.
Mm-hmm.
And you got honest brokers at Miles Franklin, honest brokers at Sprott. Craig Hemke, aka Turd Ferguson, he
AKA
works.
Lord
Hemke, Lord Hemke with the
right.
with the Star Wars wizard thing. Okay.